This week on Roma Reacts, Roma hears Boy Next Door for the first time with the song I Feel Good. We now understand Ruan May even more with the Myriad Celestia trailer, Transcendent Ruin Tunes, Blushing May Blooms. Zerobaseone show us that they are stronger together with the Never Say Never film for their first full album. Roma's heart is full with Harmony Greets the New Year, a Honkai Star Rail animated short. And we watch some ultimate BTS moments to make me laugh instantly. All this and more in Roma Reacts. This is Roma Reacts, a series where I watch patron-submitted videos with all of you guys. And in the photo frame this week, we have Park Ji-hoon, who is the lead actor in Weak Hero, amongst other shows. Also a singer as well, so that's where you might know him also. But yeah, the first video is sent in by Leon, and they say, let's meet Trailbreaker real quick, why can't I speak? Or well, Trail Cutter. Oh well, he's a sweet guy, and more of Whirl. Whirlybird is everywhere in these dubs. I swear, I'm not biased. He just loves being everywhere and stirring up problems. It's enrichment for him. Some new characters are thrown in as well. Tailgate comes back, so you get to see him more often. You also finally get to meet Rodimus for a split second. And okay, so we have Rodimus. We have Tailgate coming back. We have Trail Cutter or Trail Breaker, and we have Whirl coming in as well. Okay, so let's check this out then. Transformers ID, Spotlight, Trail Cutter, Exert, Whirl's Life. Let's go.
I'm in no mood for the after party, but I have to at least show my face. Reputation dictates. Trouble is, everywhere I look, I see Rodimus stuff.
So tell what reputation you need to show up at the after party.
Wow, check it out! If you look at it sideways, it sort of smirks at you.
Just like the real thing.
I thought it was funny though, you three on stage.
Funny how, Tailgate?
Brainstorm, Chrome Dome, and Highbrow.
Great colors.
You're all heads! Your names! I just thought it was funny.
They're nicknames. We used to work together.
So they're all based on, are you saying they're like based on people's like, I had this friend called Scalp, because it was like all based on like heads.
Scalp? Scalp? Did he like turn into a massive head or something? Hey, that was his real name! Why was he called that then? Because he turned into a massive head.
They have some like good humor in these comics, don't they? They definitely do.
I guess I'll do what I normally do to pass the time.
Hey, neat trick. How did you... Oh, you were using your force field.
Yeah, Whirl,
You were
Whirl,
doing your force field face. It's grotesque.
I do not have a force field face.
What's a
You
force
do.
field face?
You do. You so do. You go like this. Actually, that's unfair. It's more like this.
we cannot see it.
I'm not in the mood, Whirl.
I can tell.
So it is like kind of like a little bit of a camaraderie there as well, though. I guess like force field face is the face they make when they make a force field, which again, like someone like might make fun of you with that as well. Like, you know, like I watch Hyeju, and you know, that's one thing, you know, and it's not only like just like, you know, I want to say it's like, look at me related to anime, but like, you know, animation, but also like real life, like you'll have things like say like in sports or something, or in any activity you do where it's like, whenever you do this, you look like this. When you play the drums, you look like this, you know?
Oh, you people with mouths. You're so transparent.
Say it's easy to read.
Wow. You're really not yourself, are you? You're normally so damn cheerful. I have to upset people just to restore balance to the universe. I'd ask what's up, but here's a little secret. I don't really care.
I've just got things on my mind, you know?
Whatever.
Things I can't really put into words.
There's a lot of like stuff in this Transformers comics of people like contemplating stuff, right? And like being like very quiet, and I guess like a lot of introspection and thoughts about yourself as well. Which again, didn't expect when I first got into Transformers.
Not interested.
I mean, the collision. I was there with Brainstorm and the others. I helped save the day. I should have one of those medals too.
Okay.
One of these medals?
Is that the one with the face they were just showing off? Oh, you drew on it. What?
When?
Weeks ago. Rodimus is handing him out like Energon goodies. Swerve's been promised one if he completes his sponsored silence.
Figures.
Look, if this is about not getting a stupid medal, let me have a quiet word with Rodimus.
So the medal seems to be like, from at least from World's perspective, like a consolation prize, where it's like, look, it's like, do you even need one of these things? You know what I mean? Who cares? You know what I mean? It's like, not getting like a well done at work, or like, it's like, hey, you got told well done, and like, I didn't. You got that voucher. I know like it's great to get a voucher, you know what I mean? Like, but it's like other people are usually gonna be like, dude, like I don't even like care about this that much, you know what I mean? But like obviously to the individual, it feels like a slight or a disrespect, right?
Hey! Rodimus!
Shut up! He's talking adrift.
Oh my god.
You yelled.
Trailbreaker
So this is
wants to know why
Rodimus.
you didn't give him a medal.
Ignore him.
Wow, okay. I didn't give you a medal because, honestly,
Oh.
generating force fields is what you do, isn't it?
No.
It'd be like rewarding Drift for carrying a sword, or giving myself a medal for being
Modest.
in charge.
Oh, I don't like that though, because like it's like, I know that there's that Futurama phrase, if you do things right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all. Just because it's what they do doesn't mean they should be rewarded for it, you know what I mean?
Okay. I now officially feel sorry for you.
Yeah.
Thanks to you, I can add pity to my repertoire of emotions.
It's developed a new
alongside
emotion.
Rage and bitterness. You realize what this means, don't you?
And like the way I say it is like, it's the same thing of like, a lot of times like I think when it's like, I don't know if this is a bad example. Like say like when like a mother and father, like, what mother and father are supposed to do is take care of the child, nurture their child, feed them, clothe them, all this stuff as well, right? But that doesn't mean that like after they've done all this stuff, when they're older, then the child goes, hey, like I want to like, thank you, and here's a present I got you for Mother's Day. They're not gonna be like, that's just what you do, It's just like, just because it's something you do, it doesn't mean like, I'm not saying that's the only thing mothers and fathers do, by the way, but I'm saying like, just because you're supposed to do something doesn't mean you shouldn't be rewarded for it. You know what I mean? I think that's very, 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 very silly. I don't like that at all. I never like that. Because like, it's like in that case, it's like the same thing with like, the dude is working at the pizza shop for 20 years and he's done this diligently for 20 years. He's worked so hard. And then like the manager goes, this is your job. It's like, yeah, it is their job, but still they've worked very hard and they've done their job for 20 years. Give them something,
What does it mean?
It means that I'm gonna sort your life out for
Oh, we're
you.
gonna have like a training montage maybe?
Your problem, Trailbreaker, is that you're too nice.
Uh-huh.
World's life lesson number 1. The ruder you are, the more people will respect you. Why do you think everyone listens to Ultra Magnus?
Because he's the second in command?
Because he's
Wrong.
prick.
Because he doesn't care.
Yeah.
I hate him, but I kinda think he's amazing, too. I get confused feelings.
This is accurate.
The point is, we need to change your image, starting with your name.
When I say it's accurate, by the way, I don't want to say like, oh, you should be a mean person and not, like that bold crap that people do, like nice guys finish last. I'm not saying that, right? Because being good the reward for being good should be the feeling of being good to people, right? That's the way I always see it. But it is very true, and I've talked about this before, that like, there is a thing where like if you are more positive, more friendly, and more upbeat, some people, I mean bad people, I'm not saying good people, are not even, okay, it's not even bad people, but it will be bad people that will take advantage of that sometimes. But also at the same time, there's also like people who like are good people who kind of get used to the idea that like, oh, this dude will do, like, if I ask him to do this and do that and do this and do that, they'll do it, you know what I mean? And if you're talking about like Trail Cutter here, it's like, even the best people are eventually gonna be like, oh, like, Trail Cutter, if I tell Trail Cutter to go like, rake the leaves for a bit, he'll do it, so like they get used to that stuff, right? And it's one of those things where it's hard to strike a balance, right? Definitely it's hard to strike a balance where people, understand that you're, you know, being good, and also understand at the same time that, like, you know, you deserve respect. And I hope that what the way I'm saying is it doesn't ever like make anyone feel like, oh, I have to like stop being nice now, you know, because like nice people are always going to fit his life. Like the majority of people in the world will always appreciate good people when it comes down to the bone, you know, when it comes down to the rubber. It's going to be always like the good people will be appreciated, right? But there is obviously a notion, and I've seen it so many times over the years, that like people who are more serious and angry and like, you know, they don't give a damn about what they say, they tend to like be people that people don't step to a lot of the time, you know what I mean? If that makes sense. That's the way I see it anyway. But yeah, you still should be a good person.
What's wrong with Trailbreaker?
It's got the word break. You need something cool
It's changing
like
his name.
whirl, but not whirl, obviously.
Maybe Trail Cutter?
So
You know,
changed
like
to Trail Cutter?
when you cut something?
Okay then, Trail Cutter. Whirl's life lesson number 2 is this. Always big yourself up. I face down foes 10 times my size by saying the following. Do you realize who I am?
Oh my god.
I'm the Autobot who lands the final punch. I'm the Autobot who leaves you twitching in the dust. I'm the Autobot who decides whether you live or die. I'm a force of nature.
Crazy.
An apocalypse unleashed.
Like, look at this. The
Brutal
size difference is
symphony of
crazy.
Sound and fury.
A brutal symphony of sound and fury. Right.
I don't recommend that
That's
though,
the
by
best
the way.
line.
No, in a way I do, but not honestly. Like you should always stand up for yourself, always. By the way, and like I think even, you know, World has like a good idea here, where it's like even if you're small and you're not as tough, you know, don't let yourself get walked all over. You know what I mean? Like I think there is a lesson there where it's like, yes, obviously don't like be like, hey, I'm the toughest guy in the world, but like if someone's like being awful, you know, or something like that, stand up and be like, hey, you fucking suck. You know what I mean? You suck, buddy. And at least, like, even if you get your arse beat, I'm just gonna say this right now, even if you get your arse beat, you know, afterwards people are gonna be like, okay, like, he's not just gonna be, by the way, that sounds so bad. I'm saying that, like, if it's a really dangerous situation, I'm gonna have like a load of like, disclaimer, I'm not actually giving life lessons here. Please do not listen to them. Because if you go and get beat up, I'd be very sad. But I'm saying that, like, even if like it turns out negative, at least in the future, people know, okay, if we say something to this person, that's gonna, and I think that's kind of like maybe what Whirl is getting at. Again, it's one of those things where like there's good advice within these pieces of advice, but there's also like, pull it back a little bit, you know?
I really appreciate what you're trying to do, but my personality isn't the problem. My force field is. No one can get past it.
Isn't that the point?
Yeah, that's what you want, right?
Meaning, no one ever recognizes me as a person in my own right. I'm just force field guy.
That's
or
what become your identity.
something.
So you need to get a new gimmick. A new gun. In fact, let's call that Whirl's life lesson number 3. If all else fails, ask Brainstorm to build you a weapon.
Cool music. It's an interesting interaction here,
Brainstorm,
honestly.
I think a new Bang Bang stick will help Frowny Face get his mojo
Frowny
back.
face.
I don't know what any of that means.
What's that?
That is what hit the ship yesterday.
I thought we hit an asteroid.
No, never mind that. Trail Cutter's looking for a new weapon. Preferably something so powerful, you'll need to take a week off after firing it.
Well, all my newest inventions are in the workshop. Magma frag launchers, scatter blasters, static rays, laser lancers.
Don't
Can I say though, even though like again, like I said, there is some bad advice, not bad advice, but like maybe not the best advice in the world in here as well. I do think it's really freaking like sweet, this interaction between the two characters, between Whirlin and Trail Cutter. Like it's one of those moments that if I was watching this in a TV show, like I'm watching this now like on a comic dub, but like it's one of those moments that like in the midpoint of a TV show, you'd be like, oh my god, this is so much fun, you know?
stop. I could listen to you all day.
But why'd you want to weigh yourself down with a handheld? You've got the coolest weapon of all. You've got...
Don't say it. Don't say force
It is
field.
very cool.
I was going to say Magna Wheels.
Oh,
Look, I'm tired, okay?
getting a bit embarrassed.
I'm just gonna go off to recharge.
You can feel the embarrassment, a bit of embarrassment for him. Okay. Is there credits? I always forget if there's credits. No. Okay. Yeah. So I hope like no one ever takes like what I said here as life advice. Never do. Because what I would say is this, right? What happened, first of all, it's a very sweet interaction, but like I think the advice that was given here wasn't terrible advice. It's just that there's like nuggets of like accuracy mixed with like stuff that like you probably shouldn't get like go too far into. I don't think you should change your personality to be like less of a nice person. I don't think so, because again, like the people who appreciate nice people are the ones like you will want to flock to you in the end, and the people that like, you know, take advantage of you, in some cases don't even realize they're doing that, and in some cases they're just arseholes and they will take advantage of anyone they can. I think it's a very like painful thing for this character of Trail Cutter, because while force field is like literally one of the most useful things you could ever have, right? Well, of course it is. And like it's the same thing with like, say, I'm trying to think of a healer on a field, right? A healer character, or like a character who does support stuff as well like this. It's like, yes, like people, you won't get like the glory of like killing people and getting that kill rank up in a game and stuff like this as well. But if you're gone, people will notice, you know, people will notice. And I'm not like, obviously like don't leave them high and dry, but like, I think that's one thing you have to realize about that the Trail Cutter should really realize about themselves. If they are gone, they are down a force field. They're down protection. That is a big deal. It's the same thing as losing a healer. That's a big deal. And yes, like, you know, you might be able to do brute force stuff, but like not having that protection is a big deal. And when I say like there's like nuggets of truth in the advice, I do think that like, you know, from World's perspective, like saying if you just because you're small, standing up to people, yes, you should always stand up for yourself. Never let people walk all over you, but obviously do it in a safe way. If you think you're in danger, don't stand up to them. Ignore and, you know, move on. But like what I mean is like, say like if you're in like a workplace or something like that, and like, or if you're in like or even like say like you're in a friend group with that one friend that like keeps nipping at you, stand up to him, tell him. And yeah, people are gonna like, you know, I know how that works. People are gonna give you side eye and stuff because like, wow, like, you know, Marjorie overreacted. It's like, okay, let them talk like that. Let them talk like that, because you need to like obviously stand up for yourself as well, because if you don't, people will walk all over you and think they can you know, say whatever they want to you. In this situation, it was the Futurama quote. If you do things right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all. You know, if you've done things amazingly, so people won't even sure you moved. It's the same thing with like, this sounds so weird, but like, you know, street cleaners. I appreciate them so much. They're incredible. They go out early in the morning. They clean the entire streets. They're fantastic. But like no one ever like sings their praises that much, because it's like, again, if you do things right, people won't be sure you've done anything at all. It's like, you know, when we do know that they've not done something is when we go into the streets and it's dirty as heck and we find out that they all have to take a day off or they're on strike or something. Now we know, oh, look at all the stuff they do, you know, even though you should appreciate it anyway, right? You definitely should appreciate it anyway. But I think that's one of those situations here that's happening with Trail Cutter, with Trailbreaker, which is like, you know, I do this thing so well that's become part of my identity and no one can move past looking at me just as the force field guy. Whereas people naturally flock to people who are like, you know, racking up kills. It's like, oh, he shot that guy 25 times. What an amazing shooter. And it's like, yeah, he did that, but without... Sorry, I thought I heard my cat. But without shield, you're kind of done for. But some really like interesting stuff here. I love the conversation between them. I love the kind of camaraderie there as well. I think it's so realistic in a way of like that one friend who's like, hey, look, let me help you out with some stuff. I'll help you out with some stuff. We can figure it out. I think it's also like very, very apparent that from World's perspective, they're not someone who is like trying to like make fun of Trail Cutter at all. I think they genuinely like see someone struggling and want to help out in a way, but they're kind of like very forceful in the way they're doing it, and it can get embarrassing in the end. There, you saw it like there with I feel like Trail Cutter, they got embarrassed because like it was talking about like the move set and the weapons you could use, what weapons it could use, and what's happening here in the end now again is that like Trail Cutter is now letting other people decide once again what his identity is. It's like, oh, I'm the force field guy. I need to get past this. Okay, let's get a big gun. Well, let's get this gun. Maybe you should have this gun. And it's like Trail Cutter once again is looking at two people deciding what he's going to be, his identity once again. And even though they don't mean it that way, it can become the way. And all this started was just like about general appreciation, the idea of just being appreciated, and that's something that goes so it's such a underrated thing, right? To be appreciated. We talk about this all the time on the channel. 1,000 sorries is worth one thank you, you know? And sometimes, even if like, sometimes it's just like, even if you don't freaking mean it, even if you're like, oh, like, you know, I don't appreciate this person or whatever the case, but they like to feel appreciated and they do a lot of work and stuff like this. Just give them a medal. If the medals are handed out like candy, it seems like, to me, it seems like a very big power move to be kind of like, I'm going to hand it out to everybody but this one person. I think it's like almost like a showcase of like, not everyone gets one of these, or trying to prove a point. I don't know. But I think I feel for Trail Cutter. I think Trail Cutter is 100% correct here. I think Trail Cutter is seeing the world for what it truly is, which is people will always mistreat the person who is, I guess, you know, the one who is like not, you know, the one who's like not setting a blaze, but in just like, you know, setting a fire, if you know what I mean. It's like the person who's kind of just like, you know, you don't even notice is doing a really fantastic job. Behind every like great, you know, worker in the workforce, there's someone behind them that's doing something. You know what I mean? Always. Thank you so much for sending this in, Leon. This is very interesting. I love the colors as usual, and the voice acting is really cool. The music choices are always great. Thank you. The next video is sent in by Ria. And they say reverse 1999 1.7 trailer. This is chapter 6 of the main story and is one of the best chapters ever. I was so excited when this chapter came out because the last chapter left us on a major cliffhanger. So you have to wait 2 months to know what happened next. Okay. So this is A. Luciven Lestel, reverse 1999. Let's check it out. We have a lot of reverse 1999 viewers. And it's always cool to see people get excited for these videos. Blue Butch. That's what it says in the video. It's not me doing that. Instant
painting
beautiful style.
based on a mysterious island? The host is Isolde, the opera singer?
Oh, poor thing.
No, the subtitles are not accurate, sorry.
Family met a tragic end. And now her brother.
Shh. Look at this.
Theophil has left us.
Stunning hair.
Behold, my late brother's final painting.
Oh, wow.
Inspired by the Golden Isle. The Salvation.
So her brother painted this last painting
Yes,
about the
it is-
Golden Isle and salvation.
Oh.
Okay.
I know your brother's death has affected you deeply.
That's a great shot.
Doctor, you need to release your oppressions.
The rain. The Golden Isle.
To be looking at herself as well as she's saying this too, you know what I mean? You know, almost like being forced to look at her own reflection. The painted art style, this is always so gorgeous.
The island of the painting. Is that where the timekeeper
Oh my
is
god, look at these
now?
designs.
How did Theophil know about the storm and the island?
He
Interesting.
belongs to an organization called the Circle. It's the symbol of the Circle. Are they really just a group of artists?
We have a mystery. We have a... Oh my god, what the hell? Oh, please say she... Okay, like, again, there's big mysteries here. But, like, there's a mystery. There's an art group that could be more than just an art group. Is she dead?
What do you see in the mirror?
She's reflections again.
I see golden circles. Theophil in the fire.
This is so cool.
He burned all his paintings.
He burnt them. So what is this golden circle stuff then?
I heard a shot.
Whoa, what an image.
All these assassinations at the same time?
Assassinations as well.
Will our people be able to defend themselves on that
We
island?
have firefights?
To help them is to help ourselves.
Okay.
I can see how you burned with passion. Welcome to the circle,
Oh.
Miss Marcus.
Oh. So she's part of
We
the circle.
share
Look at
the
this
same dream as
gorgeous
you.
shot.
I am intrigued by the name of your little group, the Circle.
Just drawing the circle in the sky, or the space.
Even if the
In the
world
air?
ends tomorrow, we still have a show to watch. Please, enjoy.
Oh my god, what a mystery they set up here already, right? With the circle stuff. Are they real artists? There's assassinations happening. It's all leading back to this one organization. Apparently, this lady in green is definitely a part of it. The brother burnt all the paintings. Like, this is so interesting. What a great way to start this. This is hype. And here's the new characters.
Me? I'm with the gathering
Look at
is
the
full.
silhouettes, too.
There's no point for them to be here.
Stunning character design, by the way. Is Solde?
So keep an eye on me and don't let me faint unnoticed. I hope I won't be a nuisance to you.
I adore her hair. Again, I never like get upset by the transition between the gameplay stuff. I actually think like it's like a really cool, cute version of the art style, right?
New books are always thicker after being read. The extra thickness is probably the growth of knowledge and the mind taking flight. I will double my efforts. I'll even double the size of my case.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, but like, inspired design is always like big scarf or big jacket. I don't care what anyone says. Big jacket, smaller person. always a fantastic design.
And now it's easier to understand.
One moment of Aria. Outside the church, Miss Mosan. Happy bird catcher. Some really pretty designs here. But then again, that's, you know, verse 1999. I like oh wow. What do they call them? Like, they're not trapeze artists, are they? But Malicious, the tall lighthouse. There's like character stories for the tall lighthouse. They're doing a good job of like making this like a big mystery, right? Like everything feels very mysterious, and like the spider web over the freaking stage as well. Assemble your team. Oh, really cool. More mini games. I want booster packs. I love a booster pack. I'm a booster pack type of guy. I collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards sometimes. A night to night anecdote update. So you get anecdotes? What is this knight with like the headless knight? Love the ice. And more events. Curtain and Dome. You get some prizes there too. Summer Heat Relief. Cool. A Nightmare. We saw this before, right? We saw this before. Dubilinosis. Go north, friend. Gate to the Ring Road. A ring road, by the way, is just like a road that like you can go multiple ways. It's like has like a it's a ring. It's like if you go one way, you can end up at the same way. You can, again, it's like a really good way of like it's probably one of the only like cool ways of like transporting in Ireland. I feel like, you know, because Irish road infrastructures are not fantastic. I think, you know. So this all came in one update. Oh, we went to something different there as well. Yeah, so I always feel like Reverse 1999 has some of the best like trailers in terms of just getting you hyped up for certain things. Like it goes without saying that they have like a fantastic art style with some very fantastic character work with some really great voice acting. I think like, even though I'll say it every time we watch one of these, it's the truth, right? Like they have this constant thing of just like how absolutely gorgeous this stuff is. It's hard not to like just like instantly like feel attached to the world, because like it is just something that you can look at as a painting. And then you see like even like outside of like the trailers, they also have that beautiful like hand painted style within like the dialogue things, and then it goes into like the gameplay aspects, which again, like it's kind of like chibi's art style, I guess, but I feel like they reflect it in a cute way that it actually works out pretty well. Honestly, it doesn't actually look bad at all from my perspective anyway. It doesn't look bad at all. So you actually get like a pretty great thing here, I feel like, right? You actually get like a really good like best of both worlds feeling when it comes to that stuff as well. I love that they set up a mystery with this. I'm such a big fan of like a what's happening here? Oh my god, there's like a secret organization. What are they like? Who's part of it? Who's not? Who can I trust? I love those type of stories, and I feel like they really reflected what that type of thing that I love is in this here too, while also like making it very emotional and almost like self-reflective. Like the character there, was it? I forget how to pronounce her name, with the black hair, constantly like looking at herself in the mirror, like wondering what she's seeing. So I wonder if it is like this thing where it's like her reflection is changing over time because of like how she perceives what she's doing or something like that. That could be the case. Who knows? But it's a really cool idea for a trailer. Love the mystery. Love what they set up here. Just pretty like fantastic stuff all around. Music was great too. As I said, the voice acting was great too. Love all the new character designs. In terms of like an update, this seems like a hefty boy of an update. This seems like a chunky boy of an update. And like sometimes I feel like I didn't play like gacha games until I played Genshin. It was my first ever gacha game. And I didn't catch up to Genshin until this year. And now I feel like I can appreciate more and more the idea of a hefty update. Because like so many times people will be like, oh, these 4 missions came out during the big update. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's cool. And then like what would happen is that I would I would not have context for it because I didn't go through that update, you know what I mean? But now I know. So I look at this and I go, that's a hefty update. But yeah, love the mystery of this, love how cool it is, love the idea behind it. Design-wise, it's all very like pretty, but that goes without saying. I love that they have like all the other updates that we saw before as well. Really, really cool stuff. Thank you so much for sending this, Ria. This was really awesome, honestly. The next video sent in by Alligator. Here's the behind the scenes of the Moonshot recording. It's a long video, so I think it's best parts to watch to hear Songyub's and Hosung's process at 0 to 320, and then 650 to 1330. Okay. Let's go. I'm actually interested in seeing this. The first album, man, is this their first full album? Is that right? Because bands do a lot of mini albums, right? Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Let's check it out. So 320 is the verb we're going first. This song is really cool, by the way. Oh, very cool. On the ground here. Oh, well, subtitles would be freaking nice one day. We're starting it again. Just on the ground, great voice. Okay.
생각을 제일 많이 안 할 수밖에 없었던 게 고집을 좀 많이 버렸던 노래고 작가님이랑 아이디어 공유를 많이 했어요. 아예 새로운 걸 하려면은 제 거를 더 밀고 나가야 된다기보다는 어느 정도 길을 열고 버릴 걸 버리고 최대한 작가님 의견도 많이 듣고.
It's like a collaborative, I guess, you know? And it makes sense to me. Hosung? Blind is busy? The look to the camera was reality TV show style.
신곡 타이틀 후보곡을 잡아보고 있는데
Okay.
그런 것 같아서 혜승이랑 가이드를 한번 해보려고 합니다. 근데 통화 중이네요.
The rhythm's so good in this song, isn't it? It's so good. Dun, 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 dun. Make a hook that all members can sing. So the idea of like making sure that everyone can get a part. And by the way, I have like thoughts about this as well because like I've heard K-pop songs before that are really great, but then you hear them live, like a live recording of it. And by the way, I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just saying that sometimes, especially early in a K-pop group, I've noticed that like they will make a song that's not exactly made for every member of the group. I know this is by the hook is by the what he's not talking about this directly here. He's talking about a hook that everyone can sing together. I'm just like using this as a soapbox. He's talking about like the hook where everyone's singing at the same time. But like there is like a thing. I misinterpreted this for a second, but I'm already on the soapbox, so let's let's be here. But yeah, I think like understanding like what your bandmates can do is so important, and your group members can do is so important because I feel like it happens a lot of time early on where like they don't really like connect the dots when it comes to like what can this person do, what can this person do, what can this person do. And then it goes kind of out of whack. I don't know. Sorry for using your video as a soapbox. I misinterpreted what they were saying at first, but they're talking about the hook itself. The message of the song, right? Yeah. It's too high pitched. These moments are so fantastic, by the way.
Yeah?
승구야.
Yeah?
뭐해?
I'm going company.
컴퍼니 와서 뭐해?
컴퍼니 와서요? 작업 and 녹음 and 운동 and
랭구야.
네.
신곡 타이틀 후보곡인데
네.
네 목소리 한번 받아보고 싶은데.
일단 그럼 도착해서 바로 올라가 볼까요?
너만 시간 되면.
Love this stuff. I love even seeing this.
일단 바로 올라가 볼게요.
노래 좋아.
You know what I mean?
8시 반인가 8시 운동인데.
노래 좋다니까 왜 반응이 없냐?
일단은 가서
No, I love that. I love that so much. I love the idea of just like seeing this on the ground production of just like, this is how we came together. This is the conversations we had. It's always very good, you know? Oh, he's sleeping? Honestly, I would too. So 30 minutes have gone by.
릉구렁아. 네. 올 생각 없는 거지? 아니요. 5분이에요. 금방 갈게요. 아까 10분이라며. 빨리 와. 알겠어요. 아! 알겠어요.
두두 등장.
어느 정도 예상해?
노래가 끝나면 침묵하고 있지 않을까요, 제가?
It's so interesting as well because I by the way, this is such a silly thing to say, right? These guys can be very goofy, they can be very cool, they can do all this stuff, right? They're very good at doing all this stuff. It's so interesting to see them in just like this grounded way because like obviously like I think this is an important thing to note about any idol you listen to, and the people who watch me know this, right? Because we say it all the time. They're people first. They're artists first. You know what I mean? They work on stuff. Even if they don't write their songs, I know like a lot of the idols actually do get involved in writing. Like even if we listen to Islet, there's an Islet video later on. Yuna is getting involved with the writing of songs too. You know, like that's what they do. They are like a people first artists, and then idols. I always feel like weirdly comes like on the lower end where it's like that's the form of entertainment, but you have to understand who they are. You know, before that. But it's always so interesting and it takes a second, right, to see them like this, and you go like, this is them like kind of like, you know, recording in the most grounded way possible, you know, but it's what you have to understand. They there's a process to this, and I think it's always important to know that like these songs don't just like show up on your doorstep and on your Spotify. You know what I mean? There's work that's put into this.
좋은데요? 그냥 카메라 꺼봐.
Turn off the camera?
그렇게 높진 않은데? 좋다.
Here we go.
좋지. 리듬 타야 돼.
Oh, sorry, it was 3:20 when I was supposed to stop when he says turn off the camera. I got so enthralled. And then we have to go to 6:50? 6:50. Look at all these most replayed sections. I guess around here. 6, and we're going to end at 13:30. Perfect.
문샷이라는 아이디어는
Here we go.
가이드를 부르고 있는데 너는 문샷 할 때 이 샷이 너무 좋은 거예요. 문샷이라는 단어가 떠올랐고
Oh my god, so cool.
달 탐측선 발사 뭐 이런 뜻이더라고요. 근데 마침
a user who usually sends an idol, what's your damage, sent in the recordings for some behind the scenes songs as well for Idol, and I not sent him into Roman Reacts, but like just said, you check this out, and I watched it, and like one of the coolest things about like the recording behind the scenes, yes, I said it shows you that process as we said too, but like it also like is kind of like one of my favorite things, hearing like the raw vocals, because while like production is so good on songs and stuff, I guess, and live vocals are so good as well, there's something so special about hearing them like in a room. I remember like Trivium did a performance, again we're using Alligator's lovely video as a soapbox, but yeah, Trivium did a performance in a studio just by themselves with great mics and all this stuff as well, and it's one of the best performances you ever heard as well. I'd love if it like and actually no, I think idols do that, right? We saw that with Mion. She did one with a band and it sounded amazing. It's just like it's so stripped down and perfect in that way, you know.
여기 이어서
I love hearing them do the vocals.
이 문에 대한 의미를 좀 다른 걸 넣고 싶다.
좋은데? 열었네.
그리고 항상 제가 데뷔 때부터 생각을 했던 게 저는 맨날 떨려요. 뭘 하든 긴장하고.
Interesting.
이게 너무 싫고 저는 이걸 극복하고 싶고 이게 트라우마였기 때문에. 근데 그거를 포장하기보다는 그냥 다 드러내놓고
Such a good idea.
떨리면 떨리는 대로
100%.
밟고 일어서서 계속 나아가자라는 걸 이야기를 하고 싶었고, 한참 오랫동안 쉬다 보면 아예겐 변하고 싶지 않을 때가 있어요. 그냥 이 삶에 그대로 만족을 하고 아무것도 하고 싶지 않을 때가 있을 때마다 생각을 하는 게, 내가 여기서 뭘 더 하지 않는다면 절대 이 상황이 좋아질 수가 없다라는 생각으로 하려고 하거든요. 그래서 if you want a chance, be not afraid.
It's such a wise thing to say, honestly. I feel like, because like again, it is so true that like a lot of times when we get super comfortable in our own position, and I'm like this too sometimes too, where it's like I don't want to like change anything because like, you know, it's working. oh, this is working. Why would I change it? There's no point in changes. It's working right now. You know what I mean? But like, it's that's not a reason not to try new things. And from his perspective, he's saying like, hey, like, you know, from the debut, like I've always been nervous. I've always been scared. So, and it's such a beautiful thing to be like, instead of just like keeping it inside and worrying about it that way, why not just let it out in the song? And what a therapeutic thing it must be to really let this out on a song, right? Love seeing this. Love it. Love it. Absolutely love it. They got a really beautiful recording room, by the way. It's very classic. Very good. Oh my god. The raw vocals.
이거 할 때 지금은 진짜 그냥 끊어서 하는 느낌이잖아. 이런 느낌이잖아. 그런 거보다 할 때 그 소리를 뭔가를 주면은 더 멋있을 것 같아. 약간
Yes, I'm talking about the process. You see the process.
스타일로 좋은 걸로 해줘. 그래서 악마라 진짜 많이 해. 많이 할 수 좋죠.
Just superb, right? Just an unbelievably incredible vocalist.
소름 돋네. 특이해서 좋다. 좋은데? 어때? 나도 좋아. 근데
Like, I don't think, I say this all the time. I said this like in the last video. If you do things right, people won't be sure you do anything at all, right? That's a quote from Futurama that has stuck me forever. This guy, the lead, well, I consider him like, well, at least like the lead of, I know like everyone kind of like, you know, there's like two singers really like, but I can never pronounce it. It was Hyeju, is out of this world as a singer here. But like, even like with these raw vocals, it's like people need to understand how like talented this is, like how impressive this is. This is so impressive.
숨 쉬어야 돼. 쉬는 게 멋있어. 올라가는 거 좀만 더 신경 써주면 좋을 것.
Like listen to that.
마음에 안 들지? 사실 뭐 앞뒤가 좀 부담스러운 느낌이라 좀 풀어도 상관은 없을 것 같은데.
Okay.
너의 그 100%는 아니야. 올라 할 때 라 있잖아. 올라 하는 거 있잖아. 너 이거 따윈이랑 비슷한 느낌으로 라에만 그거만 한번 줘봐봐. 그럼 멋있을 것 같아.
Very cool. Giving those little directions, right?
아, 정확히 알아듣네.
See the hand motions as well? I feel like it can help people sometimes when they're singing. Obviously, he doesn't need help, but like, pushing out those emotions and like, if I'm being honest with you guys, I'm not saying it's the same thing whatsoever. I'm not being, because again, I'm not a singer in the way that like these guys are, right? But like, even like if you're doing like, if I do voices in a video, I know you can't see it on camera, but I'm moving my hands and doing all this stuff, you know? Xuan in Idol actually like was kind of taught by Xuan, like when you want to get like some sort of like, she was teaching her like doing the beats with your hand, motions with your hand, and like, and how to like express those emotions through like, almost like letting it out through like movements with your own body as well. It shows that passion, I think, as well too. But I feel like he's just so freaking talented at this.
야, 저 맨 느낌이 네가 좀 생각하기에 좀 다른 느낌일 수도 있는데 느낌이 좋아. If you wanna chance, be not afraid.
Such a great part of the song.
멤버들 다 같이. If you wanna chance, be not afraid. 다 같이 하는데 이거를 처음부터 나오는 거는 아닌 것 같고. 마지막 3절 그 정도만 떼창 나오고 그 전에는 순구랑 저랑만 하는 게. 근데 음방 생각했을 때 애들 파트가 뭔가 좀 있어서 좀 한 번씩 카메라 비춰줬으면 좋겠는 장치가 있었으면 좋겠어요.
Just so natural. It's just so effing natural, isn't it?
야, 100%다. 이때까지 들은 타이틀곡 중에 제일 좋은 것 같아.
Jesus Christ. The raw vocals, like
되게 컨셉추얼한 느낌.
Like, how do you not like just like? I'm supposed to hear it all the time, but like, I know they're still impressed, but like, I'd be like, who's the lead in our singer in our band, guys? Where do we find him?
야.
힘들다.
You did fantastic. Oh my god.
해보다가 두 군데 정도 조금 더 나오실 수 있겠는데 한 대 있어가지고요. 꺼내 들어 we can fire in motion 날 삼키는 트라우마
Chills. Chills. Love the jacket, by the way.
너 삐싸올라 있잖아요. 이해졌어요.
You can see the happiness on their face.
저 시원 너무 멋있는데.
오. 전체 거 많이 없어요.
진짜 멋있다.
You're so cool. Let's go.
모니터 볼게요.
Oh my god, they have a yellow Telecaster! It's my favorite color of Telecaster. It's always been my favorite color. They're freaking expensive though. Holy hell.
아쉽지?
네네.
이거 아니 나 팬더가 아쉬워서. 근데 너 뒤에도 다 아쉬울 것 같아가지고.
랜더도 그렇고 뒤에 그 비브라토를 넣어야 돼가지고.
그러면은 너가 한 대까지 한번 해봐봐.
네.
You got this. You got this, right?
한 번만 다시 해보겠습니다. 몇 번만 더 해볼게요.
And again, that's the thing. I think this is so important to show. It's the process. Things don't go always the way perfectly the first time. People, again, even like from our perspective, it's like that sounded amazing. From an artist's perspective, they're thinking to themselves like they're hearing every little intricacy, every little detail, right? And I feel like that's like so important, right? To see this as a fan of the music. And I think, you know, some fans won't even think of it that way. But like whenever I see anything like this, like a short of like a re-recording or something like this, or behind the scenes stuff like this as well, you understand like these idols, while like, you know, they have sometimes songs written for them or something like this as well, they like put so much like effort and time into like making sure that the experience for you as a listener is amazing, and the experience for them as an artist is worthwhile. You know what I mean? For sure. You feeling? Insane. It's very like supportive, right? It's very supportive, but direct, right? Which is what you probably get is when you're in a group for a while as well, you know?
아마 승무 다시 하고 싶을걸요.
어때?
다시 할까요? 좋은데 잘 불러볼게요.
Oh my god.
정확하죠.
And there's like the harmonies there as well. So there's the end of the video, I guess. Honestly, like Alligator, like this is one of those times where like, and this happens quite a bit with Rum Reacts, where like I'm like, I hope you give me permission to watch the rest of this. You know what I mean? People are like, you need permission to watch a video? No, I mean like, you never know if someone's like, well, we'll watch the next part next week. I would love to finish this off. This has been entertaining as heck. This has been so much fun to watch. I think that more and more, and like I think maybe I don't know if Alligator like ever got the vibe. For me, like, you know, when we first heard like N Flying, they were like very goofy and funny, right? And like I think like I was kind of like, okay, this is like a really funny and goofy and dorky group that has like some talent, right? You know what I mean? Like that's what I thought of at first. I was like, this is really interesting. Like it's like this is more of a comedy group, but like they have a great they have a great vocalist, great musicians. But like they're like, you know, they're more comedy. And then over time, like I've been able to witness with you guys how like they're actually like super mega talented at like almost everything that they do. Like every single thing they do is just like so well done. And I'm gonna say the word perfect here because when I say perfect in terms of like production and song work and stuff like this and how it sounds, I don't really mean that like it's a song that is the greatest song of all time when I say perfect. I just mean perfect in like there's not really hairs out of place when you listen to an N Flying song. There's not really a thing where it's like oh, that could have been different, that could have been better, that could have been this. And I feel like, you know, that's why it makes me appreciate the process behind this stuff before as well. Because then, as you said, they went from a comedy thing for me to like very quickly being like, oh, these guys are like mega talented. oh my God, these guys are like super handsome and mega talented. Oh my God, like what these guys can do with like their music and their emotions and their acting. And then like, I feel like it like all roads lead to like a place like this where it's like, okay, like even behind the scenes, their vocals, that they're amazing vocals and songs are actually like, you know, they're pretty much like studio quality. As like if they're in a restaurant together and they just start singing, it seems like they can just do studio quality recordings like right away, which I think is so impressive. The voices on display here were mesmerizingly beautiful, with like I was getting chills at some point as well watching this. It was really fantastic to see this. And I said it before, but like again, it's one of my favorite things to see this type of stuff, because again, I haven't seen much of it. I saw like the Idol stuff. I've seen some clips of like Islet recording behind the scenes. And I've seen like, YouTube shorts of like, a lot of Idol stuff, like say like with Xuan, doing the recording stuff and Xuan producing and stuff, because as well, like, and it is like one of the coolest things to see, which is like their behind the scenes recording. I used to watch it like when I was, again, I used to be in like, like Biffy Clyro, I would watch them do the recordings. And it's a perspective. It's a perspective, and it's so interesting how it is. It's entertainment, it's educational, and it's perspective changing, right? Where you understand, like, and we've understood this for like how much work goes into everything from dancing to vocals to production to how many takes they will do. Like they put thought into like the slightest emotion that's going into this, and you saw this here too. I love that in the end flying booth here. First of all, it's a great booth, by the way. I know it sounds weird to say, but like I've been around recording booths before, and sometimes it can be not as cool. This is like traditional, classic. It has even the color tones of a traditional classic recording booth, and it looked fantastic. But like beyond that, like I think that what was great about being in the booth with these guys here and watching this is that, as I said, it was supportive but direct. It was supportive, funny, charming, but they weren't being like, they weren't sugarcoating anything. They weren't being like this. They were saying exactly how they felt, which I think is so important as a band to understand that you need to be this way. Because I think sometimes as well, like, there's that thing where it's like, you see, and again, sorry for like, I feel like I'm using End Flying to like call out like bad K-pop fans sometimes. But I see K-pop fans like will see a video of like something and they'll be like, it seems that like they're angry at each other. And it's like, no, sometimes like, you have to be like, direct. And again, when you know people for that long, being direct is the best option. And I think they were very comfortable, direct, and supportive. I think that's so cool to see here as well. The summary of everything that I've seen here, honestly, I feel like is the biggest thing about this is that like the vocalists of End Flying have so much power in their voice, but it's so natural. And I know I shouldn't be stunned, but I feel like every time you watch any type of like there's production put on anyone's vocals when they go into performance. I feel like, it was almost like studio quality in the first second. At some point they opened their mouth and I was like, whoa, you know what I mean? And again, like I said, I never adhere to that thing where it's like, wait, so you're saying End Flying or like, no, it's not that the whole thing of like, oh, I like waffles, so I don't like pancakes. There's so many fantastic vocalists, like, as I said with the Idol stuff, like they blow me away as well. But I think it's okay to be blown away by this stuff all the time where it's like, holy crap, like they open their mouth and this note comes out like that. The experience that they have, the talent that they have, like how freaking shocking is that, I remember like when I sung in a band. And again, I'm not trying to compare it that thing. Like I didn't have training or anything like that, but like I remember like I was so self-conscious about the idea of just like singing in front of people without a microphone even, you know what I mean? Like the idea of like, I thought like when we were like writing songs and be like, oh, we could definitely record these at some point. It's like, man, like I hope I can do that by myself. It's like, no, you can't do it by yourself. We have to like judge it. It's like, yeah, but it's like, how do you do that? And to do that with such comfort, I think is a very impressive thing. My thoughts on End Flying as a group is great respect. You know what I mean? I have a great respect for them. I think that they're just such like a talented group that probably, I think maybe when they like have like a big comeback, they will have like a different like idea. But like they're probably one of the groups I don't see on like my feed a lot. And I guess that's probably normal. Like my feed, I will say this, just being completely honest with you, my feed is Loona, BTS, Zerobaseone, Artemis, a lot of like Lucemble, Islet. What else is on there as well? There's other groups on there as well, I think. Twice shows up a lot on my feed. What else shows up on my feed quite a bit? Random K-pop stuff that I wouldn't even know, by the way. Like, so there is other groups that show up. Like, for example, like I think like Cat's Eye show up a lot on my feed. But I don't really like know much about them and stuff like that. But yeah, End Flying doesn't show up on my feed, but like this one of those things where like, even if I don't see them a lot, I appreciate the heck out of them, if that makes sense. I have a lot of respect for them in so many different ways because I think they're so talented in such a natural way. Thank you for sending us in. The next video is sent in by Delicious Felix. Here's another VA cover, this time for Wildfire. Been wanting to send another one for a bit. So this has the Landau remix, so all the Landau voice actors. That's very, very fun. But Wildfire, let's check this out. Like all the time with like music is with there's gonna be lyrics and kind of honkai music. We're gonna be embracing it more than analyzing it, if that makes sense. Because we've listened to Wildfire, but this is a cover, so like we're gonna embrace it and talk about it in that way, if that makes sense. Maybe that sounds pretentious, but that's what I mean. Wildfire. This is a great. This is one of the best moments of the game, obviously. Oh wow.
Wrapped in biting wind, hearts will never bleed, frozen and burning.
Stunning tone, by the way.
Out of grief.
Why does this make me emotional already seeing the Landau siblings singing a song together for some reason?
Pulses flutter and sting within this bleakness.
Oh, the harmonies. Oh Lord. Whoa.
Pain will come with the blade.
Whoa. Heck. The voices are fantastic, aren't they? I have goosebumps. They all sound amazing. Bryson's voice is so sweet, right? And I think it's like voice actors usually have this thing where it's like, they have a lot of control over the voice. They're really good at this stuff too. Like, Damien Haas, for example, a voice actor who like I knew was a voice actor for a while, but then like did a karaoke stream one time and it's like, oh, you can sing really well. Because like I got a lot of talented voice actors can, because they have like so much control over the voice, and you hear that here as well. But you can also hear like the personality in their voice too as well. Bryson has like such a sweet tone, such a gorgeous sweet tone. Gorgeous. Ooh. Love the emotion she's putting into this. 110%. Some more harmonies. Yeah!
We made a choice, go fight against your fate.
Oh my god, what a song. You try not to go freaking nuts.
Unsheathe the sword not to kill. Unsheathe the sword to renounce. Clouds above the ground. Wake up, it's time to gather now.
Again, like such like an absolutely like stunning tone. Like they work together so well with their voices also. But like that song, to really like as a cover, I feel like it's a dangerous song to cover. To me, like it's like the same thing with like Holy Diver by Dio. Like Killswitch Engage pulled it off. You know what I mean? But it's one of those things where it's like, you're gonna cover that song? You're gonna cover that song, and then you hear and you're like, and a lot of times it can miss. We're like, oh, that didn't work out. But then you hear and you're like, oh my freaking god. It's like people who cover Zombie by the Cranberries, and it like works literally 1% of the time as a cover. You know what I mean? It reminds you of that, where it's like this isn't gonna work for everybody. You know what I mean? Because you need to get that impact as well. And when I talk about Zombie the Cranberries, by the way, like I feel like a lot of people don't know, like feel the meaning behind the song, so like they generally don't like cover it well. But yeah, it's really impressive what they did here. Oh my god, seeing Serval here. Of course, Serval the musician. She's so cool. Speaking of cool, the respect you get for this guy as time goes on, right? Oh, Lynxie. Great vocals together. The strumming. I thought that was it for the song. Yes! Oh, it's so sick. This is a song I will bop my head to and bang my head to forever. Gorgeous. So stunning. So stunning. Oh my god. Really, really fantastic stuff. I think that's like what's so great about like the covers, like that they do, like that the voice actors do, is that we usually have like a like, I hope there wasn't credits in that, by the way, because I literally looked away to the switch thing when the music song ended, so I hope there wasn't credits there, but like let me know if there was. If there was, I'll feel bad. But yeah, like there was a I think I said there, like I truly believe that, like, if like covers of songs, like obviously they can just be for fun, right? And that's like a really cool thing. Like, let's just do a cover of a song for fun. Totally on board for that. But with an amazing song like this, and a song that has so much emotion behind it for people, and such an impactful song for some people, you have to be prepared, I feel like, to like legitimately try and evoke some sort of emotions from people that like might not always be like there for some people. You know, some people might not like feel those same emotions that you had. That they might not feel the emotions that are in the song through your voice as well. And I used Cranberries' The Zombie Song because like a lot of people fail to cover that song well. It really just doesn't work sometimes when it's not sung by like an Irish singer. Really, it just really doesn't. But like, I feel like with this here, the reason why this works so well is that like they took it with like so much sincerity and beauty. Such gorgeous harmonies within the song as well, and they used the right timing and the right places to pick which vocals sang what part there as well. They all sounded amazing. Like they had like the very deep vocals of, again, the voice actors themselves. Like I was more like listening to the song, but like the voice actor for Serval having those kind of very like deep, not very deep, but deeper vocals. Because like I think Bryson was even like doing some of the more higher parts as well. With that too, the voice actor for Japard as well was doing some really fantastic stuff there as well. The voice actor's name was it's Natalie Vaughn, right? Natalie Vaughn, yeah, Natalie Vaughn, and then Risa May did an unbelievably great job as well, doing like some great harmonies and holding their own vocals too. And it's funny because like when I think of Risa May, I'm like that's a baby. No, that's a voice actor. You know what I mean? It's like I want to like be like, well done, Linksy, but it's like that's a voice actor as well, a grown voice actor who did that stuff too. So it's always like great to like hear what the voice actors can do. And as I said, like it's about like controlling the voice. Like these voice actors can do amazing stuff because they have such fantastic control in their voice. And you witness that here as well. Like these guys just like doing such fantastic performances from the perspective of having such great control and being so different and having such unique voices as well. Like I points there, like I chills. I was like screaming myself. Like, I was like, this is like so freaking cool to hear as well. But yeah, it's like a really awesome cover, like a really, really awesome cover with some to a great song. And that song already like gets you hyped. That song already makes me go like, oh my freaking God. So to hear it here again, in this fashion, in this cover, means a lot and is really cool to hear. I would say that like, this is like a big moment for Honkai, and this whole song is a big moment for Honkai. So I'm glad that like the not only is it like embraced by the audience in this way, but also embraced by the voice actors. You know what I mean? I think that's like a really cool idea to have. Like, you know what I mean? It's like it's also like embraced by the talent that is the around the game as well. Because I feel like that's one of my favorite things that Genshin does, is that the talent behind the voice acting, they love Genshin so much to the point that they will like also embrace all the songs that are done in this in it as well, and they will like sing the songs, and not only sings the songs, but like they will like make guest cameos. They really love it, and it showcases it here as well that they obviously care about this stuff as well. Thank you for sending this in, Felix. That was really cool. The next video is sent in by Flowerbit. It's time for another Loona solo. This was the 12th and final one, and it's from Hyeju, Stage name under Blockberry was Olivia High. Yes, actually, I always found that very interesting. Hyeju was the final member of YYXY or YY units. So like Eve, Shu, and Gohan, she has a forbidden fruit that she is consumed in the video. Hers is a blood plum. And in Loona, says lore representative animal is a wolf. Hyeju is the second youngest member of Loona. She's born in the same year as Cherry. Wow. And Hyeju had what we can only assume was the fastest training period of any idol, as she described it. She pretty much joined Blockberry, and after her first day, they immediately started preparing for... What? As you can see, the song features Jin Soul, but at the end of the MV actually has a cameo from Heejin, the first member of Loona, meaning the 12th and final member. That's a very interesting too. That should be like... To me, like, that's a fuck Blockberry moment, right? As much as like we're very glad that she debuted 110% and she's talented as heck and we know she's talented and all this stuff, great, right? Let the gal prepare a bit. You know what I mean? Let them prepare. But I think that what happened with Jaiden is, from interviews that I've seen, like, and like little snippets I've seen, right, and like shorts or clips or whatever, he had a vision and he was not letting anyone like get past it. Like the same thing happened, I think, with Cherry. He, like, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I think like Cherry's parents were like kind of like, oh, we don't really want her to become an idol because, like, you know, it's not like we want her to like to go to school or whatever. And he was like, please, this is my vision, please. And he the same thing with Azul, right? Like, some producers were like, we don't like Azul, and he's like, no, we're having Azul is here. You know, he had a vision. So let's check it out. So this is Olivia High, Loona, Egoist. I'm very interested to see what this is about. Loona. Very interesting. I've seen very little of Olivia High featuring Jinsoul, which is so interesting. Like, they don't have Jinsoul's stage name yet. The reason why I think I haven't seen a lot of her maybe is because she's not as active on stuff now, right? She's not as active stuff now, like in terms of like her I think she like she's just not in the public eye as much, which is okay, which is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Interesting start here with this like feather bed. Why do I have subtitles? What's up with like my subtitles turning on and off all the time? Oh, because I turned them off last video. My bad. Sorry. Your facial expression towards me. Oh wow. Great acting. Such interesting lyrics. Oh, that tone as well. Whoa. She has a great tone in her voice, doesn't she? And this like song already like is a song that like I think is like one of those songs I'm gonna have like on the workout playlist. I have like songs like I don't workout play, but like that just usually means like it's going into like my mixes that YouTube will do. I'll be listening to it later on as well. But obviously the song isn't even over yet, but I love that tone. I love like kind of like the R&B style as well. But the lyrics as well, like so good. The idea of like when people say like you know, someone's look towards you turning cold, and it's like, I want to kind of not like you, but like my heart won't let me do it at this point. I think even there as well, there was a line there. Sorry, here it is, sorry. Which I love as well. They say the time heals. Love that tone there. But even that became a pain for me. We're not going to pause as much as, by the way, sorry, just pausing right away. But like, that's such a beautiful line. People tell me that things are going to get better. That sucks now. That became a pain for me. I couldn't get over you. Her voice is great. Interesting video as well here. The Edge of Darkness. Great lyrics. Whoa! Yes! Oh my god! I'll live on. Look at these shots! The tone in her voice is fantastic, by the way. I love the lyrics. Love them. She's great at facial expressions. She's good at the acting stuff, for sure. Great. They fast tracked her. Like, look at the control in these movements. I know it's only a small thing, but like these dances are. Look at this. It's so simple, but like look at our movements here. They fast track. You sure they fast tracked her? It's so simple, but it's perfect. You know what I mean? Let you go to. Yeah, let them go. Let them go. F them. Interesting. This beat out of nowhere. It's very excitable, but it's fun, right? And it but the video is kind of like dark. Oh, the claw machine reaching down to her head. I wonder if that's like a feeling of like being oh wait, no, I think. Wait, the claw machine was something in Eve's video as well. I'll be honest, it's been what, like 2 weeks or a few weeks since we saw it. It's been actually 4 weeks since we saw that video. So please, Flower, but remind me of what that symbolism is, because I know it is something from Eve's video as well. It's just hard for me to always like remember. Like I will forget some stuff. So please let me know about that as well. Again, because that is a symbolism that's in Eve's video as well. Yeah. Oh my God! Wait, what? Wait, rapper Jinsoul! Soaked into my veins. Look at Jinsoul! I did not expect rapper Jinsoul! She looks fantastic, by the way, Jinsoul, of course. But like, yeah, like, I know Jinsoul didn't want to be a rapper, by the way. But like, I still think it's interesting that we have like rapper Jinsoul just randomly here in the song. The claw machine symbolism, right? The sin of... Wait, that's a Jinsoul thing, right? The sin of swallowing, right? You get bigger, bigger, beautiful you. You're mine now, I'm you. Soaked into my veins. We can't be separated. I know she didn't like being a rapper, but I think it's so fun seeing her as a rapper. Oh. And there's the plum as well, right? I love this. This is so good. I'll hold myself. She's such a gorgeous tone and voice at each moment, right? Really, honestly. Sorry about that, guys. I wanted to go back to here just for a second here. I had to cut there for a second, but I'm going to go back to here anyway, because I want to like focus on the lyrics for this verse as well. Ask you back just once. The dreams that I prayed for. Such a cool shot, isn't it? This is so well shot. Like the colors are great, the visuals are great. Love the chorus. I think it just works so well because of how amazing the tone in her voice is and how well it fits the song. Like that part. Da, da, da. It's great. Really great stuff. Space with countless stars. Love how they're breaking it down here. Love it. Love it. A blessing for me. Gorgeous. What? No. I love the messaging so much, but like it's just so mesmerizing, this video. No, put it down. What is this shot? I guess it could be the wolf stuff as well. This is incredible. The shooting of this is incredible. Burning of the bed as well. Do you think the burning of the bed could be symbolic of the idea of like not being stuck in one place anymore, because they started off like lying on this bed, and now it's like, I'm getting rid of this, I'm moving on. This was freaking, like, especially in these last moments here, like the breaking this song down like this. I didn't even realize how good of a voice Hyeju had. I really didn't. It's so soft, but it's like very like it's soft, easy to listen to, but it has like this beautiful like high tone that doesn't ever get grating or annoying. It's just like really, everything you hear it go a little bit higher, it's like still so stunning. It really is. Listen to this. Like, perfect. This shot's crazy. Taking her step. I love this. I love this. There's the claw machine again. I love this messaging. See, there's all the red feathers as well. Like, there's a sadness to the song, but like, it's also like a really like fantastic. The lyrics are fantastic for it, like, and there's great power as well. Uplifting as well, I feel, you know. The burning cassette player, by the way, the cassette tape, I remember actually I remember that for sure. I think it was like to do with like the idea of like, the cassette tape, by the way, I think that's to do with the idea of like, how do I say it? Like it's like the loop, I think it was the loop, of like, and like the whatever, like direct, like destiny they had or like fate they had as well. But I want to maybe try to look up the claw machine stuff as well if I can. So maybe I'll look it up in a second, because I remember there was stuff with the claw machine as well, which is like a really cool like idea of symbolism as well. Let's see if there's anything else in this. Oh, there is. Of course, the Hyeju thing. What am I doing? This feels like very connecting then, right? Oh my god, Hyeju. They're freaking babies, man. Like, what the hell? They're babies. Look at them. Fuck Blackberry. Okay, so this is called Egoist, right? Egoist, and I'm assuming it was called Egoist because it's like the good side of ego, which is loving yourself and embracing yourself and understanding to have time for yourself. It is the beautiful side of having an ego. That's what I would say. Because I think sometimes the idea of ego is seen as a bad thing, but I think that what they're trying to represent in this song is the idea of like how painful it can be to let someone go, but understanding that to love yourself is like a very beautiful thing as well. And embracing yourself and relying on yourself is a very beautiful thing as well. Like the song even started off like in a very heartbreaking way. Like I thought this was going to be like an unbelievably heartbreaking way to start a song, but there was beautiful in a sense that like the lyrics were so well written. Like the idea of how instantly you can understand that idea as well, where it's like, you know, I want to despise you for like how you make me feel, but I can't. You know what I mean? Like that thing we've all known someone, where it's a friend, a loved one, someone who it's like I so desperately want to be able to just not like this person for what they've done, but holy freaking hell, I still have a care for them. Also, the line as well to start as well that had the idea of like, well, even that word that people say, hey, things will get better, frustrates the heck out of me. Even that is frustrating. And I think you can totally understand that as well, where like from anyone's perspective, where it's like people keep telling me it's going to be okay, things will get better in time, but that can become more and more frustrating when like, well, yeah, I still have to sit through that time. I still have to sit through that feeling. But then the song kind of opens up, I feel like, as well, where they're kind of like, it's like, I'm going to love myself now, you know, from now on, I'll love myself, you know, instead of you as well, which is the important part as well. It's like, I'm going to live on and become myself and be a better version of myself. Take better steps into the world and hold myself, embrace myself, love myself, give everything I have to myself, which is such a beautiful way to contrast the first verse already, right? What a way to change a song and have a song have multiple meanings. It's a heartbreaking song, I feel like. It still is a sad song. But it's also a song I feel like that is like very, I don't want to say uplifting because I don't feel uplifted. I feel like proud and like happy in a way, but also kind of like there's still that somber feeling in the back where it's like you even had to feel this way in the first place. But like I love the idea of just like, I'm gonna let you go. You're gone. I have to embrace this new version of myself and embrace this new feeling that I have as well. The Jinsoul rap part as well, before we go any further, there was talk of like devouring and like stuff, because like that's a very like Jinsoul thing, I feel, right, as well, right? That idea of like absorbing and devouring. And recently I saw a meme, it was an actual interview that Jinsoul did. I believe that in the interview she said, and I could be wrong, I could be paraphrasing, that her fish that she has, and again, it was like the idea of like that fish like can absorb people or whatever, and at first I just thought she was being weird, but maybe that's just like Loona lore that she like absorbs absorbs, you know. And again, if that was Loona lore when we heard Sing in the Rain, correct me, because again, it's been so long. There's no problem reminding me of that flower bit as well, because, you know, there's, as you will admit yourself, the Loona lore is crazy, vast, gigantic. The Bible wishes it could fill a book as much as the Loona lore could. You know what I mean? It's crazy that way, but like I think that's Jinsoul's thing, because it was like the sin of swallowing you again, which again she has the sin of swallowing the sun as well. That's like the Jinsoul thing as well. But she also said then afterwards, Jinsoul was like even after that, like, you know, we will become one. I am me, I'm you. And what if that's like another thing where it's like I like will embrace each other now as well. You know, you're was like soaked into my veins. But it's like, yeah, also the idea of like embracing that person, and becoming one with that person. Which like, is such a weird line. Which, by the way, can I say, like, seeing rapping Jinsoul, I know she didn't like it. I know she didn't like being a rapper. I know it wasn't her favorite thing in the world. But like, it's kind of crazy that every time I see it, like I go like, oh my god, it's rapping Jinsoul. Because the few times we have seen it, like we see it like once or twice, I feel like. But when we do see it, it's like, oh my god, you know, it's like seeing a celebrity you haven't seen in a few years. You're like, oh, look who it is. And like, again, she's not bad at it. You know what I mean? Even though she doesn't like it, she's not bad at it. But I feel like her part was all about like this idea of like an insert, like kind of like I'm like about some sort like idea of becoming one with maybe Olivia Hye here with Hyeju. There's even a part of the song where like the verses are very somber, like the idea of like even like Hyeju like says like at one point I wanted you back. But like now I have to like live for myself, you know what I mean? Now I like, even at one point, if I felt this way, because again, that's something that happens in relationships or loved ones or people you love, where like you can feel like at some point it's like, oh man, I want to be back with this person, and then like you end up like not want to be back with this person because like they don't they're not good for you, they're not a good person for you. But like I love the idea of living for yourself, living for today, moving forward. It's such a beautiful message. In terms of like the vocals, I said it during the song, she has an amazing tone. Her soft and high vocals like going together like are just like so incredible, to the point that it's actually like, you know, something I wasn't expecting. Not because I didn't think she was talented, because again, the Loona gals in general, from what I've seen, are amazingly talented. They're so talented. But I feel like Olivia Hyeju, I've seen the least of. Maybe her and Yeonjin. I can never pronounce the names always right. But I feel like I've seen like, you know, a lot of them, but I feel like they're the two I've seen the least of. But that's the journey we're going on, Flowerbird, right? That's the journey we're going on. We get to be surprised and embrace new songs and stuff, I guess, from these groups. I have seen like compilations on like, you know, YouTube Shorts and clips of her on Twitter where it's like, you know, Olivia Hye gets angry at someone. Olivia Hye, you know, like Hyeju tells Jinsoul to cheer up or something like that. You know what I mean? So obviously she is like a tough gal, I've get from that idea, and she's like someone who's like, a gentle wolf, you know what I mean? That's probably the best way to put it as well. But yeah, the tone was amazing. The vocals are amazing. I actually thought like her timing with her dance moves was actually like really good. But then again, of course, it is a video. So obviously I'm not saying that like she didn't put like amazing work and this was like a first take. You know what I mean? She's incredible in that sense. Seeing Heejin at the end, I think is fantastic. I think it's so good because it connects it. It's like a circle now. It's like a perfect circle. And I think a really cool way they connected it there. Yeah, I thought this was fantastic. I thought this was really great. Can I say as well, like Jinsoul's roles in these songs, to me, feel like terrifying sometimes. Jinsoul is an unbelievable. She's my Artemis bias along with Cherry, right? My Loona bias has become Go On. But like I really feel like every time I see Jinsoul there's no in between. It feels like Jinsoul's already the most adorable character in Loona, where it's like, oh my god, like that's like so good to see. Look what she's singing about. Or she's like saying something so terrifying that it's like, what the hell is happening here? You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? You know? And I feel like she has that sometimes in like in Aramis as well. Would you say that Flower Bit as well? And other Loona fans where like she will have like one line. She has more than one line, but she'll have one line that changes the whole song completely. But yeah, Jinso, like literally she will like have a line like randomly where like it's like, oh, that's like a like it just changes the song sometimes. And I feel like that happened here as well. And then like in Icarus, like recently, like right, she had that line where she's like, and now I was like, and now with you I will play. And it's like it makes you feel like slightly a little bit like uncomfortable, but at the same time it's like that's like really intriguing. What does she mean by this? And that's Jinsol, right? Whatever Jinsol's added to the song, it's like, what does she mean? What do you say? What Jinsol? Say it again, you know? Because it's always like a little bit like beautifully sinister, you know what I mean, in a way. But like I feel like Jinsol is that's Jinsol. Even like in Birth, right? She's that character who like gets embraced by the mother, and I call it the mother in my own theories now, but gets embraced by the mother, and she's the only character that after getting embraced by the mother looks to the camera and smiles. You know what I mean? She's like that's like. Jinsol's such an interesting character. Sorry to make this about Jinsol, but I think it's a big part of the song as well. But yeah, beautiful stuff. Thank you for sending us in. Love this stuff. Really cool. You know what it was? You know what? I think what it was with the claw machine, by the way, I think it was actually like legitimately like that was Eve in another world, like lifting her up. I think it's what it was. I think it was you trying to find the other members. That's really cool. That's really freaking cool. That's freaking awesome, honestly. The next video is sent in by Golden Witch Beatrice and is taking a quick break from Umineko to hop on over to One Piece. Time to learn some geography. Oh lord, I actually like geography. So in school at least, back then in the ancient times. Two things to keep in mind with this video. Fans have speculated that the planet is at least 10 times bigger than the Earth, given that it's all been stated that there are at least over 20 million islands, which are all vary in size. Jesus. It's all a common assumption that there's a planet, planet is possibly the size of Jupiter. Of the near 30 years of the publication, the author Eiichiro Oda hasn't given a definitive answer on this. There's an outdated part of the video where the creator says the audience hasn't seen a certain type of island in the series, yet now it's untrue based on the most recent arcs. Okay, very interesting. Enjoy, they say as well. Let's check it out.
My treasure? Why, it's right where I left it. It's yours if you can find it, but you'll have to search the whole world.
Hey, that's the premise, right? They're searching for treasure?
101, the series that breaks down everyone and everything in the One Piece world.
That's cool.
Today we're taking a look at just that, the ever-detailed and expanding One Piece world.
I know, I like that, like focusing on something like this.
The One Piece world is a globe, just like Earth, although that's pretty much where the similarities end. The geography of the One Piece world can get a little confusing, so to help us along, we're going to go ahead and flatten that globe for now. As you'd expect in a manga about pirates, the overwhelming majority of the world is covered in sea, represented by this blue
Understandable,
area.
yeah, understandable.
Although the main story of One Piece takes place in a fraction of this sea, known as the Grand Line.
Okay.
The Grand Line is a powerful current that circumnavigates the globe, containing hundreds of unique islands. This stretch of water is incredibly unpredictable and dangerous when it comes to weather, and due to special magnetic waves that emit from each island, regular compasses fail upon entering the waters.
Wait, what?
A commonly used method for navigating the Grand Line is via the use of a log pose, a device that records magnetic waves of one island and then points to the next island for the user to travel.
So that's very cool, but I think it's already cool just like creating your own thing for your own world, you know what I mean? Like, and it already makes your world instantly interesting. If you're like saying like, oh yeah, compasses don't work here. Like it grabs you. Like if you're telling your friend about the story you're writing, you know what I mean? I know this is such a basic example, but like, and you're like, oh yeah, they all live in this world. They live in a castle and it's like getting attacked by, you know, another army. And they're like, okay, I've heard this story before. But then if you go, and by the way, everyone's castles are made of a different type of, you know, sugar-based treat. It's like, I'm listening. You know what I mean? I know it's a bad example. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, they don't use compasses here. They can't use compasses in this world. It's like, oh, okay. There's something to this. You know, it's something different instantly.
To travel to a specific island within the Grand Line, you need to possess what is known as an eternal pose of the island.
What?
And this permanently logs an island's magnetic waves and will always point towards it as a result.
I love how they, like, there's something unique to this show.
The Grand Line plays host to 4 different broad types of islands: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And just a quick fun fact that I wasn't aware of before I started doing this video: in over 20 years of One Piece, we have not yet traveled to a single autumn island. Hence the need for a random stock photo.
So they have already
Crazy,
now
isn't it?
done that.
In any
Okay,
case,
that's what you were
even though
saying.
the Grand Line weather is unpredictable, these islands are able to maintain their individual climates all year round and vary rapidly from island to island.
Didn't know
For example,
that.
it's possible to go straight from a summer island to a winter island without passing through a spring climate.
Wow.
Of course, there are also special case islands that don't fit into one of these four.
That's right. I did not know that whatsoever. Like about the changing of the about like how the islands would keep maintain their weather over like all year round, which then makes it again another thing that makes it super unique. That makes it like, you know, attention grabbing to me anyway. It makes it attention grabbing almost instantly.
Seasons in the Grand Line. For example, the island of Little Garden is a paradise where dinosaurs did not go extinct due to the island being able to maintain an extreme climate from prehistoric
That's
times.
so fun.
There's also Raijin Island, where lightning falls in much the same way rain does, as well as Enislobby, an island where it is always daytime.
This is
Now,
also
at this point,
cool.
I should mention that the Grand Line isn't just some random current in the middle of a vast ocean. It is incredibly difficult to get to, due to being surrounded on either side by stretches of water known as the calm belts. Now,
What?
if the Grand Line is the epitome of unpredictable weather, the calm belts are the exact opposite. These stretches almost never experience any sort of ocean current or winds blowing, making them nearly impossible to sail through without a self-propelled vessel.
Oh, I was wondering how, like, what was the issue, but then of course, like, yeah, like, like boats usually require, at least back with pirates and stuff like sails, right? But I guess self-propelling would be it too. I'm guessing a big part of One Piece fandom, and maybe I'm wrong. I thought obviously the characters are really fun and funny and stuff, I guess, but I say like a big part of the fandom, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's probably to do with like, oh, what's this island going to look like? You know, living within that island with the characters for a while as well. Because I can imagine like every time you go to an island, it's like going to a different world in the video game. You're like, oh my god, I can't wait to see what this is like. I can't wait to see what the people are like. I can't wait to see what the food is like. I can't wait to see what like their laws are like and the rules are like. And I love that like about say like Dragon Quest, for example, going to different cities, different ecosystems and biomes. And that's like JRPG 101, where it's like, oh my god, I can't wait to see what this is like. But in this case, like the islands are like, you know, like this all year round, I suppose.
And even if you do find a way to sail efficiently, the bigger issue with the calm belts is that they are a breeding ground for sea kings.
Oh,
extraordinarily gigantic, unique, and generally savage creatures that attack whatever is within reach.
They're great
which,
drawings,
if
but they're
you're a sea
terrifying.
king, is a lot of things. With that said, it has been recorded that Marines are able to travel through the calm belt using sea stone lining at the bottom of their ships, which can apparently mask their presence from sea kings. Furthermore, some people even make the calm belt their home. For example, Boa Hancock's island of Amazon Lily is situated in the calm belt.
Well,
Now,
that's
moving
interesting,
on,
okay.
the Grand Line itself isn't actually a single stretch.
But living in the calm belt, I guess like that would mean that like you're basically protected from anything that would have like that's not a self-propelled boat, right? So like you probably have like your enemies or anyone who wants to go to your island to take it over would probably be few and far between, I guess.
Of sea. It is divided in the center by the Red Line, which is the only landmass classified as a continent in the One Piece world. It is
Okay.
extraordinarily tall, rises far above sea level, as well as all the way to
This
below
image looks
sea level.
scary to me too. And the reason this looks scary, by the way, we'll skip back a little bit in a second here. The reason it looks scary to me is like I'm terrified of like gigantic masses within water. Terrified. When I see like oil rigs, it makes my skin crawl for some reason. I don't know why.
Landmass classified as a continent in the One Piece world. It is extraordinarily tall, rises far above sea level, as well as all the way to below sea level, and makes travel
All the-
between segments of the Grand Line quite difficult.
Goes to the
Although
bottom of
there
the
are
ocean?
parts available, which I will get to later.
That's
Not
nuts.
much of the Red Line has actually been explored thus far in the story. However, we do know that the Holy Land of Marijois is located at the pinnacle of the continent. And this really
Interesting.
is
Okay,
the
so there's
final
places there.
main piece of the One Piece world puzzle. With the addition of the Red Line comes two major separations. The first is the formation of the four blue seas, known as North, East, South,
This
and
is so
West
cool.
Blue. These
This
seas
is so
function
cool.
very regularly by real-world standards and don't generate any particularly strange weather, nor do sea kings tend to congregate in them, although it's not unheard of. The second important separation the Red Line brings is cutting the Grand Line in half. Separately, these two entities are known as Paradise and the
this
New
is
World. Now, the section known
Genius.
as
I know like it's something, it seems very simple, right? But like, I feel like, you know, it's first of all, the video is genius as well. It's like instantly understandable for me, but like also at the same time, like I just love learning about like all this different like geographical differences between each parts of these worlds. Because again, like for me, like One Piece, I thought it was just like travel around the Earth and just go to like different places, and that's what they did. They just sailed. But like, there's a whole like as a sailor in this water, you have to remember the usual things as you're sailing through water, as you would as a normal sailor would. And you also have to remember like all these different intricacies on the depending on which part of like, I know it's the same, like again, that's what I'm saying. If you're like someone who's sailing in the real world, you have to know that like every single geographical location, every single location on the map that you go to will have a different energy and a different like set of difficulties to pass through. The One Piece characters have to do that by a million, apparently. Like all this different stuff, but it's so unique and so interesting. Like learning about the stuff with the red line and how like how that separates everything, the different sections of the water, which makes sense. You would have like different sections, but also just what they call it. You know what I mean? I love that they have different names for the different sections too. And again, it sounds so simplistic, but I adore world building, and this is world building to the max.
Paradise is everything I detailed in my explanation of how the Grand Line functions. However, the New World is very different. This is by far the most dangerous stretch of water in the One Piece world, commonly experiencing catastrophic and apocalyptic weather conditions. In fact, this part of the world is so harsh that the first half of the already difficult Grand Line was given the name Paradise as a result. With that said, sailing in the New World is far from impossible.
So are they saying... Sorry, can I skip this back for a second here as well?
Dangerous stretch of water in the One Piece world.
I need to skip it here. I'm so sorry, guys.
So they're saying... explanation of how the Grand Line functions. However, the New World is very different.
Right.
This is by far the most dangerous stretch of water in the
That's what I thought they were saying. So they're saying that the New World is so dangerous that the other part is called Paradise. That's hilarious.
World, commonly experiencing catastrophic and apocalyptic weather conditions. In fact, this part of the world is so harsh that the first half of the already difficult Grand Line was given the name Paradise as a result. With
That's
that said,
hilarious to me.
sailing in the New World is far from impossible.
Like, it's interesting and awesome, right? It's interesting and awesome, but it's so hilarious that they're like, yeah, this place is paradise compared to this.
While a regular log pose won't work due to the islands constantly changing and hiding in some cases their magnetic fields, a New World log pose was invented for more consistent travel across the seas. It should also be noted that the New World is the only part of this planet not currently under control of the world government, and is in fact ruled by the Yonko, the world's four most powerful pirates locked in constant struggle with each other.
So there's even different, like, rulers over different sections, different, like, political battles, I guess, over different sections?
So looking at this map, entering the Grand Line without crossing the Calm Belt looks fairly impossible. However, there are a few known entry points that can be used from the four blue seas. To illustrate that, we first need to point out that the Red Line itself also circumnavigates the world, and as a result, it intersects with the Grand Line twice. So the flattened globe map ends up looking a bit more like
yeah,
this.
because it's a globe.
Now, at one of those intersections is a landmark known as Reverse Mountain. From
What?
here, there is a direct path from each of the four seas into the first half of the Grand Line Paradise. Although it does require sailing uphill through a very narrow passage with incredibly rapid currents. In fact, most pirates who venture into the Grand Line perish on their way through Reverse Mountain.
I bet.
Before ever entering the sea they were seeking. For the other half of the Red Line that's...
I'm half expecting, like, there's so many, like, this is no wonder, like, One Piece, like, I already knew One Piece was gonna have, like, a deep lore to it and stuff, I guess, like, but, like, it's not only the story, like, this world in general on the baseline without even meeting a single person is dangerous. Like, without even, like, meeting another pirate that's gonna kill you, meeting a character that's gonna kill you, meeting a monster, it's like, oh yeah, just traveling is dangerous if you want to get through here.
Paradise in the New World, there is no such path. The only option is to either go over the Red Line or under the Red Line. Which brings us nicely to our next illustration.
So it's not the bottom. Okay, so it doesn't stretch down to the exact bottom of the ocean. It's just but it's deep.
Everything we've discussed so far is but one layer of the One Piece planet, but the world extends far above and far below sea level.
Oh, that's scary.
So let's take what we've done so far and turn it into a cross section representing sea level. About 7,000 meters below sea level is an area known as the underworld of the sea.
Right, okay.
This part of the world is so deep that light cannot penetrate it, allowing it to become home to some rather extraordinary creatures.
No, I'd be done. Just knowing that exists would be me done. I have such a fear of the water. It's crazy. Subnautica. I played Subnautica. and that game is one of the most terrifying games in the world to me. But like I became less afraid as I went through the game, and as like now that I came back to it after a while, just to play a bit of it for fun, and I couldn't do it. It was so terrifying again. There's something so terrifying about the water. I think what scares me most about the water, right, is that the baseline of why it's scary is that it's not our home. You know what I mean? It's just not our home. And the fact that like there's like these primordial creatures living under it, it's like we've a lack of control of our bodies underwater. We have a complete disadvantage about anything that's under there, and it's terrifying and it's dark and it's murky, and there's things even in our world we still don't know what's around there. There's creatures we have not found in our world
that have either developed bioluminescence or who rely on senses other than sight. So far there has been no evidence of any particularly intelligent life on this level, and it seems more like an area that is required to pass through in order to reach the next layer of the world, known as the sea floor. Now this layer sits 10,000 meters below sea level and is host to a whole world of intelligent life in the form of villages and even entire islands, the most notable of which is Fishman Island, which sits directly under the red line and is commonly used as a pathway to pass from paradise into the new world.
Very cool.
And that's pretty much as far down as we can go in the One Piece world. However, we have yet to explore going up. At 7,000 meters above sea level, we have the White Sea, an area made up of sea clouds which display similar qualities to sea water, and is able to be used as such by
This is just heavenly though, right? Like the creativity of this is heavenly, like, and again, it's just one of those things where like, I know there's One Piece games, but like I would love just like an open world, like I can explore like all these places. Like if this was a JRPG, like I heard about this stuff, like even though I'm afraid of underwater, and I'd be there, you know?
Some of the clouds are even tangible and able to form islands of their own. With that said, very little life exists in the White Sea, and while there are apparently many different ways to reach the White Sea, only one has been shown thus far. This method involves using the knock-up stream, a highly pressurized water stream that shoots upwards from the Blue Sea into the White Sea. But the White Sea isn't the end of it. Above the White Sea is the infinitely more interesting White Sea, which exists 10,000 meters above sea level. On this layer we have fully formed and inhabited sky islands.
So
the most
cool.
prominent example of which is the large Skypiea, although others have also been seen, including the island of Weatheria and the unknown island that Aruj took refuge on after retreating from the forces of
I think this is
Charlotte
Sony.
Lynn. The pathways to access the White Sea from the White Sea are unique to each Sky Island, given the inconsistent nature of clouds. For example, to get to Skypiea, you can pass through Heaven's Gate and take the Milky Road, but you won't be able to travel from Skypiea to another island on the White Sea.
Because it's different.
You'd assumedly need to go back down to the White Sea or even the
I
Blue
love that.
Sea and
I do
find
love
another
that.
way up from there. So with that in mind, we
It
take
makes every world so unique, right? And it makes everything feel different as well.
all of this, smush it into a ball, and that's the One Piece world.
This
And
video was
somewhere
fantastic.
amongst all of that is the legendary island of Raftel, where the One Piece itself is waiting to be claimed. It should also be noted that there is a whole other layer of One Piece that exists in outer space, and we've even seen
Crazy.
life on one of the planet's many
There's
moons.
still more.
But that's a video for another time. So that about does it for the basics of the One Piece
No,
world.
amazing,
If you
amazing.
enjoyed this video, then please feel free to like, favorite, or subscribe, and comment with who, what, or where you'd like to see featured in the next One Piece 101.
I didn't know all this stuff at all. Like I wasn't aware of like how vastly different and crazy the One Piece universe really was. And when I say crazy, I think it's actually like very grounded in its own way, but I think it also has some very like amazing like otherworldly things. But like it's one of those things where like I think it's a testament to how good the world building is. Maybe it's how good this video is as well. Is that like even though they're describing a lot of crazy stuff, I'm still listening going like, oh, that makes sense. You know, oh, that's cool. Oh, that's so unique. And it's like, it feels like very real and tangible. But again, the person who made the video, like is, you could tell they're very passionate and they wanted to express this, and they really have such a, I don't know how to say that, they have such a knowledge about this place, but it comes from a place of like I think that they're just very good at getting the point across about this place and educating people about this place, because now I feel like I know a lot more about One Piece than I did before, and that's crazy, right? Because again, as I saw One Piece before I watched this video, I knew that it was a place where you explored like amazing, like gorgeous and beautiful locations, and they were so cool to look at and so beautiful. I knew that it was about like finding like this cheap piece of treasure and things like this. And I knew there's like funny characters and amazingly designed characters with beautiful locations, all this stuff. I knew that, but I didn't know it was like spaced out in such a way that is so unique to One Piece. To the fact that like the world building in here, and again, that's I think world building is so important, and I love the way they do the world building, and that's what's so impressive to me about this game is the world building. I adore good world building in a game so much. Excuse me. Sorry, it's late at night when I'm recording this. It's not the video. I actually love the video. But it's I love the I love world building in video games and in TV shows and in movies. And in fact, you guys probably heard me before. I love when people like when there's shops, there's like buildings, there's a culture, there's like an ecosystem, there's a system of money, a system of like how they do politics. I love all this stuff, and the fact that in the One Piece world there's like control over different parts of the oceans. There's like knowledge about like how you should navigate different parts of the ocean. They have their own way of navigating things in the Grand Line. There's no air in some places, so you have to like use self-propelled machines. There's places under the ocean and deep down under that part of the ocean. There's places in the sky, but you can only get to those places in the white sea if you like do specific things. There's like different places like there's this thing that separates like two parts of the ocean, and one of them is so dangerous that the other part became paradise. Like that's world building. In one video, I have like understand One Piece so much more now. I understand how dangerous the ocean is and how much like thought went into the world building of this show. Legitimately, like, and not just a show. I know it's a manga as well, but like they like from I just know it as a show first, I suppose. And then I heard of it. There was a manga as well. It's so impressive to me. And I think like what like is the most impressive thing to me is that like I'm looking at this from the perspective of like, oh my god, like these characters or these characters, I now know they have to go through so many dangerous things. It's almost like feeling sorry for them in a way, you know what I mean? It's like, oh my god, you guys have to do all this. You guys have to do all this. Like before you even get that far, you have to like do all this shit, And excuse me for swearing, by the way. This is Late Night Calvin, Late Night Calvin. But yeah, I adored this. I adore the world building of One Piece. And when I say, like I said it before, like I love world building. I've talked about before to a basic level of how like The Simpsons builds their world. I love that. Like how they have like how you get used to that world, how you understand that world, how you understand how you are there. To something like Near Replicant, where you understand like how they do shopping, where the places you shouldn't go, the places that are dangerous, how to navigate certain areas, why you shouldn't go out at this time, who plays the music in the tavern, all those things that do the world building. And in One Piece, where it's like, this, you can't go, this place is dangerous, this place is really calm, this place is really beautiful in the sky, but it takes a while to get there. There's really smart creatures deep down in the water below. There's a mountain of different islands. There's a big, gigantic separation between the ocean that can only be passed through in a certain way that some sailors never even return from that place as well. This is all world building that like ingrains into my mind, and I freaking love it. I love it to pieces. It's why I wanted to become a comic writer. Because when I was a kid, because like I was like, and it's why I'm writing a comic now as well, is because while I love writing stories, I'm also like, I'm not trying to be like, I'm like the One Piece. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like I'm very amateur when it comes to it, but like my drawings are very amateur. But like I love the idea of someone reading my stuff and being like, oh my god, the world feels real. You know what I mean? Nothing kills a show worse for me, or a movie or a TV show or a comic more for me, is that if I cannot feel what's going on in the world around the characters. If it's just about the characters and just about those specific things, but I don't know what's happening, down the road at certain times, I don't get a feel for what world they're in right now, then it's like, it legitimately doesn't work for me that much. And I think One Piece does a good job with that world building, if that makes sense. Fantastic video. Great video. I was going to say I'll see you very soon. This is very Late Night Calvin. I'll see you very soon, guys. Bye-bye. Everyone else's videos are gone. The next video is sent in by Heck, and this video is the world revolving, and it's a Deltarune animation. So let's check this out. Let's go. It means to be free. Oh my god, the animation style is already so cool. It's like similar to the one from last week. It probably is the same thing as last week, I'd say, or the one we watched before, for sure. The freaking like heavy dance beats already. I love this style. I really do. Oh, look at Chris's face. So freaking cool. With the music as well in the background. The style is unmatched, it really is. And like we said it before, like it has like a like it's almost like hand drawn and like it's a little messy, but like intentionally messy, right? It's intentionally supposed to be like a little bit fluid. It feels like the actual colors could fall out of the lines at any moment, but it makes the actual combat so fluid as well, you know? It really does. Oh my god! Susie with a punch! Let's ride the carousel. Oh no, Chris looks freaking cool. Chris looks so cool. My heart goes out to all you sinners. Gorgeous music, oh my god. Things don't seem such weird lighteners. Look at Wall say. The fear on their face, they did such a good job with that. Oh my god. Here's my final chaos. Great stuff. No, it's great. It's so cool. Oh, and they're all blocking it together. It's so neat. I think it is the same one as before. Yeah, I think it is. But yeah, that was so amazing. I always think like with these animations, I'm gonna check the channel as well to see if it is the same. I think it is the same one we watched before. It is definitely the one we watched before. I think so. It is the same channel as we watched before. I think so. Yes, because the other one we watched was Aurora Night Fight animation, which was fantastic as well. But yeah, I said it before. Like I love the animations that they do with this. I think it's always so fantastic what we've seen here. Like it's so fluid and fast, and like the impact of the music as well. Like and like there's something to it that like, you know, it's beautiful music to listen to, and even like the heavy dance beats like sound really great. But I feel like the heavy dance beats like create this like urgency and this anxiety that works so well with the animation too. And then like the beautiful like toned music in the middle there that like also works pretty well at like bringing down the tone a little bit before it goes back up again. But yeah, the animation is always so great in this in these videos, in the two videos I've seen so far, and I love the style that they draw all the characters in. Chris looks absolutely fantastic in this style. Like they look legitimately like so cool. This is how like, you know, I think maybe a lot of players might even imagine their characters as they're going through this world. I always imagine them like a little bit shorter, but like I love to see people's interpretation of the characters as well. And I really feel like this is like a great way of showing off Chris as like a superhero. You know, they're like a hero themselves, not a superhero, but like a hero, like a true hero of a prophecy of some kind. And like that's like what they deserve. That's what they deserve. I love seeing them all like do their different moves together. Susie getting in a few punches there. Ralsei doing their magic, the blocking of the blade together as well. They really did a good job with the Jeevil thing as well, because like he's so intimidating here, but again, such like a great design at the same time too, that it just works like really, really well all together. But like I said, like the animation style is so cool. It has like a messy vibe to it, but like again, it's like intentional in a way that like makes everything like move so fast, and it feels like it can be like very loosey goosey in a way. In a cool way, where it can like when characters are moving so fast and they turn into kind of like flashes of color, it fits so well with the style too. Yeah, this is fantastic. A really, really cool animation once again. I think that this artist is amazing, really amazing. It's one of those situations that like I think that like I strive to have like an art style like this. I really do strive to have something like this, because again, I'm not like you know, I love my art style in my own way, the art style I have, but like I also like look at this stuff and I'm like, man, I wish I had an art style. I guess I really do, because it looks absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for sending us in. Heck. The next video is a mistake that I made. It's C418 Aria Math, a Minecraft Volume Beta piano cover. But last week I accidentally skipped over this the week before this for user Malcolm Kunde. What happened was, it happens sometimes like when you're going through a big list of like videos, I tend to just like by accident will be like just move over one when I'm copy and paste stuff. It just happens, and then like I don't check again because like obviously like I've already been in that section. Why would I check it again? But I'll be double checking all the time now as well. So I'm going to be doing a double one this week. This is for Malcolm. Thank you so much for sending in this video. Let's check it out. With the piano covers, we tend to just like relax into it. You know what I mean? Kind of sit into it a little bit. Go a little deeper into our feelings. Gorgeous stuff. And Minecraft has like amazing music, right? It does have amazing music, even like though like it's a game that like might not be considered great. And I think Malcolm even said here, sorry, I got the text up as well. Minecraft is one of those games where the OC always hits in the best moments. I've heard some stuff from it. It actually is really beautiful. And I consider C418 to be one of the best games and OC's composers out there. For many of the songs represent a great deal of nostalgia for when they were played in the game in much simpler times. Honestly, like, yeah, like I think that like it's underrated, right, in terms of its music, and not many people would expect how good the music is in Minecraft. I actually haven't played Minecraft myself much beyond like a few things like 10 years ago, but like whenever I see clips of it, it always has like great music in the background. Gorgeous, isn't it? So gorgeous. Like it's so deep, like it hits you, right? It definitely does. Like, you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like the end of, like the pre-end of a JRPG when everything's kind of going wrong, if that makes sense. Gorgeous stuff. Like, you know what I mean? When it's like everything feels like it's like darker. It's like the in-between of like something bad that just happened before you get your feelings back, you know? It feels like that. So stunning. Like I can imagine myself exploring like a magic like cave or like a broken down castle. And then the harmonies here as well. Like I said, would you call it harmonies, Malcolm? You could tell me. But it's obviously like when two people would play the instrument at the same time, right? But he's doing it like in the video itself. Very cool. It's getting a lot like more full, the sound, right? Maybe intentionally so as well. Gorgeous stuff. Talk about getting deeper as well, right? It's so gorgeous. It's so gorgeous. Like how that resonates like in your head and like reverberates in your head, you know? Ooh. Little pause as well. I know it's very like common for maybe a piano cover, but I love the contrast between the deep and the higher tones. I know it's so common for piano. I know it is, but like it's just so beautiful. Oh. Just stops me in my tracks. It really does. Gorgeous. Really pretty stuff. Do you have anything to plug? Plug away. Okay. Yeah, I did the Hunter x Hunter cover. Yeah, I'm always like, like for me with the came to piano, like I always like looked at I played an instrument stuff. I played bass and I played guitar, right? And I used to play a bit of drums, right? But I never really played, obviously I never really got to play piano, but like I remember like I knew people that could play the piano and they were like a commodity just because like we were always like so impressed by what they could do. It was that and the harp. Like I knew someone could play the harp as well. And I'm like, how can like it to me like the harp and the piano go together very well in terms of like instruments that are not only just like gorgeous and can make you cry almost instantly, but they're also instruments that like are very difficult to play. You know what I mean? They're hard instruments to play. And I feel like that's what we're seeing here. It takes so much effort, so much intricacies, and so much little details that like you can really feel it here as well in this song. And it's one of those things like, like with Minecraft, I think that if you said to anyone who doesn't ever play Minecraft, or let's just say someone who doesn't play Minecraft and isn't online, and you said to them like, oh, you played this song for them, the first thing they're going to say to you is that, what game is this from? And you're going to say, what do you think it's from? And their answer might be, Final Fantasy? You're like, no. Is it Nier? No. I don't think it sounds like Nier, by the way. It's like a different tone, but obviously like someone who maybe hasn't played them. And they'd, and you'd be like, Minecraft. They would be shocked. And it's not because Minecraft's not good. It's because Minecraft isn't known as the music game. You know what I mean? It isn't known as his music game. But again, I've only seen clips and I never knew there was something like this in Minecraft. I want to make that clear for me personally. If you showed me this and said, what game is this from? And said Minecraft, I would be the same person. I want to make that clear. I would be that same person. That would be like, wait, what? This is from Minecraft? I'd be stunned. I'd be absolutely stunned. Because all I've heard, I do hear music from Minecraft sometimes with clips and stuff, I guess, on Twitter of like a streamer playing Minecraft and stuff like that. And like, it's usually like, what I hear is like very like surprising, like somber, like soft and like, sometimes sad music as you're exploring the world. So it doesn't shock me totally that there's stuff like this, but I think I would be surprised, I guess is what I'm saying. I would be kind of like, because again, it's like, once you told me it's Minecraft, I'd be like, wait, what? And I'd be like, oh, I guess that kind of makes sense. That would have something like that in it. But I'm not trying to act like I'd be better than anyone else at like deciphering what this is from, honestly. It's very gorgeous. Yeah, beautiful tone. Just like precise instrumentation here with like the like again, I'm so amazed that someone can move their fingers like this and remember all the keys like this. It's always so incredible to me. The combination of the deep and the high tones, especially when it got deeper later on, like it hits your heart, reverberates in your soul almost, like, how hard it hits you. While the earlier parts were very like, the build up into those parts too was also very gorgeous too. And then the softer tones at the end, the very soft, somber, melancholic ending was such a beautiful way to do this too. And like I said, it really felt like it was a JRPG when you're like, when post Act 2 going into Act 3, when you've lost everything and you're like down in your luck and you're traveling through this cave together or something like that, and then like you finally find something that like will give you the energy to go forward again. I think there's just so much talent there. There really is. But again, I'm not like a person who does who knows piano, so I could be just like, talking on my butt. But thank you for sending us in. I've heard of her. Obviously, everyone's heard of her. Let's check it out. Ooh. Kind of an RPG style, right? In a way. Like it. Ooh. Lovely. Beautiful. Really pretty. Are there subtitles in this, by the way? Okay, once again, music is universal language. They don't have subtitles. This already is really, really pretty. It looks like they might have, like... That's such a... So it is kind of like a vocalized song. But you know what's so funny is Trashman has sent in vocalized songs before, and they I feel like they maybe it's just because I haven't. I'm gonna check the subtitles just in case. There's not. Okay, that's perfect. No, it's no problem. But like I feel like, you know, sometimes like whilst, you know, I think when you mentioned Vocaloid, you know, at first like when I heard about it, I was like, what is, you know, I don't really, and I said this trash before, I don't really understand it fully, but it is like a very pretty thing once you like really get into it, you know what I mean? It's underrated in terms of how it can make you feel, I feel like. Like this just sounds so pretty. Love the bass line in the background. Like this gorgeous music in the background of this, by the way. Fills your hair up, right? Yeah. That's the only way I can describe it. Fills your hair up. Gorgeous stuff. It sounds like an RPG song, right? Like you're entering into a town. Man, I need to play an old school RPG very soon. Actually, I'm playing Blade Dancer, so that counts. This hits your heart. I can feel it in my heart, feel it in my chest. Ooh. I went from like RPG to feeling like someone like running full sprint away from like, you know, and I'm not even, I know it sounds cheesy, but you don't even that vision. Like, and again, it's very like, it can be a very anime thing sometimes as well, but like, you know, that vision of like, you know, it always hits me in the heart. Like people can make fun of that all the time, by the way, the idea of like the running full speed with the music in the background. It always hits. It always goes like, oh my God, yes. And that's what I got right now. Like, cause again, running is like, especially when you're high, there's high emotions, it hits. I don't know what it is. It just hits. It hits. Really pretty stuff. It's just very pretty. It's just very pretty. Oh. We have some fast vocals here with the bass line. We're slowing down a bit. This is really pretty as well, right? They're building up to something here, right? For sure. For sure. Let's go. Lovely. Lovely. It hits your heart. I'm telling you, I feel it in my chest. Love the little breakdown here as well. Yeah, that the very high point is very, very pretty. And it's going into like kind of like deeper bass line here again. That song flew, by the way. When they came to this breakdown at the end here, I was actually kind of stunned because I was like, wait, it's over? Because, you know, this is love music. You know when a song is about to end sometimes, you know, in this part here, you're like, okay, here we go. Stunned. I didn't know it was going to be, it just flew by. It flew by. Very, very, very cute. So with this song here, I think that like one of the things that like I've grown to appreciate more and more when it comes to like the Vocaloid stuff is that like obviously it's not how do I say it? I 100% saw like we reacted to Vocaloid stuff before, and the thing about Vocaloid stuff is that like it's deceptively like something that like can be very emotional and can hit you very hard. I think one of the things that happens quite a bit sometimes is that like and I don't think anyone would blame me, is that like quite a few times like, you know, I will like, I'm not judging, you guys don't know I won't judge anything before I see it, but like I've said this before to Trashpin as well and other people, it's like I'm usually like always surprised a little bit because you never know what you're going to get with like Vocaloid songs. You never know. And sometimes, like, I think from the outside, like, they can be seen as, like, at least from what I've seen sometimes, as, like, lesser than sometimes where people are like, oh, you listen to that? And it's like, whatever. But, like, for me personally, I think that, like, usually it's one of those things where it's like, you haven't even dipped your toes into it. You haven't even dived in. And usually when we get a Vocaloid song in here, it's usually one of the most impactful and emotional feelings we get in Robo Reacts. So like I never buy into that idea that like, you know, it can, because like the idea that now, especially nowadays, and I think it's changing more and more, especially like I know K-pop Demon Hunters isn't Vocaloid, but I think it's changed more and more where like the definitions of what is an artist has changed more and more and more and more. And like, you know, Hatsune Miku, for example, like is one of the biggest artists in the world, like, you know, and she's not like a real tangible person. But like, and I think that's like, you know, over time it's definitely changed. And I think now, like, you know, I think a lot of people don't have issues just saying like this stuff like hits hard. It hits hard to your heart. And when I say it hits hard to my heart, like, you know, it's like the vocals are really pretty in like their own cute way, but the music is also like really, really impactful too. And when I say it like hits your heart, like whenever those music cues would come in, like the bass line sounded great, you could feel that as you were going along. But then when it hit like the chorus and the pre-chorus and things like as well, like and parts of like the breakdowns and stuff like this as well, like I felt like my heart, like, you know, when you feel like you know when like someone like tells you like something like really nice about yourself or something, or you watch a TV show that makes you feel a certain way. Like recently I watched like a TV show like recently like that, I just like bawled my eyes out about it. Like you can feel it in your heart, and that's what it was. It was like this kind of like really impactful, like, oh my god, this is here. It's right here in my heart. And I think that like I'm always like so impressed by a lot of the Vocaloid stuff that we get here, and like this is no different, because obviously it's like it's a production that has so many like beautiful things that goes into it, with so much great music that goes into it. And it's honestly like, this was gorgeous. This is just plain and simple gorgeous. There's like no other way to like really like, you know, say this other than this was like one of the prettiest things that like I got to like witness or listen to, like, and it was just, you know, it was, we listened to like other vocalists before, as I said, and it does sound pretty as well. And but as we're talking about this song in general, like the bass line, as I said, the chorus, the even like the imagery on screen like really like made me like feel that way too. Like, and there was like a high point in the song there where I said like it really felt like, you know, I could run through a brick wall at that moment. And to me, that's what music does to me. And this is a perfect example of that, where I didn't understand the lyrics. I didn't know what they were saying. I didn't understand the words behind it, but it made me feel a certain way. And here's the song could literally be about like, you know, anything. It could be about like, you know, wanting to, you know, fight your best friend. It could be about, you know, wanting to find that this person you love. It could be about like, you know, being depressed. It could be about anything. But, you know, because music is so universal, songs will make you feel different ways. And for me, hit my heart. I'd sometimes maybe want to run through a brick wall, made me feel those emotions. And for me, that's more important than like, you know, sitting here being like, you know, like I didn't really understand the lyrics, so I don't understand the song. It's like, okay, I didn't understand the lyrics, but what did it make me feel? You know? And it made me feel that way. And that's important too. Like, how important is that to make me feel that way at the same time too? I really enjoyed this. I thought it was really, really impactful. It hit me in the heart. I liked it a lot. Thank you so much for sending us in, Trashman. This was really, 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 really pretty. A really gorgeous song that hit me so hard. Thank you. The next video is sent to by Ollie, and it's a Jaiden Animations video. It's called I Went to the Pokemon Cafe. I've never been to the Pokemon Cafe, of course. Let's check it out.
Jaiden, what is this? 2 Pokemon videos in a row? Yeah, and you clicked on it, so I've already won. Back in April, I went back to Japan and had the pleasure of being invited to the Pokemon Cafe alongside Jacob, Brayden, Captain Kidd, and his girlfriend too.
That sounds fun.
Courtesy of Pikachu himself. And the Pokemon Company. Legally, I have to disclose that. But it was mainly
Love the
Pikachu.
artwork here.
Apparently, we were the first creators who have ever been personally invited to the cafe.
That's fantastic,
which
right?
Absolutely blew my mind. That's insanely special, and I felt so honored. So
You would.
naturally, I thought, why not channel a bit of Emily's aura and make a video about the experience? We walked in and were greeted by a wall of the cutest cafe-themed Pokemon merch. Chef Pikachu plushes.
I'm already
plates,
feeling the exhilaration
cups,
from this.
decorations. Oh, it was beautiful. We'll come back for you, my beloveds. let us feast first. The staff brought us to our table, taught us how to order food from the little tablet, and our Pokemon experience began. We decided to start with the drinks first, and there were genuinely so many to choose from.
That's awesome.
Cute character soda floats,
Oh, that's
tea
so
sets,
awesome.
flavored milks. How could you even decide? Basically, between the four of us, we ordered almost one of everything. I think visually, my favorites were the Paldea soda floats.
I think it's like one of the things like I always wanted to
was
try about like these type of cafes and stuff. Because like I think there's like even like Danganronpa cafes and stuff as well. And like it's I think it's like not only just like getting to like try these drinks, which is so cool, and getting to like, you know, be in a place like, you know, that is, you know, can be cozy, but it's embracing the thing that you love, right? And that's why I think it would be so fantastic about this. And again, I love Pokemon as well, so this would be really cool. But this just looks awesome.
It's melon flavored, Fuecoco was apple, and Quaxley was Ramune soda. I know I'm saying it all American like, but I'm embarrassed to try it the Japanese way. Ramune. I don't know. Personally, I absolutely love soda floats already, but put a cookie of a little guy on top, and I'll definitely pay for that. Fuecoco is my favorite Pokemon of the three. So
It's funny because ice cream floats are like something that like I used to love as well. Like we used to put just like literally like ice cream into like Fanta. You know what I mean? Like it was just something that I didn't even realize was like I didn't know there was like a worldwide thing for a while. I thought it was just like something that like because you know when you're a kid you think this. I thought it was something my family just made up. You know, we put ice cream into Fanta. I remember I said it one day to someone, they were like, oh yeah, like that's a pretty common thing. I'm like, oh, okay.
Convinced myself that it was also my favorite flavor-wise, but all of them were actually really nice. I also tried the Pikachu float as well, which looked the prettiest. I'm not really a big fan of lemon flavored things, so I only took a few sips.
Agreed. I'm not a massive on it.
Lemon and also Pikachu, I think you would really enjoy it. There are also little choose your Pokemon lattes where you sift through a giant menu
that's so
of practically
fun.
any Pokemon you wanted printed onto the foam of
that's so
a latte.
fun.
Everyone chose their respective favorites. Of course, I got me a little Aggron. Look at this guy. He was born to be on top of a latte. Delicious. Jacob also got the chocolate Moo Moo milk, and it was super cool because they brought out a little set of like Moo Moo milk, chocolate, and a shaker. So you basically make it yourself. Jacob said it was good, so I'm sure it was. I can't confirm. I didn't try it. Last but not least, we ordered one of the Poltergeist and Sinistea
How
tea
could you
sets.
not?
I don't really drink tea, but the pot and
Yeah.
cups were so cute.
Can you buy
We
it?
ended up buying them when we left.
Yes.
This is just genius merch on their behalf. Well done to them. I love it. On to the
Gorgeous
food.
stuff.
As you can see, there were a decent amount of options here too. Unfortunately, as some of you guys know, I don't eat meat. And even more unfortunately, since vegetarian diets aren't very common in Japan, every food item on the menu included some kind of meat. We
Right.
called over Pikachu and his employees to double check and see if they offered something to fit my diet. And after flipping through their menu, they came to the conclusion there was nothing.
Oh.
And oh my gosh, I genuinely felt so bad because they looked devastated. And
Yeah,
like,
as you would as well, like, because it's obviously not there. They don't make the menu and stuff, like guys. But like to me, like this is 6 months ago, and for like I'm not shaming anyone by the way, but I do think that like it should be like customary to offer like stuff for Now you don't have to, like if you were like a thing wants to do like big meat house, like I don't really like mind whatever, but like, you know, Pokemon's so universal that you would expect them to do something like vegetarian, you know.
personally disappointed in themselves for not having anything. Like, I frantically told them it was completely fine and not to worry about it, it's okay. But as they left, they gave us a very deep bow.
Aw.
And oh, I just felt really bad. Pikachu, if you're watching, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't be upset with yourself. I promise.
And this is, we
it's
know
really-
Jaiden has like a bit of anxiety as well, because the way that we saw the Uber video last time as well. I will say to like, you know, not that Jaiden would ever see this, but like, you know, not that they need my advice either, but like to anyone who's feeling that way, like it's, you're going to have these awkward interactions, you know what I mean? And like, it's not wrong to ask about your dietary needs. It's not, you know what I mean? And like, it's going to be normal that they're going to feel kind of bad about it, but like, she did the right thing in asking about her dietary needs.
Okay, I'm really sorry. Luckily, I came up with a solution. Their Eevee mixed rice plate included a lot of various vegetable sides, so I ordered that and just avoided the tiny little meat part. Normally, I try not to spend money on any meat, even if I don't plan on eating it. But yeah, if you're vegan or vegetarian and really want to make something work, that's the best option you've got currently. No disrespect to anyone at all. That one's just a difference in culture, and I don't expect to be catered to my my specific diet.
Well, that's why I didn't. Yeah, okay, that's why I didn't think about it. I should reference as well. Like it's like I don't want to be disrespectful to a culture either, because again, I'm not like, you know, from that place. I think I just also like have the benefit of coming from like a place. Obviously everywhere is different, so like obviously like, yeah, I don't want to also be disrespectful. I just always think that like maybe like in modern times they would, but then again it's like, again, I get that there's different cultures and stuff like this as well. You know, for me, you know, personally, I guess I'm just so used to, and like, you know, you could, you know, to having like, you know, there being vegetarian options mostly where I go. But then again, that's different cultures, isn't it? Yeah, this definitely is different cultures.
Anywhere, especially Japan. Anyway, I ordered the Eevee rice thing. The full government name is the Last Resort Japanese Mixed Rice Plate with Eevee and colorful friends, according to the website. And I just think that's wonderful.
I think Jaiden has a good attitude by the way as well. Like, you know, I mean, that's like, you know, the perfect person to serve is one who has a good attitude, and I feel like that's an incredibly good attitude as well. And I'm glad they like added in the cultural differences as well, because that's something that is important.
Wise, it was decently good, very colorful and pretty to look at. I didn't know most of the things I was eating, but it was tasty. Jacob, Brayden, and 2 got the other items, which also all turned out super cute and fun to look at. There were 3 types of Pikachu curry, all respectively themed around the Kanto starters. All of them were pretty much the same thing, besides a few ingredient changes
so good.
And different Pokemon crafting on top, of course. The Snorlax lunch plate was a chicken and rice dish.
That's amazing.
Jacob said it tasted good. Also, for a limited time, they were offering a special Tatsugiri bento box set. I think this one looked the best. Genuinely beautiful.
Yeah, it's really pretty.
Right there. I loved it, even though I could only pick at it. The general consensus in terms of overall taste of everything was that nothing was super crazy, out of this world, delicious, gourmet, but nothing was like bad, you know?
Yeah,
it was more about
it's for the novelty, I feel like, right?
Novelty of the cafe anyway, so no one really minded. We were simply enjoying being there with our cute
100%.
Finally, we wrapped up the meal with desserts. There's a cute Pikachu souffle pancake and a chocolate parfait. Naturally, like everything else, it was all simply art on a plate. I personally thought they both tasted really nice. Nothing was too sweet. We got to ooh and ah at them, and it was a perfect way to wrap up the meal. As a fun surprise during it, there was a portion where Chef Pikachu came out and did a cute little dance around the restaurant for the people eating. Most of the video was blurred for the privacy of the people there. But look at Pikachu, look at him go. He can't clap his hands to go along with the song, but that doesn't stop him from trying. Hi Pikachu, big fan. We wrapped everything up and of course grabbed pretty much all of the exclusive merch they were offering. How are we supposed to remember our experience forever and ever if we don't bring back all the plushes they have? Riddle me.
By the way, a little tidbit. Pikachu is legitimately, I think, the highest selling bag every year in terms of like merchandise. Pikachu's face is the highest selling bag every year. It is not just like it nuts, like in terms of like school bags, because Pokemon is the highest grossing entertainment property in the world. It's even more. It makes more money than like every single Disney property. It makes more than like even Marvel. It is the highest grossing property in the world, and that is because legitimately, even if like kids like aren't crazy into Pokemon, parents are like still buying like, hey, I'll buy them a Pikachu pencil case. You know what I mean? Isn't that crazy? Like I think it's always an interesting tidbit to me. For me.
I wanted to extend a very, very big thank you to the Pokemon Company and Pikachu for reserving our table and having us come to the cafe. They didn't pay me to make a video or anything, but I wanted to share my experience
it's a good video.
with you guys
it's a really good idea.
I definitely enjoyed my time there, and I know a lot of you love Pokemon just like me. It was a huge honor. We all had a great time, and the cafe was wonderful. +4 to the Pikachu plush collection. I would definitely recommend the cafe to anyone who likes Pokemon and food shaped like Pokemon. Due to its popularity, you absolutely have to get a reservation to eat there.
Of course.
You can't just walk in and
no,
expect
don't
to be
kick
seated.
me out the way.
And double unfortunately, reservations are also very difficult to get because again, so many people are reserving tables all the time. So good luck to anyone trying to get in, but I'd say it's very worth it. All right, that was my thoughts. I had a great time. Thank you, Pikachu and company. My next stream, I think, is to visit the Chikawa Cafe. Maybe one day.
Themed cafes are really cool and I wish that America did them more, but then again, it's probably good for me that I have to travel all the way to Japan to go to ones of my favorite franchises, because otherwise I would absolutely have no personal restraint. Thanks for watching. I don't really have much to say this time around, so I'll just say it. Next video is about Chikawa. You knew it had to happen.
You see,
all right, I gotta go. Bye-bye.
You see that? Yeah, I love the end slate there for the Jaiden Animation stuff. Yeah, with the Jaiden Animation video here, like I think what's so good about you know, talking about these cafes is that they usually have, like, as Jaiden Animation was saying, like they have like such an amazing energy to them. Like it's always like just the reason you go there is because of the novelty, obviously. And for me, like I've never been to like a cafe like this, but like I would really love to like go to like a Genshin cafe or like a Danganronpa cafe or something like that, or like a Final Fantasy cafe. I would love to go to as well. And again, the reason why you go to these places is exactly, Jaiden Animation described it so perfectly. The reason you go to these places is not because you're like looking for great food or you're looking for some gourmet stuff, or you're looking for something that's like a Michelin star a dining experience. You're going there for the novelty. You sit around amongst your favorite characters, looking and all the different dishes, and it is like an ooh ah type of thing where you're like, oh, I got this. What did you get? Oh my god, you got this. And I think that's honestly like a really like cool aspect about it, that it's not just like this thing where it's like you're looking for like, oh, I can't wait to like get some steak or something like that. You're looking for like some really like the novelty of it. There's nothing wrong with looking for the novelty of it whatsoever. And I think that's like a common thing about this as well. It doesn't make it any way more shallower than that, because again, it is a experience that is about, look at all this stuff that you're able to see. And I think that's a really fun aspect of it too. I love that the way they described this as well was that it was bit by bit, describing all the different dishes, describing all the different experiences. And once again, with Jaiden Animations, I think what they do really well is that they're able to describe like awkward moments and make them very endearing and sweet, which like an awkward moment should be endearing and sweet. I think like, sometimes now, again, I say this all the time, but nowadays on the internet, you're not allowed to have like an awkward moment without being like called out anymore. Like I see so many times like someone would literally post like, I asked for like a vegetarian option at the restaurant and like, oh, it was so awkward and stuff like this. And then you'll have 2,000 quote tweets of people being like, maybe you should have realized. Maybe you should have freaking realized. And it's like, no one can ever just like make like have like an experience anymore without people like, like and retweet farming. It's just so, it's like, it's one of the reasons why like I don't have like a massive like public social media presence anymore. It's just like one of the most frustrating things is like I didn't have like people like quoting me all the time, but one of the things you literally like something like this, you post like, oh, today this happened, and they're like, maybe you should have thought about that. And it's like, oh, just let people say stuff. But yeah, I think that's, sorry for getting sidetracked there, but I think it's just such an endearing thing as well. I love the idea of this cafe in general. But of course, like it does have a waiting time, as Jaiden Animations was saying. Of course it does. But that's like, very common when it comes to like, again, it's the most popular franchise in the world in terms of revenue. It is. And like people who don't believe me, like, no, it might have like changed in the past years. I'm using my stats from like 2 years ago, right? Or no, I think it's even like maybe like a year and a half ago. But like one of the things about like Pokemon that makes it so popular is not just like, oh, Pokemon's so popular, because it is a popular game. It's also the fact that like, as I said, people are buying school bags, pencil cases, notebooks. You'll find a Pokemon notebook in a Walmart just randomly, and that's the thing that a parent will buy for the kid. It's the safest option. It's one of those things where it is safe. The reason, and a lot of people don't know as well, Pokemon sells a lot because it is like a safe option for kids as well. Like Pokemon sells like millions upon millions of copies, for example, of their games. And a good portion of those millions, and we don't want to think about it sometimes because like we want to think that like everyone who buys a game is like a massive fan. But like a lot of times parents are going into a shop going, I need to buy, I'm buying a Switch. What do I get for my kid along with that? And the person in GameStop goes, what about Pokemon? Like how old is your kid? And they go, oh, this age, oh, Pokemon, because it's safe. When I was a kid, I got Pokemon because again, it's one of those things where it's like, you can't go wrong. It's like my kid is like 5. Get him a Pokemon game. And like it's a lot of it is like literally like everyone just buys Pokemon because it's so just like the safe option. Oh, I have a nephew who's like turning 7. I got him this present. I want to get him some extra. Oh, this full Pokemon crayon set? Perfect. This Pokemon art easel? Perfect. It's just like that's how they make so much money, because it's just like it's the safest, like most, and it's good stuff. But though I don't want to say it's not good, because like you see here as well, it's just like so popular. It's so popular. It has its own fan base, but it also is like one of the highest grossing franchises in the world. So it makes sense there is like a waiting time as well. But yeah, this is a really fun video. Sorry for like getting sidetracked so much because I think it's such an interesting topic anyway. But yeah, what I loved about this was like, again, like the description stuff, how endearing it was. Seeing all the food itself was a really fun idea too, while also having like the fun animations in there. Also, it's an experience here once again. I understand why people watch Jaiden Animations, by the way, because I feel like you can like eat a sandwich to this and feel very like comfortable. I watch this and I feel very comfortable. I think it's a really good thing, honestly. Thank you so much for sending this, Ali. This is a really, really cool video. Enjoyed it quite a bit. Thank you. The next video is sent in by Aka. And it's the concept film for ZB1's first full album, Never Say Never. I'm so excited to send these lovely boys in again. They all look great, and the film feels like it has a bit of everything, so I'm excited to see what you think. Oh, I just clicked on it randomly on my phone. Pause it right quick. It has a Zhang Hao's there already. We don't want to see that already. We want to see with the video with everyone else. There's subtitles directly in the video, so no need for captions. Let's check it out. Let's go. Starting off with pretty Zhang Hao.
아니 진짜 강아지가 운전하는 거 봤다니까요?
Okay.
Look
at that.
강아지가 운전을 해? 병원 가야겠다. 아니 진짜 방금
Need a hospital.
운전하고 맥주를 태우고 갔다니까? 물 마셔요. 진짜라고.
It took Matthew?
진짜 봤어. 눈으로 어제 사자가 사슴한테 뽀뽀했다니까요. 아 진짜라고.
I love that like right they took Matthew. Matthew just accepting his fate, by the way, which is hilarious. Very funny. Very pretty. Very pretty stuff.
단체 생활 중에 가장 중요한 게 시간 약속이라고 생각해요.
Okay. This is very like surreal, right?
저는 블랙 좋아하고 시크한 남자입니다.
We know. Oh my god, pretty good. He's so no, all the crying. Stop it. I love myself the most. Wait, let me see that again. What does it say? I love myself the most, but I can't imagine a moment without my. Oh my god, this made people go crazy. There's no doubt the internet went crazy, right? There's no doubt people are going nuts right now, sharing this image.
시크한 남자입니다.
저는 즉흥 여행을 너무너무 싫어하고요.
Why is this so cute? Oh my god, stop it. The amount of fun they must have had filming this is insane. Look at that, eh? Oh my god. Look at them.
형들한테 하고 싶은 말이요.
What would you like to say to the members, Eugene?
한 2년 동안 에고이스트에서 생활기도 하다 보니까 베이킹은 완전 정복했어요.
He's master baking. He is master baking. Okay, I guess what they're saying, like, is everything they're saying is like a contradiction to what they're saying in a way. Like with Ricky being like, "I'm so chic and so cool," and he's like kind of crying, even though crying is cool. You know, like there's like I don't know. There's like it seems like I think being punctual is important, but like they're late as well. You know, very cool. Look at it. Someone save him. No, just save him. It's very surreal, right? Why does this feel like a story of like a coven of witches, but it's Zerobaseone? I told you they're destined to be a girl group, guys. If it's lost in the grass, it's gone. Oh my god, with the buddy. He's being weird. Because he's missing his necklace. What the hell is this? It feels so surreal.
전 탄수화물은 아예 완전히 끊었어요.
No, you need carbs.
먹어봐. 괜찮아. 맛있어. 먹어봐. 탄수화물 끊었어. 먹어봐. 내가 끊었어요. 안 먹고 아니 먹을 수 있는데 만든 게 알아서 안 먹어.
Why is this like actually like a perfect representation of G1? Well, not this part, but you know what I mean. Everything feels so surreal and weird and strange. It's like a dream world in a way, right? But again, it's very G1. I feel like to be like, no, come on, I gotta take care of you. I gotta take care of you.
타로는 과학 이상 우주의 섭리죠.
And the tarot cards as well.
골라봐.
저는 타로에 믿지 않아요. 믿을 이유가 없어서.
He's so pretty. He's so pretty. But like it's the thing with tarot cards is like one of the things they always say is that if you don't believe in it, then it won't work. Which I always thought was like, like for me, like when I was younger, I thought it was a cop out. But now I think tarot cards are very beautiful. You know what I mean? Because like when I was a kid, I was like, I don't, whatever, this is stupid. But now I like love it. I don't personally believe it, all that stuff. But I get interested when people want to tell. Look how pretty he is. I had to pause in this moment here. But yeah, now it's like not even about belief. It's about like, I love the artwork and I love people telling me about this stuff and I love people to talk to me about this stuff, Yeah, when I say this is surreal, it feels like it is like this dream state. I feel like this is like like an in-between realities thing. It feels like they're contradicting themselves quite a bit, but intentionally so, for the actual story of this.
과연 성매추의 운명은?
The tower?
붕괴다.
Wait, this is such an interesting video they made. What?
혹시 카드는 무슨 뜻이었어요?
The Fool and the Tower? If you never give up? It's really well shot, by the way. Really well shot. Oh, adorable. Adorable. Oh my god.
뭐야? 어디 가요? 보물찾기 하러 갈까?
This is it's so surreal. It's so surreal.
믿어. 믿고 따라와. Let's go!
보물? Treasure. This could be its own movie. What are they doing here? They're looking for the necklace. Oh my god.
안 되는 거 진짜 안 되는 거예요.
Some things just never work.
절대 안 되는 건 없더라고요.
Tell him. Look at this shot. This is what I'm talking about. This is giving like girl group doing surreal video, and I mean that as a compliment, by the way, when girls do it, by the way. And like Zerobaseone, I feel like have always been like, they're even their songs I feel like sometimes are like girl group songs. You know what I mean? Like I feel like this is like so girl group coded, and that's not a bad thing whatsoever. But I don't just mean like, again, pausing on a Matthew, I don't just mean like the sweet aspects, like, the girly stuff is the sweet stuff. I mean like the surreal aspects. I feel like you see it a lot in like K-pop girl groups. They do a lot of like very like surreal stuff, magical stuff, very interesting, like, something slightly off sometimes as well, which is always a very interesting thing. Are they gonna find it? Never say never. Today found it.
아, 회원들한테 하고 싶은 말이야. 딱히 없는데.
Nothing needs to be said. Oh my god, this is like, I'm like nearly crying now. This went from being like, this is strange, to be like, this is very emotional. Very, very beautiful stuff. Like, the thing is, like, when I say, like, it's surreal, I feel like they were trying to do, like, a lot of stuff that's, like, oh, this is, like, really off-the-wall stuff. This is, like, really, like, what's happening here? There's something, like, slightly off here as well, which I think is, like, a really cool thing. Because, like, Zerobaseone, like, I don't think they've ever done something like that where it's, like, there's something, like, slightly off in their videos. And this kind of, like, I guess concept video is like, there's a really good job of that stuff as well. And I always mean it as a compliment when I say, by the way, that like I feel like they are like very like they remind me of like sometimes they remind me of like a lot of like girl groups I know more than I do. Like if I had to compare them, because comparison isn't a bad thing, but if I had to compare it to like other groups, I usually end up comparing them to like, their music to like other like to like girl groups sometimes as well. But like I feel like the concept of this video was like this idea of like, there was like a lot of contradictions, a lot of dreamlike stuff, a lot of like saying like, I'm this thing, and then it shows like the counter to that as well. So maybe it's like this idea of never say never has like two like ideas to this, where it's like, or maybe three here, where it's like the surreal aspects of life that could happen. Like never say never, this stuff could happen. Like you don't believe this is happening, but like it could happen. Like the lights going out, the lightning on that's happening for Matthew, the dog driving the car. But then they also have the other aspect of like never say never, which is like, you say this the definitive thing about yourself. I'm not eating carbs. I like being punctual. Like all this stuff, but then they show the opposite of that as well, which showcases that like, okay, you shouldn't say never about this either, because you don't know what your character or who you are or what you're going to be in like 5 minutes or 5 days from now. So don't like, make definitive statements either, where it's like, I'm not doing that, I am this, I'm chic. Which again, I think that, it's still cool and chic to cry, but like I think what they're trying to showcase here is that like Ricky, who like wears all black and like has a very cool vibe to him. It's like he's very emotional about Guven here as well. They have all these aspects, like, oh, I'm really good at baking, but he's like burning all the trays. Never say never. Like you don't know what aspects of yourself are going to be. There are going to be, which is like really interesting as well to me as well, like the way that they're doing this. And then the third aspect I think is finding that necklace is such an important aspect of the never say never thing, which is I think it's like, hey, losing that necklace in the middle of a field. Any other person, if you lost in a gigantic field, the first thing that your friend is going to say is, it's gone. Right? And that's such a normal response. No one's going to ever shame your friend or your friends for saying, no, Calvin, it's gone. If I lose like a necklace in the middle of like a gigantic field like that, and it's not a cruel thing, your friends are going to say it's gone. But I think that all of Zerobaseone finding that necklace is a show of support for their members, right? It's a show of love for their members. And I think it's also showcased that like, the idea of like, hey, never say never is legitimately like, you thought you wouldn't be able to find this. Never say never. You know what I mean? It's like, and especially when you have like such a supportive amount of people around you. And with something Eugene even like kind of referenced it, nothing even needs to be said. Like the support that he is given from the rest of the members is so beautiful that he's willing to find this for that they're willing to do this. They're willing to go out in the rain, by the way, as well. That's another thing. That's the showcase of that support. They're willing to go out into the rain and find this necklace for Eugene. That was bothering him, and they played it up for comedy, the idea of like him driving around in the car and holding his neck. But it almost feels like it is like one of those things where it's like a missing piece of yourself, or maybe as well, and Touré finding that in that moment was 100% like a celebration of like, look what the lengths they will go. Because while it doesn't seem like a lot, where it's like, oh, okay, they found this necklace, it is a lot. Like, guys, I don't think I could stress enough how hard it is to find a piece of jewelry in the middle of a field. Like, everyone's had it happen to them one point where they lose a ring, or some of their friend loses a ring, or lose a necklace, or loses a chain, loses a bracelet. It is near impossible because it is so, like, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, like, almost literally, And I think that's the other message of this music video is, like, the support that the members will give each other. And then, like, and it's one of those things where, like, just because something is lost doesn't mean it can't be found again. Eugene woke up and all the members were kind of like, we're going treasure hunting. We're going to find that treasure for you. So that's the vibe I get from this video, which is like a showcase of like the three reasons why like you could say never say never, which is like, don't discount the surreal or the magic. Don't discount the idea of like who you could be, like who you like. Don't make definitive statements about who you are, because you're ever changing and you have different facets to yourself as well. And also like some things that like seem kind of impossible doesn't mean that they are impossible, especially when you're with the people that you love. And I feel like that's the message I get from here. And Zerobaseone has a very supportive nature to them as well. And like, I feel like I phrased it maybe wrong when I said, like, I feel like sometimes like they like, I said this before, like, and people say this before as well, like I wasn't sure, and I even said it in the Patreon chats, and I said to them, like, I was kind of like worried when I said it on Twitter one time. I said that Zerobaseone, like Bloom, for example, their song In Bloom, really feels like it suited so well, because a girl group did a cover of it. It's like, oh my god, this like really suits like a girl group vibe. I feel like that's a lot of their music as well, even like the cooler aspects fit the girl group vibes as well. The surreal aspects sometimes as well of their music videos too, and I feel like that's like such a compliment for me as well, because I love girl groups so much. And I feel like it's really cool that like Zerobaseone, have that aspect of themselves that I love so dearly about like a boy group, is that they are so supportive of each other. Their music videos showcase that, and even in that way as well, like I feel like they're one of the groups that I've watched as well. I've seen other groups do it too, that like really don't have any ounce of like toxic masculinity within their group either. It's always like about support and love and caring for each other and emotions and stuff like this as well. I know people probably get upset when you compare it to like other groups, but like, I feel that same vibe when it comes to like, say, like not obviously like the exactly girl group vibe, but I'm sounding like that supportive vibe, like that very like anti-toxic masculinity vibe when you have like stuff like TXT, where they have songs where like they talk about like, their emotions and their sadness. Same with BTS, like, will fully embrace that stuff as well. And I feel like that's such an important thing to embrace as well. That's like, sometimes you can make cool songs, sometimes you can be really slick and cool, but showing that showcase and that side of yourself that is like this, that shows that supportive side of yourself is so important as well. And I found it to be so beautiful, this video. And it was so well shot, so many beautiful moments as well, that I found it to be really, really fantastic. So honestly, like I'm so impressed. I feel like I could talk about this video for hours. I feel like you could make your own 1 hour video about this because there is so many little tiny things I feel like you'd have to go back and pause, like, you know, the different like shots and moments and funny moments. But I feel like they showcased all the members here in a very cute way. You know what I mean? In a very, very cute way. And I think like I haven't seen much about it on Twitter because like usually like I think what took over my Twitter in the past few days is like Artemis were doing like, you know, fan signs and like in fact the K-pop chats could say like it probably took over a lot of the stuff. But I feel like it's if I search this, I probably would see like how much it's taken over, like Zerobaseone on Twitter, especially that Ricky stuff as well. Love this. I really, really love this. I thought it was really, really beautiful. Yeah, thank you for sending this in, Aka. The next video is sent in by Solvix, and it's there's no freaking way I'll be your lover unless. And so this is another anime, I'm guessing as well. I haven't heard of it whatsoever. If I can get the stuff you set up here, Solvix, if that's okay. Where is it now? This week could be a bit different. Another opening to a new show, fun, very cozy comedy romance. Sadly, no subtitles for this one. Don't worry, it could be universal in some way. Let's check it out. Okay, we have some cute colors here already. Very shiny designs, right? For sure. Oh, very cool visual, right? The music's very wild as well, right? Almost feels like a video game music. Okay, this character's adorable. The shininess of this character too. Love that. Look how they get across personality with just facial expressions, by the way. This is fun. This is super fun so far. Like, and the music's really good, by the way. But like, just like the different visuals as they're going by here. I love, by the way, you can get the idea for the character ideas. Like, see here, you see like, oh, probably very serious, very diligent. Probably like very forward, I'm guessing, with the eyes as well, like this as well, and like probably someone who, like, you know, not as invasive, but like would probably be very forward with the main character. You get a vibe that they're very sweet, very nice. They're somebody who's very approachable in some way, probably wild in some way too, like a very funny character to be around also. You know, maybe that's if I'm right, please tell me, Solvix. If I am right, you know, I'll be very happy because I feel like they're doing a very good job of portraying like what the characters are here, honestly. This is really fun, this part of the song. Oh, okay. Awesome. We just talked about this like earlier on in the video, how like running sequences happen so much in like animes, but I feel like it hits every time. There's never a time when it doesn't hit. Always hits you in the heart. Love it. Great music change as well there. Like, it makes you like endeared to like this character already, just how like clumsy and funny she is, right? You know? And she seems to be surrounded by such big personalities, you know what I mean? For sure. It's great visuals too. Like very surreal visuals. Oh my god. Like, look at the personalities on display here. This is adorable. Oh, and the heart bonking on their head as well. Yeah, like that's like to me like one of a really fantastic opening. Very cute, very, very adorable. But I think like even beyond the cute and adorable stuff, like they did a great job of just showcasing the personalities that were on display here. Like in a really fantastic fashion. Like I feel like we got to know these characters just by like, you know, facial expressions alone, which I think is like a very like important thing sometimes, which like to understand is like, you know what, why like it's like, okay, like yeah, like you'll get to know them in the show, but I feel like this gives you like one of those things where it's like you watch this opening, you're gonna be like, oh my god, I want to watch this show. You know what I mean? It only showcase like the girls in the show, so I wonder if it is like to do maybe with like you know, girl love or something as well. It could be like, I don't know. Like again, I don't know the show itself. But what I did like about it is that it's very like pleasant, and I mean that in a really like good way. Like the colors are really like easy to look at. They were very like vibrant and pretty. There's nothing about the show that I would say like is like, you know, so far from the opening that I would be like, you know, is not appealing to look at. You know what I mean? It has like a very like, you know, glossy feel to it, but like I feel like it's not too shiny to the point that it feels like unrealistic. It just has a very like gorgeous, you know, color tone to it. That's really, really cool as well. And I feel like all the characters that they have on display here like have like very good color coding as well, to the point that like they're all instantly like recognizable and separated. The facial expressions they had, as we said, like are really good too. The music that went along with this opening as well was also fantastic, which I think is like a very important thing for any opening, is like to get the vibe of like a show is to have like a really good opening track as well. And we had that on display here with this track. Like they did a really good job of that. I feel like it's a very like gorgeous song and like a very gorgeous looking opening, which mixed together to make it like a very like overall gorgeous thing. You know what I mean? And I use the word gorgeous because like it literally is just like one of those things where like I'm looking at it and it feels like a treat. You know, it feels like a sweet treat looking at all these colors, listening to the music, seeing all these animations. Very, very fun and dynamic stuff. Like, you know, whether it be like the heart bonking on the head or like the characters pushing each other around or surrounding each other or flying on top of a heart and stuff. Even like the stuff where like the very grounded lying on the bed. It's all like very, very like cute, easy to look at. Very, very vibrant. It's really, really cool. And as we said, the music like mixed so well with it too that give you like I said it earlier, like, but like I think running sequences in any anime opening, it's done a lot, but it hits every time. You know what I mean? And if you, but here's like, I will say it doesn't always hit, because I think you have to have like like a very, you know, a piece of music that like that warrants it. You know what I mean? And I feel like they did that with this opening as well. But like that piece of music definitely like warrants that feeling as well of like, oh my god, this like hits like so quickly as well. The show itself is like, you know, I like that the name of it, if I'm paraphrasing here, but it's there's no freaking way I'll be your lover unless, is such a great name as well, because that's so intriguing too, right? Because like it's one of those things where it's like, oh, so there is a chance of something happening here. Okay, interesting. And I'm very like I don't know. It's one of those things where like I'm looking it out, like it does feel like a very fun slice of life thing. It feels like you're gonna be laughing through a lot of it, and it feels like also something. Oh, I dropped the bottle. Who dropped my bottle of water? Me. But yeah, it feels like something that you would like eventually like then like be emotionally attached to the point that you would be crying at the end of this too. Yeah, I can't say good enough things about this video. I think that the designs were so great, the animations are great, the music was really fantastic with it too. It looks so vibrant and colorful. There's just like so much to like be like happy about looking at this. Honestly, it's really, really cool. Thank you for sending it in, Solvix. The next video is sent in by Loona. While the rest of the Astro Express family is off having sweet dreams of Penacony, we get a glimpse of what Don Hang may or may not have been up to at the same time. And this is animated short Harmony Greets the New Year. Let's check it out. What are we seeing here? Is that Gui? That's Gui. Oh, it's Xuan, the best character in the world.
The Xianzhou people use in their traditional dance. Dragon's form.
Very cool. So we're seeing some cultural stuff here.
You two will be performing shortly.
Are you joking?
Yes,
wait, what?
Let's go.
Oh, I love their friendship so much.
Let me give them some eyes first.
Xuan's design is like my favorite design in the game.
All right, on with it.
Oh, it's Don Hung.
We're second to none.
And Don Hung gets to go around here freely, by the way. Which means so much to me, by the way. This is a gift. Seeing Don Hung being happy on the Xian show means more to me than like life itself. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get married in a few years' time, you know, 10 years from now. And, you know, my partner is gonna say, hey, these are the happiest years of my life being with you, and this is the happiest moment ever. And then when they look to me, I'm gonna go, this is the second and they're like, what? Have you seen this short where on the Xian show, Don Hung is having like a really, really good time here, and it's me desperately trying to show this in the middle of like the ceremony. Look at this. Look. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's too far, or it's not. It's actually not too far. It's realistic.
The
Look at her. Look at them. This is a gorgeous animation, by the way.
The Jade Gate shines in brilliant solar might. Both heaven and earth alike are bathed in light. Toward the sun, the dragon starts to soar, as echoing through the clouds, the lions roar. Great rains the dragon shaketh from the sky.
This is some like beautiful ink animation too. I'm sorry, I feel like sometimes I realize I'm not talking when I'm mesmerized by something. That's what's happened here. Really beautiful stuff here.
Through the lands, the lion flies. Both wind and rain imbue the mountain air.
Gorgeous stuff.
Without the other, half is fair. In evil's grasp, the Xianzhou starts to quake.
Look at this animation.
Submerged in turgid evil.
Stunning.
Wake. Throughout the dells are felt the scars of war, in biting wind and barren sands and more.
Very cool. Oh,
the dragon.
Oh, the music.
Now deprived of water's home. The lion, weak from battle.
And this is what Gui and Sushang are doing. Oh my god, she fell? Is this what Gui and Sushang are like acting out?
Outnumbered in the order 10 to 1. How then is the battle to be won?
So she was falling. Do something. Somebody do something. Look at these best buds. Oh, she caught on something. Okay, wait. No way. Dan Hung. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Dan Hung getting involved in something in the Xian show to do with culture and helping somebody out like this. By the way, it's so Dan Hung. Anyone who thinks he's cold and just like doesn't care, dead wrong. Always dead wrong. Dead wrong. What a beautiful sequence.
In evil vanquished lies tomorrow's mirth, from which we reap the joy of laughter, wine, and mirth.
Love everything. Look at Sushang. That's my gal. Oh, she's the first to clap. Oh, they have all the characters here. Look at this. Oh my god. Oh, my Lou, she's adorable. Dan Hung, how does it feel? No. Oh my god, gals, best friendship. Such a great duo. This meant so much to me. This video meant so much to me. I can only say that this is like one of my favorite videos ever. Legitimately. I'm sitting here so enamored and happy that I got to witness it for multiple reasons. First of all, showing every character on the Xian show, showing how strong the cast is. Like, the cast of the Xian show is incredible. And I feel like we're getting it already because the cast of Balebog is so amazing too. And the cast of, so far, the cast of Penacony is incredible because we haven't even got that far into Penacony whatsoever. Like, we're literally, not even past the first act of Penacony, if you really think about it. Which I think is, a very, important thing to note. I feel like, it's like we're still going to get to know so many characters. And I feel like that's, right here, we got it's a celebration of the Xian show characters, but also there's a couple of let's just talk about things that I find that hit me in the heart, right? Seeing all the characters, love seeing Bailu, love seeing Xing Shui doing the clap at the end, love seeing Hua Hua and all these characters together in the Xian show at this festival. So great. I love seeing them have a festival, especially with all the stuff that was happening with the Stellaron and all the danger that was involved there as well. The stuff with the Stellaron Hunters and all the stuff happening with Fantilia. It's so fantastic to see them unwind, right? That's amazing too. Gui and Sushang together doing this little thing together seems like such a Gui and Sushang thing to do. They seem like the type of people that once a week they're like, wait, what's Gui and Sushang doing? It's like, oh, they're pilots this week. What, they're pilots? it's like they've taken up a new profession together. And Gui feels like the type of character that's like, hey Sushang, we should totally try out this thing. And then Sushang's like, sure, let's try it out. They're like the perfect encapsulation of like best friends. The moment at the end is so important there as well, by the way, for two reasons with Dan Hong shooting up the water from the ground, because it's a great moment for both Jin Yuen and also for Dan Hong. Let me talk about this now, right? Jin Yuen was going to help because he is so used to doing this on Xian show. He is someone who like feels responsible for everything on the Xian show. If you asked him to clean up a spill downtown, this water that someone spilled like a bunch of like tea downtown and said no one else is there to clean it up, I'm pretty sure he would put on like a cap, go downtown and try to hide his face a little bit, but he'd still be cleaning up, you know what I mean? He's that type of person. Like if he cares about the Xian show so much and wants the Xian show to prosper so much and worries about so much about the Xian show that he would do that. But in that moment, I think it's such a beautiful thing that like Dan Hong, who has been separated from the Xian show for so long, is able to showcase that he also cares about the Xian show now and also wants to like, have a normal life here. And he's the one who helped in the end, allowing Jin Yuen not only to take a break, but also Jin Yuen to look over at someone who was the representation of someone who was part of the quintet and be like, wow, like if nothing else about the quintet, right? And I know you can say I'm reading too much into it, but like if nothing else about the quintet, Jing Louis is gone. Blade is far lost. He's lost in his own, and it's unfortunate, but that's just who he is. He's lost as a character, and it's very sad, and it's a very beautiful character, but he's lost. The quintet is broken is what I'm trying to say, but Dan Hong, the representation of Dan Fong, is like not only moving on, but is able to do something so helpful in just an instant. It has to be such a proud moment for Jin Yuen as well. Even though we didn't get to see that reaction, I'm just like leading into it why it makes me happy. What he saw that makes me happy. And I think it's absolutely a fantastic thing. Absolutely gorgeous stuff. The colors were amazing. The animation was amazing. It was so stunning to see all these like different visuals around here. And I couldn't be happier getting to witness something like this, honestly. A truly beautiful celebration of the Xian show. And yeah, it was like a lot of these great animations. Like the ink animation was fantastic, and it was like a representation of like obviously like what was happening with Sushang and Gui. You saw all the crowd watching on. I love the crowd clapping, the crowd getting into it. And even like that's also a perfect representation of Xing Shui's character as well. With Xing Shui is like a character who like people again perceive as just being lazy and not caring, but she's also someone who actually does like have like a care for people. It's just that she also likes her own comforts as well. We know that she like, at a moment's notice would care for somebody as well. Beautiful stuff. Love this animation. Thank you for sending us in. This was awesome, honestly. The next video is sent in by Minu. And they say, since the MV and lyrics have a lot of references to flowers, I want to mention that Kyoki, the boy who cut his hair, was a gardening club member, and Hina always visited him when he had free time. Very interesting. Okay, let's check this out. Honeyworks featuring Asakusa Momo. And I remember, like, this is probably the character that, like, also liked her as well, right? Let's go. Very somber start, right? Very beautiful start, but somber. The gardening and the... Can you live without such feelings like I do? By the way, beautiful visual here already. Can you show such weakness? So she was visiting him at the gardening club as well. Pretending to have sulked. Pretending to have withered. These are beautiful illustrations, but they're very cute. Ah, yes. 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 So, wanting to bloom but also wanting to keep her secret is a perfect representation of the story of like, I don't want anyone to find out my feelings, but at the same time I want people to know my feelings. I hit the mic there, sorry. I want people to know my feelings because that would mean that I have a step forward into like getting to know you as well, and then people understand me a bit better. But at the same time I don't want people to know my feelings at the same time too. Really like pretty way of putting that as well. Like I feel like also the idea of like them sulking and blooming as well, like is like, the representation of like how they were feeling of like when they were like, feeling a little bit lost and not knowing what to say to this person as well. But really beautiful idea and really beautiful lyrics. Oh, please let, and again, it's like, please let it reach you. It's such a beautiful visualization. The red string of fate. And it's like, it's begging almost, right? Yes. Yes. That's sometimes love, right? I'm not feeling sad. Why am I about to cry? Love brings forth feelings where you will not understand them until you wouldn't even be able to there's certain times where now I talk to a friend from like when I was like a teenager, and they'll tell me about something that they felt when they were a teenager. Like, oh, I remember I was like feeling, and it's like, and only now can they truly be like, oh yeah, this is how I was feeling. This is what it was feeling at the time. It's really hard to compartmentalize that stuff. Even as an adult, it's hard. And it's almost like begging him to like receive the love, you know, because that's what they want, right? Asking someone to understand you even though they don't, you know? Oh my god. Change your hairstyles, okay? That's so cute. So that shows as well, it's like I'm trying to like do something different so someone will notice me. And again, she's doing everything that is, again, the representation of how she feels, which is like, I want him to notice, but I don't want to put too much like of myself out there. And that could be a thing where like that's not even like a teenage thing. That's like an adult thing too, where someone will be like, oh, I wonder if this person I like will notice me if like when I get my haircut, I'll buy like a new outfit or something like this as well. And more often than not, I'm just going to say as well, more often than not, like, yes, you like if you do change up your hairstyle sometimes, it can be a big change for your life and big change for confidence. We've seen this here in this story as well. But more often than not, like when you will notice someone's haircut, but like usually it doesn't always change how you feel. But but I think from the perspective of someone who got their haircut or changed their hairstyle or changed their outfit, it is definitely a thing where they're like, oh, I hope this works. You know what I mean? Adorable, because he's just there like, but I like this gal, but not in the way that she wants me to like her, you know? Right. I love this chorus. It's really pretty. Gorgeous. I don't want to be spoiled as well. Like again, it's like all these feelings are stuff that like she wants to shout in his face but can't, because again, it's putting yourself out there is difficult. Putting yourself out there means putting yourself out there for rejection. And anyone who's like ever been like a little bit in love with someone understands that feeling at least a little bit. You know what I mean? At least a little bit, you know? Oh my god, all the characters, look at this. They're very adorable, aren't they? This version of them. And the symbolism of like her being in a flower, poking her head out a little bit, is what she was saying. I want to be able to like bloom, but I also want to kind of keep myself hidden. So it's like protecting yourself while also wanting to like someone to help you bloom, right? Wanting someone to help you kind of like express yourself better. And I think that's a very like beautiful analogy, honestly, you know? Gorgeous vocals. Stunning. Please let this love reach you. Again, it's just like symbolism, the beauty, the music, it's all there. It's stunning. Yeah. Not understanding your own feelings in this moment too. Oh my god, that's so... Oh, I can't take this right now. Oh. This is so beautiful. And that's, I believe, the dude who, like, was noticing all this stuff happening right as well. The reason why I'm saying I can't take this right now, that idea of, like, thank you for being my first love, by the way, which is such a beautiful thing to say. there it is right there. Thank you for my first love. Thanks for being the first one I tell I love you. Because it's like being glad it was you, right? Because it can be like a lesson in life as well, like of the way you live and the way things change and stuff like this as well, and the way you change, and it can also help you like with a lot of like stuff like progressing forward as well. But if I can describe like before I go any further with this, because obviously like this is a very beautiful video and it's like one of the best symbolic things I've ever seen, like when it comes to like this as well. But one of the beautiful things about this video is like I recently watched, and but in connection to me, I'm sorry for making it about my feelings right now. I recently watched a TV show. I'm not gonna say what it is because I don't want to spoil it, but like it ended on a thing where like it kind of felt like that vibe where it's like we can't be together, but you know, thank you for like there was kind of that vibe of like thank you for being my first love. You know what I mean? I'm gonna cry just thinking about this because I think it's such a beautiful concept of like we didn't get together, but thank you for being like and that's not exactly like the show because obviously it's actually very different, but like the concept of like thank you for being my first love I think is something that like I definitely attribute to it, where it's like thank you for making me like for giving me the chance to have a first love, and for you being that first love is a very, very beautiful thing. Because to me, like that represents not only just like in this song as well, not only the idea of just like, oh, thank you for being like a very safe person for me to love first, who like is very respectful of me, but it's also like you gave me this experience. You know what I mean? And no matter what, that's an important thing in life, is to gain that experience and to gain that feeling of like even whether it's jealousy, it's sadness, or it's all that mixed together, it's longing, like that stuff is important to have in life sometimes because it will like prepare you for other aspects of your life too. And I think also like understanding like the when someone doesn't love you back is just as important as understanding how it feels when someone loves you back. Because while it's painful, as we see in this video, it can be painful, it's also like it to me gives her a chance to quote unquote bloom and be someone different. And I think that's such a beautiful aspect of her character, is like the idea of like, you give me this chance to be something else and be something that like I was like maybe meant to be in some way. I think it's like a perfect way of doing this, really, like it is. And the symbolism of that is so beautiful too, and it makes me like really emotional too, because like it's they perfectly encapsulated what it feels like to be someone who wants so desperately to be heard but doesn't want to be heard, if that makes sense. And we have that a lot of times, you know, when like someone's like really depressed even, or someone's very sad, a lot of times like we want someone to reach out to us, but we don't want to be a burden. So what happens is like, it's like please, I want you to, it's like, please someone talk to me. But then like you don't actually want anyone to perceive you, or to put anyone out, or to make someone feel like you're or to feel like you're a burden, or to feel like they're going out of the way to help you because you feel like you're inconveniencing someone. And in this case, it's more like, I don't want to be perceived, because then there's a fear of like rejection. There's a fear of like of the unknown. It's a truth, right? It's a fear of the truth, where it's like, I love this person a lot. Do they love me? Is it possible that they could love me? And once you know the truth, that's it. That's the definitive truth. You know what I mean? Like once you know that this person doesn't love you back, that's it. When you don't know that, there's a hope, right? There's a hope. Maybe they do. And I think in this case, that's what it's like trying to showcase here, which is like, I want desperately for someone to care about me. I want desperately for this person to care about me, to know me, to understand me. But I also like, I'm kind of still putting up my guard a little bit. I think the guard we saw when it came to this character was not like obviously a literal flower, but I think the flower that was like guarding them, that wasn't blooming, was like them being a little bit mean to the character, like not like rude in a rude way. They were like being kind of like mean because they didn't know how to like understand their feelings. And I think that's what they were trying to showcase, right? Like, I think that's what they're trying to showcase here, is that like that was her protection. Her protection was like acting like she didn't care. And we all know about that. We all know about that, where it's like, if I pretend I don't care, then maybe eventually I won't care. I think that's what like, but then I feel like here, like, it's like, it ended up, it went from being like, I want to be feel protected. But also I want you to, again, that's what it is. I don't want you to know about my feelings, but I want you to know about my feelings. And that's complicated as heck, and it's realistic as heck. I want you to understand me, but I don't want to like tell you how to understand me. Very complicated, but very understandable. And in the end, I feel like when she finally does be like, hey, now you can understand me, she finally can bloom, and she plants flowers of her own. that represent her love going forward. And I feel like that's going to be very good for her going forward. So now she can understand her feelings more. Getting rejected and getting and you know, having your first love, I think is a part of life, and it prepares you for like your second love, if that makes sense. I'm not saying it's always going to happen. Like some people are with their first love since they were like, 14, you know what I mean? I know couples who like have been together for decades who met each other when they were very young. But sometimes like what will happen is like you'll have a failed love, and that will hurt. That will be painful. But as in this way, you can bloom into something new as well. Very beautiful stuff. Thank you so much for sending me new once again. I love this stuff as always. Thank you so much. The next video is sent in by Hypernova. They say, for a show that's humor was originally meant for a much younger audience, Tawag is really popular on YouTube and reaction channels, so I thought I'd bring it here too. You can stop at 8:48. So this is Gumball being a questionable criminal for 10 minutes straight. Can I say this as well? I know, like, whenever I would like go to like a family get-together, there'd be like kids watching Gumball, and randomly there'd be like a really funny voice acting clip in it. I remember I did laugh at it a few times. It is pretty crazy. And I think it's also very like, it's very viral as well, right? It is very viral. So let's check it out. Is Gumball being questionable? Was a questionable criminal? Let's check it out.
Too far? No. You went too far about 7 hours ago. Now you're going to prison. So, what's the surprise? I can
Cool
barely
art
contain
style.
myself.
Really cool out, sir.
I sold your parents. What? I said I sold your parents.
Now, who wants to see balloons?
Stop! Oh no! This is creepy as heck. What the hell?
How can you be smiling at this? Look at the happiness they're bringing to those children.
Stop.
It's beautiful. Also, they're balloons, It's not that bad. He made me into a hat!
The screaming.
Yasan, park her up, will you? And be careful with the paint job. It costs more than you make it a year. She's... Let me fix that. Oh.
No! The realistic gravel, by the way. No. That's wild. That is wild.
It's okay, buddy. We can still stay in touch. Look, I got us these walkie-talkies. Let me help you move in.
I respect you as a professional, and I commend you for your dedication to medical practice. And for this, I would like to personally shake you by the hand.
Did you just give me a quarter?
And there's plenty more where that
A
came
bribe.
from. How does 1,000 cents sound to you?
$10?
How does 100 cents sound to you?
You realize that $10 is too much. $10 is too much.
If I just wrote you a note now, would you promise never to come back?
I swear.
Settle this in a civilized manner. Hi, my name is Gumball. Hi, my name is Cheetah.
Stop repeating everything I say! But when someone says hi, you say hi too!
You do. Oh, this guy again.
Expecto Patronium!
I love the visual art style.
Fatality. And then I kiss the girl. No? Oh, come on, this place stinks. I mean, Darwin doesn't even have a role.
Sure I do. If I don't flick this switch, nobody will be able to see the play.
Dude, you know when people say I could do that job with my little finger? In your case, it's actually true.
But I only have one finger.
Gumball, if you want to be involved in the play, just audition properly like everyone else.
I'm a serious actor. I don't audition.
Fine, just leave me your headshot and go.
Oh, you want a headshot? How's this for a
What the
headshot?
frig?
Ow.
Okay, I love how wild the humor is, but like it's definitely like it trails on the line of like going into like, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to say like not adult comedy, but like, old adult cartoons that used to be on like, like Adult Swim and stuff like that. It like trails the line where like, a kid could still find this absolutely hilarious, which I genuinely believe that like a lot of times like, a lot of people who say like, oh, like kids cartoons used to be crazier. It's like never watch kid cartoon nowadays. Cause every time like I get a vision, like like Adventure Time, like is to me has more mature themes, for example, than like cartoons I used to watch as a kid. You know what I mean? Even though like people say, well, no, you watch like Billy and Mandy that had like, it's so many like really dark and scary stuff. Yeah, 100%. But it was still like, I think more, it didn't, hit the themes and emotional notes that like say Adventure Time does. And I feel like, it's good for a cartoon, for a kid show, in my opinion, to get to that line where it's like it still has like funny comedy. It can be funny for like the parent who's watching as well. It has like, you know, can you know, call on those like, you know, emotions. Because again, you insult, and even like not even emotions, but call on like this type of comedy as well. Because I feel like one of the worst counters to critiques I've ever heard when someone critiques like a kids show is like, well, it's for kids. It's like, yeah, that's true. That will be true. But I also think that like kids, I feel that people treat them as dumber than they are sometimes. You know what I mean? I feel like they treat them as, especially nowadays, they treat them as dumber than they are. When in reality, like, you know, they understand a lot more than we think. And I think that like, you know, while like it's like there's like a combination where you don't want them watching like adult shows, but shows like this I think are like perfect, where it's like they still get like that like kind of like darker comedy. I'm not saying they need darker comedy. I would just say that like they can handle this type of stuff, because I handled it as a kid. I did as well. You know what I mean? It's funny for the whole family. It really is. Oh my god!
Good. Now use me as a doormat. Go on, do it.
This is wild. Okay, this is a bit much.
Now use me as a pencil sharpener.
No!
Yeah, what exactly are we trying to prove here?
I don't get it.
Me neither.
I'm holding up a mirror to you guys so you can see the suffering and tragedy in your lives.
Wouldn't it be easier to do that literally?
Mirror to mirror.
I stared into the abyss, and it stared back at me.
I am nothing, just a meaningless speck of dust in a cold.
Oh, come on. I love the animation style here, by the way. I love it a lot.
Hey, Carrie, I think we really nailed that song last night. We're totally gonna win the battle of the bands, man.
You're not in a band. I'm not in a band. I bet you couldn't even give me the name of a band.
Yeah, like Germany.
That's probably the name of a band.
Hey, that's my cousin.
No! I love the realistic style they use for. Oh, wait, there's a dinosaur here.
Watch out, world! What?
I think we already got what we wanted.
Polly's in there? Where is she?
What?
Polly, what do we do about him?
But Polly!
Did he just assault someone?
Okay, we make it look like it happened from natural causes.
What? How?
There, like this.
Exercise blows?
Yeah, maybe not. Oh, I know. We'll make it look like an accident. There, a canoe accident. No, that's not quite right. Oh!
No.
God, this isn't working. I got this. Hey, catch this up.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
To be frank, you've got no further to go. You must admit there is no.
Quit while you're behind, I'd say.
Okay, I surrender.
Nice trail of destruction.
To be honest, I'm more ashamed of the puns.
I'm more ashamed of the puns than the actual destruction. It's actually very funny too. What the hell?
See, Darwin, it is important to choose the right tools for the job. Why not a chainsaw? Slow down there. We don't want to make a mess. What we need is a clean cut to the stem.
What am I looking at? Why is this is terrifying.
Please help! There's these two kids who.
Weed killer. This is a horror movie. This is a horror TV show. It reminds me of like Clock Tower or something. Oh, with the shadows as well. Very well done, right?
Where are these?
Make sure you don't waste the flower heads and add them to the compost heap. Very good point, Gumball.
Wait, did they actually like?
Their rotten remains will be eaten and excreted.
Did they actually get rid of them?
The resulting matter can be used to feed other plants.
Oh wait. Oh, is it a compost heap? That is very dark though.
I need to call the police. No network. Come on, come on.
No.
Are you, Leslie?
Why?
Yo,
Are we sure this? I know it's like, again, like this to say, like I don't think, like I genuinely think, like, again, I watch Billy and Mandy stuff, so like that stuff has like a lot of horror elements as well. So like I'm not like you're like you know, I'm not here trying to be like, you know, I'm never going to judge this stuff because I watched Billy and Mandy. I watched you know, a lot of like scary shows as a kid. You know what I mean? I did watch a lot of them. I watched Goosebumps. I watched all this stuff. Like they can get very dark. So I'm not like going to shy away from this, but like it is still very shocking, you know, how dark it can get, right?
Thanks for making this easier for me.
What?
Right.
Treated? Cheated out of things I deserve? Unjustifiably shunned?
I was kind of going more for a weeping sore of annoyance.
Back off there, my chips.
The change of the voice acting as well. That's what the world does to you.
I think I just understood why things never go my way.
Finally.
There's a secret society at school.
No.
I'm sorry, what?
Dude, think about it. I didn't get
I think your friend was thinking of karma.
but some people did. Joe got away with murder when I got punished for almost nothing, and now this! I thought for a second it might be my fault, but the evidence is overwhelming. There was a secret society in this school.
Okay, this explains a lot about his character. If like when he gets in trouble, he's explaining it away as a secret society, instead of being like, I did something wrong. You know what I mean?
A corrupt circuit promoting inequality. A disgusting organization encouraging injustice and elitism. And I want in.
I want to join.
Oh, hi. Oh, I love your hair. What's your secret?
Male pattern hair loss with a sprinkle of stress. So, who do you know here?
Oh, I'm Anaya's brother.
Really? Me too. She's so weird looking, right?
Yeah, she's like a garden gnome who got her head transplanted from an Easter Island statue. We both like to have fun at the detriment of others. We should totally be friends. Words with multiple syllables, there's no way they'll understand. What is it anyway? You've already demoted me to
I just realized that, like, I think that when it comes to this show, I think one of its biggest strengths that I've seen just from this compilation is that, like, it's like, they have made it so that this character is someone you're not gonna like, that is completely immoral, but for some reason I want to see them do more immoral stuff, if that makes sense. It's a very big strength in this show so far.
My mom's belly.
Do you want to get back to your old class?
I remember this for some reason. I remember seeing this monkey somewhere.
I mean, mainly because of the height difference, but it's still a good feeling.
Huh? How can you enjoy it here?
It's a world of scheduled nap times, optional pants, and food you don't need to chew.
You just described a retirement home.
Exactly! I get to retire without ever having a job. I love this place.
Okay, I gotta level with you. If you don't come back, I'm fired.
As if I needed more reasons to stay here.
Oh, no. Oh, there's the balloon again. The facial expressions are so good. Wait, this is a stapler? That's deserved. That's definitely deserved. Okay, that was where we were supposed to end the video, by the way. Because again, as I said before, 10-minute limit, and by the way, no patron, as I always say, because I always say this, but I want to make sure everyone knows no patron ever like complains about it. They understand that there has to be like a 10-minute limit on all these videos. But that's obviously like very, very like funny as well. I think that, like, you know, as I said during the video, one of the biggest strengths of like cartoons I used to watch as a kid was that I feel like they like shaped my comedy as I grew older. Like my favorite shows were like Billy and Mandy and Dexter's Lab and Kids Next Door. As a kid, and like even like, you know, Kim Possible and stuff, because even though Kim Possible wasn't dark humor, but I feel like, you know, they never, you know, I used to watch Jackie Chan Adventures, Big Guy and Rusty. I feel like, you know, kid shows when I was younger, they never really ever insulted the intelligence of me or like any of my friends or stuff like that as well. Like we got to like have like sometimes like more mature themes, but not like in a bad way, like not in like, you know, anything bad that a kid can't watch, but like stuff like, you know, death and the afterlife and you know, people being punished and people beating each other up and stuff, because as well, like, you know, you're able to explore stuff. And I feel like, you know, whilst like, you know, I think nowadays people are like, this is a kid show, you know, I feel like it's not and I know this is an old show now, but I feel like it's never a bad thing to like have this type of stuff here. And I think like they've always had shows like this that have like themes like that kids can follow, and I think they're very important. Because while like, you know, I understand that like people want to just put on like a mindless show or whatever and be like, hey, like hero. There's nothing wrong with that. Like if a kid wants to watch their freaking, you know, a cartoon that just has no like none of those themes, that's perfectly fine too. Like you're a kid, you know, watch whatever you want. But I feel like also at the same time, you know, it's good to have those things in a movie or a TV show. I'm not just saying like dark humor or whatever like that, but because I don't think it's totally dark, but I think like having like more of like a walking the line of the comedy stuff does, I feel like, you know, it's funny. It's funny stuff. There's nothing here that's like offensive or rude or horrible or something like that. It's just stuff that's like, you know, like really funny and a little bit dark and really, really cute like that as well. Because like, for example, like I say, like, you know, when I say like, you know, having different themes in it as well, like, you know, the idea of like you have jealousy or you have someone who like is totally like gaslighting themselves into certain situations. They're like totally doing stuff that like is horrible sometimes too. And I feel like, you know, like, yes, there's a chance the kid watches this and goes, man, I love Gumball. He's hilarious, right? But I feel like there's also like a bigger chance of like, you see Gumball constantly like losing karma in life, right? That's what they're showing here. That's why it's so well written and just even the little tiny things we've seen here. Like, he does something that's really weird and off-putting. And in most cases in these clips, he has failed to like achieve what he meant to achieve. And I wonder if like at some point he learns a lesson in those things too, maybe. But as I said, like, you know, like stuff like Adventure Time, stuff like, you know, as I said, Billy and Mandy, you know, like this and other stuff like that as well. Like they never really like I think even SpongeBob, like I feel like that's a good thing about those kid shows and why they've had like such a good run is that they talk about like the very like, you know, very like real things. They have like really funny humor. They have humor that walks the line of stuff like this as well. But they also showcase stuff that I didn't regret like seeing as a kid. Like the, you know, again, like I said, like the idea of like people being punished for their actions and people, you know, people being very self-centered or people doing so like, you know, like perfect example is like, you know, like seeing like Squidward be like kind of rude to people and then like him being punished, or even some cases as well, like, you know, Mr. Krabs being rude to people and getting punished in SpongeBob. It's like that type of stuff was the stuff where you're like, okay, like you can get this and it makes sense. Sorry for going off on like a soapbox here, but I really feel like, you know, this type of stuff is like still totally okay. It's totally fun. And also like as someone who like has like younger cousins and stuff, I guess as well, you know, who would have to like every once in a while like mind them, whatever. Like I really feel like sitting down and like when you're watching a cartoon, having like more like stuff like this is very, very funny as well. I feel like anyway, it's very funny for me too. But yeah, I think this is like a really funny show. It has some really funny stuff in there. Like I think more often than not, like it's one of those things where like I was kind of like shocked by some of this stuff, but then other stuff I'm just like, this is like a really, really it felt like it didn't feel like shock value stuff for the sake of shock value, because as I said, every single thing in this story, the thing we were seeing had like some sort of like thing to it where it's like, oh, okay, so like he's still being like punished for this. Okay, so like his life isn't going exactly as he would want it to be going. He's still not getting like total like support from you know, the universe. Like it's not like oh, like he's, you know, everything's totally going so perfect for him. I think that's like a very important thing to note about this, is that it's not like the, you know, Gumball gets everything handed to him, you know what I mean, and he's rude to people. It's Gumball doing like absolutely crazy stuff, and then like, you know, it being funny, and then like some stuff happening where it's like, okay, like that's like, you know, this is the karma of the situation as well. I think even his friend was calling it out at one point too. But I don't think that makes Gumball like a bad character. I think it's actually very funny. Like it's a very funny character to follow in a lot of ways, where it's like I love them just doing like a lot of mischievous stuff and very funny stuff. And it's one of those situations I feel like you tune in every single time just to be like, what's Gumball going to do this week? Oh my God, Gumball, what are you doing now? And like it's a very funny and endearing way. I feel like also, like as I said, relating to shows I used to watch as a kid, like when I'm watching Billy and Mandy, for example, one of the things that like I would always like really enjoy is that, like, you know, Billy and Mandy like morally are not like perfect characters in any way, shape, or form, but that would always be like very, very funny. You know what I mean? It'd be always very funny seeing like, what are Billy and Mandy gonna like react to the situation? You know what I mean? They like, for example, like there's like an old lady who's like, and this is not a real story, but an old lady who's rude to them in the store, and they choose to like, you know, Mandy chooses to be like extra evil back to her. But again, you like, it's not anything that's like bad. It's just like very funny, and you wonder what those characters are going to get up to next week. And in this sense, it's like, what is Gumball going to do this time around? How is Gumball going to react to this? And I think they've created a perfect character here just from these compilations, because what you have here is a character that you can put in any situation, and because of their personality, they can react in a certain way that's like, oh, this is gonna work no matter what. Like you could get Gumball and drop them in the middle of like a corporate America, and it'd be hilarious. You can get Gumball and drop them in the middle of like a ice skating competition, and you like, oh, what hijinks are you gonna get up to? Pick up Gumball and put them in a biker gang. I want to see that. You know what I mean? That's what the hijinks are. It's the same thing as I said, like Billy and Mandy. I take Billy and Mandy, you put them in a biker gang, put them in a corporate America. I want to see what's going to happen there. I want to see the hijinks. Yeah, it's very funny. I love how I walked the line of like the darker humor. I enjoyed this quite a bit. It was really, really funny stuff. And Gumball is a very interesting, funny character. Thank you for sending us in. Hypernova. What happened there to my brain? What happened to my brain? Thank you. Next video sent in by Field, and they say another Myriad Celestia trailer. This one featuring our dessert-loving scientist, and this is Ruan May, I guess. Let's check it out. Ruan May, a very interesting character, very scary character, though.
Your letters are always welcome. The plum blossoms bloom and wither, and I occasionally catch a scent of loneliness. I once again am thinking back to the research in my childhood, together with you in No Man's Land. That comfy cabin, teeming with boundlessly joyous forms of life.
This music is beautiful.
Those days are unforgettable.
Oh, Jesus.
I understood the vastness of the universe too early.
Is that her as a baby?
I was different than every other kid.
That explains too much. That explains way too much. Adorable kid.
Birth, growth, death.
This music is gorgeous.
Lamenting the process of life is the origin of my thinking.
See, this is what I'm saying. The reason why this explains a lot, almost the reason why this explains a lot about Ruan May is that like this is a character who's clearly seen way too much, way too soon. And if you see way too much, way too soon, you're gonna have like less of a emotional attachment to life and more of an inquisitive aspect, like an insight to life, right? Where like you have this thing where like she's seen like horrors that most kids should not see before like a certain age, and now she kind of sees life in a way where it's like an equation, like a chemical reaction, like something to be solved in a way. Oh, sorry. You know what I mean? You okay? There we go.
I began to realize that I longed for something pure.
Interesting.
Attachment involves the insular cortex, which controls
again, everything's in the equation, you know what I mean? Everything's like an experiment, everything's like science.
The laws of emotion can be easily broken
See what I mean?
down.
Everything is...
Children will become more well-behaved when they receive random rewards.
Oh my god, this gorgeous sequence here, look at this.
When I discovered how easy it was to cultivate a planet, I began to feel
What?
empty.
Wait, she began to feel empty when she realized how easy it was to cultivate a planet. So she's saying like now that I know how to do this, it's like the inquisitive nature of this is gone. I love the adorable planet, by the way.
I increasingly understand that I long for more fundamental research.
Okay.
Recently, I've had some different thoughts.
Ruan May is such a headache.
At first, I was terrified of its appearance. It is born of wonder.
They're all talking about her and she's not even like listening.
It is the closest thing to the feeling I had when I was a child.
The way they did that was masterful, by the way. Having Ruan May like walk through this here, and like was hard to follow because I was hearing two different voices at the same time, but she's just ignoring it.
Of its appearance. It is born of wonder, does not resist, and does not grieve. It is the closest thing to the feeling I had when I was
Sorry,
a child.
again, I'm just going to skip back to the start of this because again, I think intentionally it was supposed to be hard to understand there because of all the voices.
For more fundamental
So the fundamental research, that's life, right?
Recently, I've had some different thoughts.
Ruan May is such a headache.
At first, I was terrified.
Like it was like the idea of creating life, right?
It is born of wonder, does not resist, and does not grieve.
It's hurt and schooling, by the way.
It is the closest thing to the feeling I had when I was a child.
Whoa.
Where does the research end?
Yeah.
Life is so colorful, but it has nothing to do with me. I explore the mysteries of the universe and seek deeper answers.
Gorgeous visuals here as
I
well.
have nothing to lose and nothing to gain.
Right, the lack of emotional attachment to things as well, right?
If life is cultivated and reproduced,
This is stunning.
you can dissect remembrance, control equilibrium,
Man.
deconstruct beauty, and reproduce permanence. I will understand life and touch on these conceptions. And perhaps I too can
You two can
become
become what? Wait, she's watching Stell. Oh my god, she's watching like the actual combat?
Worry not, my dear assistant. I will reward you.
Wait. Look who's with them. Look who's with them. Grey bean paste and hot cheese tart or molten cheese tart. So they have gone with her. So she said that, well, maybe at that point when I understand all this stuff, now maybe I can become. So I wonder if like a lot of the idea of who she is actually like her trying to understand life itself and understand like what it is to be alive, which can be like a, how do I say it, like a very it's an interesting thing for her character because obviously like I always, I think it's like it happens with a lot of characters. I don't think we misinterpreted Ruan Mei at all. I think she's a character that is terrifying, but also is very interesting. She's a character I'd want to learn more about her. But in this trailer, what I feel like we get from Ruan Mei is a character who, like, again, grew up too fast in terms of like what they knew before they were at a young age. And I feel like that like would desensitize you to the idea of life. If you saw like horrors and creatures that no one should see before the age of like 5, you're probably going to end up like not with a very warped sense of like what life is and what living creatures are. Because I feel like a lot of kids when they grow up, right, they tend to like get a gradual approach to like learning and what they learn in life. And for example, like all of us like would like we learn like, oh, that's a bird. At the age of like 5, we're like, that's a bird. That's obviously before that as well. But you know what I mean? Like this type of bird is this. That's a worm. This is a cockroach. This is a spider. You know what I mean? They learn all this different stuff about the world. But Ruan Mei like learned about like such like unimaginable like ethereal creatures at such a young age that like she started to like see the world as like an equation in some ways and a science experiment where it's like it's hard to like maybe feel that connection with life because of like all the stuff that like she's seen. And it makes perfect sense to me that she would like see like life as an equation and see like all the stuff as a science experiment, because it's very like difficult to like not see it that way once you like start seeing the world that way and once you've been shown the world in that way, I feel like, right? Does that make sense? Where that's the way I think her character's at, but I don't think her character is devoid of love. I think she's like trying to search for that feeling that people have, which is like that maybe I can be love, maybe I can be life, maybe I can be any like 4-letter word that's used in the end there. And it's one of those things where it's like all these creations I made are like trying to find out a fundamental thing that around life. And I wonder if like, again, there's two things that could happen. She finds that fundamental reason by the essence of life, and she finds that, and she ends up understanding like how she can maybe like find love and find life and all this stuff. Or is it gonna be a situation where like she finds the fundamental aspects of life and finds the essence of life, and now she goes on to something else? She said she found out to cultivate a planet. Once she figured out to cultivate an entire planet, it depressed her basically. It made her upset. It like wasn't a good thing for her because now like that's gone. That inquisitive nature is gone. But I do think one of the most interesting things about the ending of this is that we end with her walking away from looking at Stell, being like, "Hey, Stell, like, in the nicest way possible, it's like, Stell, I'll be able to reward you for what you've done." And I wonder if that means kind of like, hey, like you've shown me that I do care about these creatures, or I have a care about these creatures. Now she's walking off a molten cheese tart, and she's walking away with grey bean paste. And what that means to me is that while she's still trying to find the essence of life and those fundamental aspects of life, she's also a character who's trying to like maybe understand that through her own experience with love. And while maybe she doesn't understand how to like really reciprocate the love that she's given by cheese tart and grey bean paste, I think that she's maybe like going to make an effort. And that's why she's walking off with them. She's thanking Stella for helping her make that effort as well, where she's like, trying to like, trying to reciprocate it. And maybe that will help her realize what love is in the end. And seeing all those characters fight together, that probably is a big thing too. My favorite visual of this whole thing was her walking through the crowd of like Skrullum and Herta talking to each other. And them like being like it overpowering the dialogue a bit there as well. They didn't interrupt. They didn't like, because of the story. They instead of like doing this thing where they're like, oh, let's pause it for a second so we can like in between each line. No, they made sure it was like overpowering each other. So as the viewer watching this, we're going, who do I listen to? What part do I listen to? But for her, it's like full steam ahead. I don't care what these people are saying about me. Full steam ahead. A very interesting character. I understand why she is the way she is. And also, like, I think that like she's going to be making a big change, probably thanks to Stell and thanks to Cheese Tart and Great Bean Paste. Another interesting trailer. Thank you for sending us in. The next video is sent in by Jackal Sniper, and they say, since you seem to like really like the Silver in the Sonic IDW comics, I thought you would like to hear his theme. Honestly, awesome. Let's check it out. Sonic the Hedgehog Dreams of an Absolution. I did like Silver. I like Silver quite a bit. I think he's a very adorable, sweet, and honestly like a character you could follow for any amount of time, and I feel like get a really good story out of him. I feel like he could have his own like 50 episode cartoon series, honestly. Let's check it out. Yes Men 10. Dreams of an Absolution by Bentley Jones. Interesting like thing to start off with, right? It's almost like a Euro dance beat in a way, right? Every night just stays the same. It's like a Euro dance club song. We're like building up to something here. It's like a Euro dance beat. Oh my god, that's so fun. Bopping along already. That's so good. I wasn't expecting this. I am dancing like crazy to this. I love the beat to this. I think it's so fun. Again, it's like a Euro dance beat. I am like so enamored with this already. And like, again, it's just like a nice song to listen to as well. Like, I don't know, I feel like it fits Silver's like personality the way too, where it's like a very, like I always felt like Euro dance beat were very open and honest. And I feel like that's Silver to a full degree, you know? I might know of our future. Interesting line. Ah, this is so like perfect. I like. It's weird because like I never heard this song before, but like I was around at the time when like Euro dance beats like became so popular. Like I was a little kid, but like it was a huge time, and like it just makes you feel so nostalgic. This was a time when like, you know, Euro dance beats were like listened to at the same way that like Ariana Grande is listened to now, where it's like people would just like be, you know, would put it on as they're like having like their breakfast. You know what I mean? And it probably still is for a lot of people too, but like it was just as common as water, Euro dance beats at the time, you know? Like it sounds so appealing, so nice, so open and honest, and I feel like that's Silver's character. Showing some scenes here as well. All you ever be? Wow. Wow. Happiness like trapped in misery means was like something you're gonna find beyond like all the sadness that you're feeling right now. It's kind of like reminds me like, you know, obviously like the dark is before the dawn, and sometimes like to really, you know, dig to really find an exit, you're gonna have to dig deeper down, you know? This is such a bop. Oh man, I love this. I feel like it fits Silver so much. I have this vision of like people dancing to this. Like I have a vision of like a carefree nightclub where no other problem can permeate the walls. And the music, the lyrics are so like there's a hint of melancholy, but they are very uplifting at the same time. They understand like the predicaments that they're ahead of them, but it's like also like trying to like move towards the future as well at the same time, and still save the people you love, you know? I have no idea what this game is, by the way. So cool. Oh, that beat as well. And it's like always, it's like very like a proclamation. I will come to save you. You know what I mean? But everything stays the same. I love this. It just feels like it embodies Silver so much. You know, it really does. Can you not envision people dancing to this like right now? Like this song gives the energy of like, oh, let's go. I was waiting for it. This song gives the energy of like a feeling of, again, there's like melancholy there, but it also has like a very like optimistic value to it as well, you know? I appreciate it so much. I really do. It's an appreciation for the song. It hits my soul. I will dream. Very cool stuff. Very, very cool stuff. Yeah, like to basically say like what I think about this is that like obviously like, you know, the lyrics like feel like have like, as I said, they have a very like melancholic feel to it, where it's like feeling like, you know, like it's about like, you know, looking towards the future and like obviously like understanding the past at the same time too. But I feel like also at the same time, like along with like all that like kind of like darker aspects of it, there's also like a very beautiful optimism to part of the song too, where it doesn't feel like, you know, I'm reading, it doesn't feel like I'm like embracing something that is totally depressing or anything like that, but it's like very like open and honest. Oh, sorry, I hit the mic, guys. Very open and honest about how it, you guys know, this is why people probably want face cam. You guys know I move my hands around a lot. Yeah, the like, you know, was it every night I lay awake, and it's like I'm paraphrasing lyrics here as well, but like I feel like so it's like it's every night just stays the same. In the dream of my absolution and stuff as well, but there's also like this idea of like I'm gonna it's like yeah, things are gonna stay the same, and feels it feels like things don't change, you know what I mean? It's like but it's also asking like what do you want to be, what are your troubles, what are your dreams? You have to like truly like have like a, you know, a full understanding of your life to understand this stuff too, you know. And it's like there was a line there was like that was so great, it was like I know the future but you control the past, and like to try and like discern what that could mean to me is like kind of this idea, it's like I have this idea of the future, but you still, while I'm looking to that future, you still very much control what could be perceived as the present, but to the future that is the past. So right now you control that right now, but you can look towards the future as well with us too. And the idea of like, you know, I lay awake at night and things stay the same and stuff as well, to me like also gives out the energy of like things, it's hard for things to change, but you have to like kind of like embrace like, you know, the future in that way. And even if things are hard to change for me, I'm still going to make sure I make my way to you and try to help you as well, regardless as well at the same time too. Like it's a really like cool, I that's what I'm saying. There's like a melancholy but an optimism, and I feel like that like kind of like feeling of like optimism, but like a very like there's something like kind of like emotional there, to me sums up like what and it's a very open and honest song that all sums up like what Silver is like to me, you know what I mean? Like legitimately, like that's what he is to me. He is like someone who like is so optimistic, so helpful, will help you in any way, but like he's also like at the same time like such an open and honest character, someone who like is willing to run to people's help and and their aid and stuff like this as well. And I think that's like such an important note to remember about a character like this, and that is Silver. That's why we love him so dearly. He is such a fantastic character in that sense as well. And it's more than appreciation for this character. Like I love him dearly, just as like as a little I've known of him. But instantly, like, I feel the way he's portrayed, especially in the comics, is like as just like a sweetheart who deserves like everything in the world, but is also like ultra powerful. But it doesn't seem, he doesn't seem powerful as he is, because he is ultra powerful. It's because he is so like open and sweet, and he's modest, and he's like so like adorable in that way that it's hard to sometimes realize like how amazing he truly is. And I feel like that song gets it so right here as well. The song understands that in such an important way too. I love the beat. It feels like a Euro song from the past. It feels like I'm getting into like a really like cool dance beat. I found myself like getting really enamored by it and into it. Like I was bopping my head along. That was like really fun too. Like it is just like a really, really like a fun song. It made me feel nostalgic. It embodies like Silver in a lot of ways too. It had some like, it's really like enjoyable, and it's open to listen to. It feels open, honest, melancholic, and optimistic all at the same time. And I feel like, as I said, that embodies who Silver is, and I feel like that was perfect for this. I think at the time when Sonic was like, they were making a lot of games for like the PlayStation 3 and 360 and all that stuff, like that was like a time where like Euro beats were like getting hugely big as well, right? But it was before that too, like the 90s, the early 2000s to like the, later on, there was like a lot of stuff there that was like huge, because like I remember like even like Base Hunter was massive at one point as well, but yeah, really, really beautiful stuff. Thank you for sending us in. I'm glad to like know Silver a little bit better from this song, I guess. Thank you. The next video is sent in by Cosmic Catalog. This is a fan-made song about Dr. Ratio that was performed live at the Star Rail concert 2025. Dr. Ratio, Metaphysics of Bathing. Oh, interesting. Okay. His light cone has him bathing, so let's check this out. I usually turn the volume down sometimes when I'm like I turn it down like so there's like no like so the next song doesn't show up on the audio if it goes into the next song, right? So that's why it was down low there, but I'll put it back to the start. Oh my god. So is this person playing Dr. Ratio? Purify the universe. That's something he does want to do. Ignorance and naivete. Look at the crowd. Look at the crowd with the light thing as well. Okay. Oh, look at yeah, dude. Oh, it's an animation. Very cool. I never thought I'd see him in this light with the duck on his head. Watervale partitions worlds to melt what? Oh my god, that's so adorable. Even the pretense. I love the choreo at the back. Oh my god. So the idea of a bath for look at this. The idea of a bath for Dr. Ratio, this is adorable. For Dr. Ratio is like the idea of like a cleansing of the ignorance, not only ignorance, but the obstinate genius of the world who like think they're more important than everyone. It's like a cleansing of the universe for him. That's so interesting. Which you kind of got that, like, obviously this is a symbolism of that too, but like I never truly understood like the light cone symbolism, but that does make sense where it's like, equating cleanliness to like, a scrubbing away of ignorance and the idea of like arrogance in a way too. Even though a lot of people say Dr. Ratio is arrogant, but I think he sees the world as like more of a dangerous arrogance. He would rather people be arrogant but think for themselves, I think, than anything else, than be arrogant and have someone. How do I describe it? He'd rather people be arrogant and think for themselves than have someone arrogant control them. You know what I mean? This is adorable. I love the artwork here. Oh, someone's clutching on your butt? No, the artwork is crazy. What, the freaking beat? The drop of the beat? So I'm guessing, oh my god, they're doing that in the background too. So I'm guessing he's saying that like, even though like he's going to cleanse his place, there's also this feeling of like, maybe like it can get too much at some point. Oh my god. Rising up again. I bathe, therefore I am. The choreo in the back is so freaking good. Authentic serenity, there we go. That authenticity is what he wants. Oh my god. This is awesome. The feeling of feeling tiny, right? When you're like trapped. Even though it's his butt that's trapped. This can I say like I love the meaning behind this because it's helped me understand ratio even more. It's what we've already understood about ratio, but I feel like it's described in such a beautiful way and it's very compact and like it makes me love ratio even more. But like but I feel like it's what we've been saying about ratio, but it's in a great metaphor, right? For sure. But I think what's so beautiful about this as well is that like they're doing the choreo in the background. This artwork choreo is amazing to me. Very fun. I can't get over the amazing artwork in the background. It's so cool. I think what's so like great about this is that, like, as I said, it helped us understand, I think, or I guess like put into like meaning like the stuff we already knew, I guess, about like Dr. Ratio. Dr. Ratio is a character who, like, as I said, I think the perfect encapsulation is that he doesn't mind people perceiving him as being like rude or ignorant as long as the end result is that he helps anyone out. He's not looking to do anything like for his own, like he doesn't care if like you don't like him or don't love him. What he's trying to do is, like, in his own words, in his own eyes, save people from ignorance. And while that sounds so harsh, and the way he can go about it is harsh, I feel like understanding why he goes about it in a harsh way is more important than like anything else. And this perfectly explains it. Like, he sees like himself as like washing away not only the arrogance of geniuses, but also making sure that people can like think for themselves. And he feels, I guess, the metaphor for a bath is like washing away all this like this thing, but also at the same time, if you're in the water trying to wash away this stuff, there's a chance that you're going to get pulled away by a current as well, which I think encapsulates the idea that like if you're trying to like get down and dirty with all the ignorance and arrogance, there's a good chance Dr. Ratio is saying, well, even though I'm getting caught up in this stuff, that it's actually like a bit, not like painful, but it's like this one of those things where like, you can get like just caught up in it too much and it can get kind of difficult in that sense. I feel like that's what they're trying to portray here, as it pertains to Dr. Ratio here. He's a character, as I said, that would prefer people to be arrogant but to be themselves and to think for themselves, rather to have an arrogant person rule over you. He's not seeking to rule over anybody. He's not seeking to control anybody. What he wants is encapsulated here is for people to think for themselves and to get rid of the notion of what he sees as ignorance. When he says ignorance and mediocrity, I know like people might say like you're defending him too much here, but I feel like from the surface it can seem like he's being very insulting, and it is insulting. Let's just be real here. If you call someone mediocre and ignorant, it is an insult. But if I can phrase in the way what I think he means is this: if he turns to you and says you're mediocre and ignorant, what he's actually saying is, please like stop doing things that people tell you to do and think for yourself. And also when he's calling you mediocre, he's saying you could be much more than this, which I think, again, he needs to learn how to phrase that better. Cause like when he calls someone mediocre, he genuinely means you could be better. You could do better, you know, like, which probably would be a problem if he was ever like talking to like a friend who like just broke up with their boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever, or their partner. He would be like, it's like, I don't know what to do. He's just like, you are mediocre right now. It's like, what? What he really means is you could do better. You could definitely do better. You could be better. And I think that's like one of the things that's interesting about like, the characters in Honkai, and Dr. Ratio is no different, is that like, you have to read between the lines if you truly want to understand what they're saying. And I feel like that's what Dr. Ratio was saying. On top of all the meaning behind this as well, I love the choreo in the background. The stage show looked really, really fun as well. The artwork for him in the background too. Like, I feel like, whenever they draw him in like any character, or a very serious character in a very funny way, what allows you to do is like to humanize characters that like already felt like otherworldly, like Dr. Ratio and stuff like this. And I think it's not a terrible thing, to have like to have that, because then you have like this character who seemed like otherworldly and out of this world, as someone that we couldn't even like really ascertain or get to know very well. Not that we didn't get to know him, but I'm saying like Dr. Ratio at times feels untouchable, just like the same way Ruan May does, just like the same way Skrullum and Herta do. While we can understand their characters, they do feel like there is like always like this barrier up against them. And I think what's so good about fan animations is that for a second we get to go like, that's little Dr. Ratio doing a little choreo in the background, and it's very fun. And it lets the guard down, at least in the periphery, you know what I mean? Which I always think is very fun. I love that artwork, love the song as well. I feel like it encapsulates him 100%. Very, very cool stuff. Thank you for sending us in. It was so freaking cool. The next video is sent in by Emerald, and they say the finale of this arc. Oh, it's finale. DLC for Moon. Quick recap of the story so far. An organization called Group 935 used an alien element to create a zombie army. A girl called Samantha accidentally activates a moon pyramid device, or simply MPD, and gains the power to control them. After her father died, she sent her zombies armies to kill the people responsible for his death. You play as a group of people she's trying to attack, and your goal is to seize control from her. It's interesting that like we have a lot of sympathy for Samantha, I feel like, but also at the same time now we're going against her, which it's how like good stories kind of go down. You fall down a road of like becoming something that you weren't before. After obtaining everything required, you use the teleportation network Richtofen was working on to arrive at Group 935's moon base, where the MPD is located. Richtofen performs a soul transfer on the device to swap places with Samantha and gain control for himself, which he then uses to betray and try to kill you. Okay, so that makes sense. Interesting. So even in the end, Richtofen like is the one who like is kind of like going to be like doing some like horrible stuff in the end, which makes sense. A fun map due to the low gravity mechanics, very cool. But as most main quests involves luck on RNG, it's unpopular to play. Fun attention to detail is whenever you pick up power, you hear a voice announcing what power you've got. But after Richtofen gains control, he becomes the announcer, and the zombie's eyes will now glow blue, his favorite color, showing that he does in fact have control over the game. Anyway, enjoy the song. I love the concept. I really do. It's a really cool concept. So this is Coming Home. It's Alina Siegemann, and it's Moon Easter Egg song. Let's check it out. We're starting off with a crunchy riff. Ooh! Hardcore crunchy riff. Very cool. Very, very cool. This is like deep metalcore, right? I think Kevin Sherwood was just like really fantastic at riffs. I feel like if you would like hire him for a band, he must be in a band somewhere as well, though. So sick. Yes, it's like black metal. Oh my god. So sick. This is like Cradle of Filth. I was so into Cradle of Filth as a kid. Okay. Wait, is this talking about like her as like she's like saying like, oh, now that I'm dead and now that I'm gonna be passing on, I can finally like, come home, I guess? Is that what we're saying? Like it's like now I'm finally free, maybe in a way, and I did it all for you. Oh, maybe she finally feels real after like that transfer, after that death, maybe? Oh my god. I'm sorry, that's so sick. That's so sick. I listened to death metal and black metal a lot as a teenager. I still appreciate it sometimes. Like I wouldn't listen to it all the time now, but like what happens is like it's one of those things where like if Cradle of Filth ever comes up on my playlist, it goes on right away. It really does go on right away. But it seems like the song seems to be about like saying like I did this all for you, which is probably like doing it once again for revenge in that way too as well. And like I think she wasn't able to like kind of like feel human at one point as well, you know what I mean? And now maybe it's like, you know, in this moment she was able to feel that again, possibly. Cool chorus as well. I mean, she's a fantastic vocalist as well. I want to go crazy. It's so cool. So sick, and it makes sense. It's not just like killing for killing's sake. It makes sense within the world. You know what I mean? Because I have such a huge problem with songs. I don't care. It's my biggest pet peeve about metal songs. I love metal. It's one of my favorite genres. But like, I hate metal that's just like, go to war, kill the enemy, and you're like, it's like, what's the song about? It's about a war and killing the enemies. It's like, yeah, but like, you weren't at war. You know what I mean? But if you're writing a concept about a war, and the emotions behind a war, emotions behind fighting, there's emotions behind this. It makes sense. You get the story. You know what I mean? I'm not saying you have to write about war, you have to have been in a war, by the way. I'm saying that, like, conceptually get what aspect of the war you're talking about. It's just like, kill the enemy, fight them, kill them now. You know, it's like, okay, what part of this are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, for example, the example I would give, like, of a song that's about war but like makes sense is like actually like I'm it's funny that like I'm using this song as an example, but like Scream, Aim, and Fire, Bullet My Valentine, can seem very cheesy, but the song is literally about how terrifying war is and how like there's nothing else you can do and how God has basically left everyone behind, and that makes sense. But if they didn't have that meaning behind that, like. Maybe I'm just weird. Maybe I'm just like, I need a meaning behind like a wartime song, or a song about killing, or a song about fighting, a song about blood and rage. Like, I want there to be like emotions behind it and a meaning behind it, if that makes sense. That's all I want, and this has that here. As I did it all for you. Every time I listen to these songs that Emerald sends in, I'm always like doing like imaginary kick drums on my feet. Very cool. Maybe trying to reassure herself as well a little bit. Right? Oh wow, it's almost... What an ending. So sick. So sick. So, the first thing I have to say is, like, as I said, this is the music that, like, as a kid... Not as a kid, but even as a teenager, that I was listening to constantly. And you know, like, at this point, Emerald, I've talked about this before, I listened to so much heavy metal music as a kid. It was like my favorite thing to listen to, and even now I still listen to heavy metal. Like, I still listen to Trivium all the time. I think I listen to Trivium at least once a week, and you know, I still listen to Cradle of Filth, whatever comes back up as well. It's still like one of my favorite genres of music, and always will be. But obviously, like, you know, this I remember like was like such like those crunchy beats, that terrifying sound, you know, the almost blood curdling sound was such a massive and huge part of my informative years, that whenever I hear stuff like this, I feel like I just get drawn back into this universe of just like, oh my God, I'm in a pool of like nostalgia. And it sounds really great. Like, there's some great screaming vocals with some great open like and clean vocals as well, which is always a very good thing to do as well. You know, the crunchiness of the guitar that comes in actually sounds so devastatingly cool that like it makes the chorus even more impactful. Then we get like a bit of a softer version as well. Really cool song just to start off. I just want to say that right away. It's a really cool song. It's one of those songs that, like, again, I said, I was using my feet as a kid. Like, I was playing kick drum. I was like tapping my leg like it was a drum. Tidbit about me: I play guitar and I play bass and I sang in a band, but I actually played drums in a band for like a few weeks because they didn't have a drummer for a bit, and I didn't know how to play drums, so I had to learn in like 3 weeks. I was not very good, but I still have that muscle memory sometimes where I'm like, that was fun, and I'm tapping stuff, you know what I mean? I wasn't great. They found a drummer in the end, but I was just supposed to be like a placeholder until it was like this girl group. And at the time they wanted a girl drummer as well. So yeah. But yeah. it was yeah, and I just like tapping along with this. The song, that's what I get out of the song. Maybe I'm wrong, Emerald, but I feel like it is a song that is about like, you know, like the ending of this, where it's like I am like now finally feel like I'm becoming real again. All of the stuff that I did, all the stuff that I remember that I did, the stuff that I did to these people, the stuff with taking over the zombies and all this stuff before Richtofen obviously like, you know, swapped back or swapped with her. This stuff was all done out of revenge. You know what I mean? This stuff was done for you, as she keeps saying, your stuff was done for you. And I feel like that's what she's trying to get at here. But now she finally feels like a human again. And maybe she's able to like have like a retrospective kind of like look back at the stuff she's done and feel like, okay, this is what I was feeling. This is what I'm feeling now. And honestly, that could be kind of like a very tough thing to do, but it's feeling she like did that in a very, very strong way as well. It feels like I really did like enjoy this song, and I guess this arc as well is so cool too. And what a way to like, I guess, end the arc, which is with like, you know, a very beautiful and interesting understanding of, I guess like the a beautiful understanding of like her character even more than before. You know what I mean? I think that's a very, 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 very cool. Honestly, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's why I asked Shane about the song. That's what the song is actually itself is very cool. I enjoyed it quite a bit. It is right up my alley in terms of music. And it's one of those things where, like I said, like I love hearing these songs by Kevin Sherwood because it's like, it's a part of my heart without me even knowing the songs. Emerald, like you can say as well, like every time I hear one of those crunchy beats at the start of a song, I literally just go like, oh, and it's pretty freaking cool. It's really, really cool. Yeah. Thank you for sending us in, Emerald. This is really, 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 really neat. Really neat. The next video sent in by, gonna unlock my iPad here. Do you guys remember my code? I don't. Pauline Grit. Hi, I'm back with some BTS today. This time it's a funny. It'll be funny and chaotic moments, and we have to watch from the start to 9:48. As always, for any BTS fans out there, I've said this earlier on in the video as well for another time limit, but like, and it's not. I always say it every time we have like a over the time limit video. There's no issue with that. I always let that happen, and the reason is, of course, is that I try to keep it to a 10-minute limit. Not because like I think over like videos that are 14 minutes are bad, but because I'm watching upwards of 30 videos sometimes, so it's good to like keep a I schedule that. No one ever complains about that. Pauline doesn't complain about that. Earlier on today we had another 10-minute video. No one complains about that. There's no complaints about that. Nobody complains about that. Yeah. So this is BTS funny moments, and we get the best of both worlds of Pauline here. Pauline sends in Merlin stuff and BTS stuff. So like, what a treat. Let's check this out here, because again, just to say like my time with BTS. Love. Been seeing them more and more on my timeline. I've been sharing so many pictures of them in my in the Patreon chats, the K-pop Patreon chats, and like I've grown to just like absolutely adore them with like such a great degree, and I have to thank like Roman Reacts for that. Honestly, I really do. I adore them so much. I really do. Let's check it out. So we go into 9:48, and we'll check this out. Oh my god. What a shove. Is that Taehyung? BTS is reuniting the hour.
Yes.
Carbonara?
Carbonara.
I think this moment is famous, right? I've heard about this. I think this moment is famous.
Carbonara. Tony Montana?
Tony Montana?
Carbonara.
I know this moment is famous because people have shared like the meme as well of that, of like Jimin's face here. Jimin looks so pretty here when he says it, but apparently this is like a huge thing in the community.
짐이 여기 보내? 라, 지, 모, 라, 라. 짐이 형이 그거 못해. 까, 르, 도.
Oh my god, he just got it right.
까, 르, 도, 라, 라.
That's so fun. Oh my god, the Snow White stuff. The Supreme money as well. The smacking of the butt as well.
진실 이거 보십시오. 자, 보여주시오. 여러분.
Super strength? Wait, is that food stuck to the plate?
사실 여러분 고구마처럼 보이는 것도 접시의 일부입니다. 진영. 그래 내가 갈게요. 이런 소소한 재미. 어때요? 웃음 점수 10점 드리겠습니다. 역시.
What show is that? I love how much enjoyment they get out of each other. It never falls off.
첫 번째 뭔가요? 청결. 두 번째. 접착력이죠.
The joy they get out. Look at this. Look at the joy they have together. It's so amazing. Oh my god.
같이 까줘요.
No. Of course. Of course.
되나?
No way.
편하게 하던 거. 얘들아 편하게 하던 거 해.
No.
그래도 좀 보고 싶지 않니? 도미노가 쓰러지는 거?
And he's doing it in the corner now. And Jimin found you. Can I say as well? The only reason why this is funny, right? And by the way, my cheeks already hurt from smiling. The only reason this is funny to all of them is because they're so close, right? You do this, if you do this to some people that have like pent up anger with each other, you're done. You know what I mean? But because they have such a love for each other, this is like, you know, something they can get over, like, right? Because if you already have like a growing pains and like you don't want to be around someone, you're gonna get pissed off right away, you know? I love the the poor leader of the group. Even as he's chasing him, he's laughing. You know what I mean? This is love. This is love. You know? Another victim.
야 남준아, 너는 흔적이라도 남았지 내 메추리알은 흔적도 없이 애들 뱃속으로 들어갔어.
They're eating his eggs. My face hurts from smiling. I think I've seen a clip of this one actually. I think so.
고관절은.
Yeah.
아니 왜 들이대 그러니까. 너 와. 아 대박이다.
It's so funny.
뭐 사먹고 사먹고 준 게 나한테. 진영의 냄새 납니까? 뭔 소리야? 누가 주유소에서 이거 하고 줬어 나한테. 뭔 소리야? 1년 내내 좋은 일만 있길래 언제나 행복하게.
So we got presents that were like stuff that you get for free at a gas station.
야, 너가 일본에서 육포랑 오징어 되게 맛있다고 사실 뭐 생각해가지고 사온 거야. 이 티슈도 너 맨날 그랬잖아. 야, 너 이거 잘 닦으라고 내가 무슨 티슈 샀는데 나한테 어떻게 그럴 수가 있어? 얘는 진짜 좋아해.
The passionate, like, please accept my gift, basically. Taeyong. Blindfold JK to play hide and seek. We called that blind man's buff, I think it was as a kid. You know what I mean? I think that's what it was called. Bluff. No way. Jimin's found. Oh my god! Like my face hurts from smiling because like you could like this is one of the things that like recently like I saw a person say, and I feel like the same thing about BTS is the same thing that like that they said about another group as well. The key to like the longevity of this group, I'm telling you, is the fact that they love each other this much and they can have so much fun with each other like this, and it's so like not every group is fun to watch them just do like stuff like this. It is so fun. I'm smiling from ear to ear. My face hurts. My face hurts watching this, how much I'm smiling.
내 말을 믿어. 거기가 아니야.
The lamp. With the hand coming up as well.
조심해.
Don't make a noise. Can you not feel the bed? But I guess when you're blindfolded, it's kind of about maybe like... Yes, there it is, there it is. That's very fun.
You can marry me. You can marry me.
Marry me, sugar.
윤기 marry me.
The constant like look on his face as well. I love how they respond to that stuff as well. Like they're very, very pleasant about that stuff as well. You know? He's so pretty. Look at him. Look at him.
윤기 marry me.
Marry me, sugar.
윤기 marry me.
Look at Taeyong's face.
윤키 우리 will you marry me? 윤경도 없어요.
He's not even there. They're still getting the question. That's the power of Suga. It's the power of Suga.
슈가 marry me인데 보이지도 않는데 그런
So it's become like a running thing for them as well. That's so funny. Oh, he looks so cute there. I mean, that's like goes without saying. Like, I feel like saying a BTS member looks cute is like saying like water is wet. It's like, okay. You know? It's like, yeah, sure. Look at him. And that is like totally a funny joke, an inside joke between them as well, obviously now where it's like, you know, they've said it so much that they have to like say it again, you know?
슈가 marry me인데 보이지도 않는데 비가 중앙에서 고민하고
Wants to choose a room? Finds only Jimin. Oh, they're so cute. So he got his own bed? Is that what this? Oh, Jin's here as well. So they have to choose a room to stay in. So, oh, it's a game. Whoever room they choose, they have to stay in that room. That's so funny. So they have to share a bed, two for two. That'd be a very funny game, though, right? It would be a very funny game. He thought he was getting his own bed.
한 명 어디 있습니까? 집갔니? 누구야? 누구야? 아, 누가 지금 휴가 갔나? 어디 갔어? 예, 여기 있지.
And the instant break of everyone as well.
야, 정말 꽃 같다 너.
네, 꽃같죠. 진짜 꽃이네.
Oh my god, my face hurts so much. Look at him. Recently, I saw a clip of J-Hope, by the way, with Islet, and he said to them, you know, make sure you're not skipping your meals, make sure you're taking care of your health. He wants to give them all the support in the world. I love that we see that from the BTS boys now. Like they're like 100% so supportive of like their the groups that are coming after them as well, and it's so cool to see that as well. You know, it's really cool. I love the shirt. Oh, it's like the spy game. Oh god.
자랑스럽다 진짜.
어차피 틀렸고 어차피 틀렸어. 어차피 없어진 사진이야. 어차피 틀렸고 한 장밖에 없다고.
Can I say as well, sorry to interrupt, but Jimin's hair here is so good as well. I love how they just make each other laugh so much. It's so sweet.
이거 레전드다 이거 레전드야. 진짜. 요 머리통이 저예요. 소름. 야, 고소함. 조용하라고. 야, 너 왜. 야, 조용히 진짜 안 들려.
What's this game? Oh, they have to jump at the right time, is it? Oh my god, they're so cute. Oh my god, they're so handsome. At every second of the day. No matter what hairstyle they have. Look at Jimin. Look at Taeyong. Look at these boys. Oh, they have to do like an expression of the word? Is that it?
Watch.
Their smiles are so big as well. Honestly. Jimin's dying. Jimin was like nearly dead. Oh, it's almost over. I think we're watching the 950s. I think it's around there. Yeah, like that type of stuff is so funny to me. Like, and I'm honestly dying just watching this. But like, that's like, it's like one of my favorite things about like watching BTS is like how big their smiles are. And obviously, like the thing is, like I like there's so many times during this video I like, you know, we could say like how handsome they are and all this stuff. Like 100%. Like I see Suga and Jimin and I would say Taehyung and Suga are my biases, but Jimin's my bias wrecker. But what makes this so enjoyable to watch is that like their smiles are so big, they're having so much fun, and like I don't mind that my face is hurting from laughing and smiling because they're having such a good time together. Like Jimin was dying there. Jimin was dying laughing. They're cooking food. Jimin's being so serious about it. With this epic music in the background. No. Well, that's funny. That's funny. Jimin, that happens to the best of us. If that doesn't happen to you at least once per month, I don't know what to say. All the drama for nothing. Oh, look at them here. That's like the look on RM's face is like please not that far. I'm dying. My face hurts. That's why like. Dude, look at this throw. Look at this throw. He like falls like a domino.
그만하고 나 이러면 방송 끝나 진짜 그러면. Hey, stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
It was just so quick and sudden. It was so quick and sudden. I love how, by the way, Taehyung is so proud of his work when he looks at the camera there too.
그만하고 나 이러면 방송 끝나 진짜 그러면. Hey, stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
It's so quick and sudden.
스펠링 뭐야? S 또 하지 말고.
SCOP.
IT. Wow. Yeah. 요즘 내 책임 하라고.
I think that's the last clip, unfortunately, but I'll probably watch the rest of it, maybe by myself if Paulie's okay with that. But to stop it here, the reason why it's so funny is just so sudden. No, just look at Taehyung's face here as well. How proud he is. Watch. Look how proud he is. He's so happy. Look how sudden this is.
방송 끝나 진짜 그러면. Hey, stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
It's so sudden. Yeah, really funny stuff. Like I'm. The only way I can describe how I feel whenever I watch like a BTS video is that I say this all the time, but I feel lightheaded, but not in a bad way. I feel like I've just like been laughing for like, 15 minutes straight. So it's very difficult, to like really put into words like how much that like really means when I get to watch this stuff. Because what I get to see, honestly, is a bunch of people having like so much fun together. It's being so enjoyable with each other and having such a good time with each other that like everything they do, there's no feeling of like there's not even a feeling of worry, you know what I mean? Because like they act like they are like, they are so close. We know they're so close, right? Recently they just went to the beach together, right? You know what I mean? Like they're very close. And like even see this stuff where like they're like messing with RM, or they're pushing each other, or they're like making fun of each other or laughing with each other. These jokes that, like, again, as I said before, if these jokes are made to like someone who, like, I'm not saying they're cruel jokes, but I'm saying that they're jokes you make with your friends, right? They're jokes you make with your friends, so they can understand what your joke you're making and stuff like this. And that's what makes it so enjoyable, is because that they like love each other. You know that in the end of the day, like they all love each other. Even when Aram was chasing everyone after that, they knocked over his dominoes. There was still like this feeling of like a smile and love, and like even when he caught them, like they all stopped because they knew like he's not gonna like hit them or anything like that. Like it was just like a really fun thing. Really beautiful stuff. Really, really fun stuff. Again, my face hurt. Literally my cheeks hurt from smiling. They legitimately hurt from smiling. One of my favorite things about BTS, funny moments, is that like they can be like, you know, they have such good timing even if they don't know it. Like their comedic timing is so good, and even like the edits are so good too, because like they like I think these guys like probably don't think of themselves as like super hilarious. Maybe some of them do, as super hilarious, but it's enjoyable to see that they make each other laugh. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where like it's not like, yes, like sometimes like they make I've seen videos where like Taehyung will make a joke and no one in the group will laugh, right? But that makes it funny as well. But I think it's almost like, you know, just as funny when Taehyung or someone makes a joke and everybody laughs and they're all laughing. You know, and one of the examples of like something like that is like when you know, the slamming of the board off the chair as he's doing that. That's so funny because it's already funny because of the actions, right? But it's even funnier because everyone else around him is doubling over in pain, laughing. And in the moment where they had to play that game, where they had to do like, they think the same hand symbol at the same time, Jimin was dying. He was dying laughing. They were in bits laughing. And once again, that's how you make fun of your friends. You don't even, they were like having a laugh with their friends. And even like, you know, with the knocking over the dominoes, the thing I love about that like the most, I think is probably one of my favorite clips in the whole thing, is that like, it's, RM's not stupid, right? RM knows that they're going to continue to do this. But knows as well that like it comes from a place of like, you know, them having fun. That all of the other members of the BTS, they realize that they had something here. That's, again, I say this like with 100% certainty. That's like a friend group, right? It's the same thing. They latch onto a joke, and any friend group will get mileage out of that joke for a long time. And that to them was like the most hilarious thing they could do that day. So they continued to do it over and over again because it's funny. They go, okay, where can I find, you know, let's go back. Where's he gone? There you are. You know, they keep knocking it over because it's a funny thing to do. It's a funny thing to do with your friends. They're having like such a good time with each other. You know, and you can sense that with BTS, that they just have such a love for each other and such a care for each other. And that's something that like, you know, you can't, you know, make up, you can't buy, you can't like create randomly. And even I love that, like, even that they remember like inside jokes with each other, like with the stuff with like Suga, like you know, Suga, marry me, Suga, marry me, Suga, marry me, Suga, marry me. is funny because like Suga, like obviously he's getting a lot of marriage proposals constantly. Even when he wasn't there, he was getting marriage proposals, right? So the point that like, the point that Jin was like, I'm gonna like, you know, say, oh, he's like, oh no, Suga, marry me. And then Jimin's like, you didn't even see the screen. And then they all double over and laughed. But I think Suga like is such a funny guy as well, that like he knows like as well, like, you know, he looks at the camera, gives a little bit of smirk, and has that, you know, plays along with that too as well. I think he's just that type of person as well. Like it's a joy. It's such a joy to see these guys. Because again, I think that's why I always say with every idol group, right? People first, artist second, idol third. That's what I always say, and you can see that here. They are like, they're their own people that have such a love for each other and such a care for each other, and they have such a care for their fans as well. Like I know this, like to be sure, but like they have such a fun time with each other, and it permeates to the screen. I don't get the vibe from this group that like once the cameras are off, they go, okay, that was a good shoot, see you later, guys, and they never talk to each other. Like, there's plenty of times, even recently, where I've seen people post pictures where they're like, oh, people saw Jimin and Taehyung and Jungkook just like hanging out together in a random place. You know what I mean? These two guys are together at the gym. They love each other dearly. And that's like, I think, a key to their success and what's going to be key to their longevity, because they're going for much longer than they are now. And it's that they still love each other and they still like to be around each other and they still love, and even though like, I want to make it clear, sometimes things are tough. I know it's been tough for BTS, but I think the fact that they all love each other is like a big deal, and it permeates through the screen, And I feel like that's what lets your guard down as well. Maybe other BTS fans can say this. For me, like my guard is pulled down whenever I watch a BTS funny moment or behind the scenes thing, because like I now, go from being like I'm watching like an idol group to like I'm watching just a bunch of friends have such a fun time with each other, you know? And that's like a very, very fun thing for me. And they're like, you know, so, and here's the thing, I can't not say it, I'm sorry, because I think they're just beautiful. You know what I mean? I think like I look at like especially my biases, you know what I mean? They're all, you know, really pretty, but I look at my biases, I'm just like, Jesus Christ, like, who invented these people? You know what I mean? If God is real, he broke the mold, you know, you know what I mean? But like, it's just so pretty, so pretty. But like, I think that's like such a cool thing as well, that like, they're just like, you know, so pretty, and they're like the most, you know, they're the most perfect creatures you've ever seen, but like the most like regular and normal and funny and creative, and like it's just all packaged into one, and they're so amazing to watch. They really, really are. I'm really happy they're reuniting. I really am, because of course all the stuff that, like, you know, with the deployment and stuff, not deployment, what would you call it? We're going to the army and stuff like that. And now, like, you know, we're getting, I feel like anyway, it was like, it's a really interesting time that I became a BTS fan, because if I became a BTS fan last year, I feel like I wouldn't be getting fed as much. But now, like, I feel like online, I'm getting so many clips, like on Twitter, so many YouTube shorts about stuff they're doing post army and stuff like this as well. And I think that's such a good thing, you know, as well. Like, you know, I think I was very lucky that like Pauline started sending in BTS stuff into the channel, and like other people sent BTS stuff into the channel, because like what happened is that I now am a fan at a time that is going to be a very joyous time for a lot of our BTS fans. Really, it is. So thank you for sending us in. This was so enjoyable. I had such a good time. The next video sent to my What's Your Damage, and it's they say, morning super ladies, men, and all you want for people. Today I'm sharing my wife by Idol, a song on the shorter side and has been banned from music shows due to its lyrics. Wife is definitely not a normal K-pop song. Once again, Idol is not afraid to do something everyone might not like, but I hope you do. The original MV doesn't have subtitles, so this is the video I chose. Fair enough. Let's check it out. I've heard of Wife. I've heard like the implications around this. I think somebody said on Twitter that it had to do with, it was like definitely challenging the idea of like gender norms and stuff like this as well. But also at the same time, it was like the outfits. Like no one can avoid what the outfits look like, right? So like I've seen that for sure as well. Let's check it out. Tell him. Oh. Kokoroko. Wait, what? Wait, we have the choreo beside it as well. What? Wait, is that like this freaking rap at the start? Honey, take a big bite even if you're full. If it's bad, spit it out. I cleaned your room, it's so twinkle twinkle. Want me as your wife, but she is. What? I'll give you some more, so wipe your mouth. Does your daddy know you're all grown up now? Oh my god. Crazy. Oh, her voice. Look at the choreo. The lyrics. Beyond. The outfits are crazy. With kiss it carefully, eat it boldly. Tell me how, like, show me how it tastes. By the way, I love the choreos on the side as well. Beyond, I love her. Oh my god. Are they saying that like I can do all this stuff, right? I can clean your room, I can do all this stuff, but like that's not how it's working, you know? Oogie, oh my god! What? Just a little touch of my tongue, you go butter, butter. That's a great line though, right? Like I guess like why was it not shown on, like, why are the lyrics banned and stuff, I guess? Because for me, from my perspective, like I guess maybe it's because like it's I assumed it was because probably of like the gender norms that it was trying to challenge, but also like maybe like people are a bit like prudish when it comes to like, hey, like I touch you with my tongue and all this stuff as well. Tell me how it tastes and stuff like this as well. You know, maybe because it's very like sensual, right? For sure. I love this. Look at it. She sounds so good. She sounds so good. Clean up every corner of me. You don't touch my delicate lips. From head to toe, just chop, chop, chop. Now you've learned you should ride. So it's like, hey, now that you know, You should take a go at it. This is so, like, I love they're showing the choreo on the side because it's so funny as well. The outfits are crazy. Hold on, Shua. Wait, is Mion rapping? I'm so sorry I keep pausing, but is Mion rapping? If you're good, I will sing a water song and dance like a mermaid in the water, so like draw you in. Oh my god. She is. I love Ruby so much. The choreo is so fun. Oh my god. Oh, look at the choreo. I love the choreo. Oh my god, it's gonna pause. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I have a feeling of fire in my stomach right now after watching this, right? There's like, that was like, first of all, the choreo is so great as well, but like, first, this is obviously the most replayed section here as well. Like, yeah, like clear up every corner you don't touch by delicate lips. From head to toe, just chop, chop, chop. Now you've learned you should rise. So it's like, say, like again, just a touch of my tongue, you go burr, burr, burr. Like, that's the freaking, is that the Woogie line as well? Like, that's so freaking awesome. Like, I love that sound. Look at Beyond. I love it. They're fantastic. That part, I love this part. Look at the dance as well. That's what the song says. Like, it seems to me where it's like, hey, like, I have control of the situation. I could be like you want me as your wife, but that's not how this is working. You know what I mean? I can do all this stuff. I can clean a room. I can make you feel this way. I can make you. I can do all this stuff, but it's too bad. It's like that's not what's happening here. So I definitely think it is challenging, like gender norms in that way, where it's like, very much like, you know, not only is it being super sensual, but it's like, hey, like I have control over this situation. You know how like good I make you feel, but like you're not having control over me, and you're not like, you know, pitting this girl down either for like an extended period of time in terms of like, you know, spiritually, like a marriage and stuff. I guess, you know, you're not doing that. Like the lines are like, you know, they're very like, and I think intentionally like, you know, I don't think provocative. I think it's just sensual. Like I think it is, and it's like, but the intention is not to like, the intention is not to be like, hey, look, which is nothing wrong with that. Like, because we know the idol gals are like absolutely gorgeous and stuff. Because the intention is not to be like, hey, look at how. Like, well, in a way it is, but it's like not in the way that it's like trying to be like, hey, it is. Yes, we have the male gaze. We know we do. Yes, we have all these boys looking at us. Yes, we have all these people looking at us all the time. We know how we make boys feel. We know how we make people feel. But right, that doesn't mean that we belong to you. That doesn't mean that you can have us. That doesn't mean that it's not, that you deserve this. It's like, hey, you can you know. We can have like fun, we can have this or whatever, but like don't think that I am like, you know, your traditional wife. Don't make it seem like I am like, which again, like they're not saying there's anything wrong with being a wife. What they're saying is that like, you know, I'm not gonna be this traditional thing that you want. I'm not gonna be this traditional like object that you can control, it feels like. Clean up every corner of me but you don't touch my delicate lips. It's like, now that you've learned what I am, I love this. Beyond rapping is nuts. If you're good, I'll be full too. Want to swallow deeper because it feels so good. Guys, it's like all these like really like great lines. But it's all about like, hey, yeah, I can do all this stuff. I can be that beautiful thing that you've seen. I love Soya has left the chat, Mion has left the chat. I love all that stuff. But it's not like, it's like, yeah, but I have control over this. This is mine. It's not yours. It's like, one be as your wife, but she is. So good. This is great. It's like How I Make You Feel. This dance is so good. So is she like saying like I make you feel so good? I make you feel like, I guess I make you feel like lie is probably like interpreting that way. It's like, you know, I make you feel like, you know, you want to lie. I make you feel like you probably like your life is a lie. Anything that in that way, it can be interpreted in many different ways. But it's like, but I don't want to, you know, I don't want to be that. You know what I mean? I make you feel that it's good, but don't worry, but you're not, I'm not yours. You know?
Wife, I make you feel so high. I make you feel like lie, but I don't wanna.
Very, very cool. That's Woogie doing the wife. Look at the choreo. Words cannot describe how much I love these gals, by the way. I adore them greatly. I really do. This is the Patreon. Yeah, we'll keep the patrons up because they deserve to be in the video as well. So it shows like the percentages of like who got what parts, which I think like, you know, like what happens is, and what I've heard from like Minnie, what she says anyway, is that like say if and I think it's totally fair. Like she'll say like stuff against, which again, they're all these gals here are businesswomen. They are 100%. I want to make that clear. They are businesswomen before, like not before everything. Is they're obviously artists, people first, artists second. They're businesswomen third, and I feel like they're idols fourth. Right? They're very smart in the way and they love each other greatly. But Minnie was saying like how like say like some, if one song she has like less lines, she think it's fair to have more lines in another song. I think it's more than fair. And I don't think it's about like again, it's about the artistry, but like obviously you still want to be able to like portray your artistry, right? It seems like, yeah, that this what this song was trying to portray was like this idea of like, I can do all these things. Like I can make you feel this way. I have your gaze. I know that you think I'm beautiful, that I could do all this stuff. I can make you feel like this way. But that doesn't mean that you can have this. That doesn't mean that you control this. That doesn't mean you own this. You don't just get to say that you have this or own this or whatever. This is I'm still my own person. I think that's like, you know, even like because I love that that's like a very idle thing, which is like not shying away from like the very, you know, like sensual lines in a song, while also making it have like another message where it's like, and they do this all the time, where it's like they will talk about stuff like it's like, hey, look at me, look what I am, look how beautiful I am, look at all this stuff, and it also comes in like and it doesn't have to all the time, but it also always comes in like a very deeper messaging. Even like, you know, good thing recently, like with their songs, like, you know, a lot of people like I felt like unfairly looked at that song and the meaning behind that song, because that song, like to me, like, you know, it's literally about like, you know, a cheater, right? Like, and even in that song, they're kind of like, you know, look at all the stuff I am, and look at all the stuff you are. And I think that's what the message are trying to get across here when it comes to womanhood, as well as like the idea of like lifting up women and uplifting women. If you're a woman who listens to Idol, you know, it's about feeling good. It's about feeling good about yourself. It's about understanding how beautiful you are, at a deeper level. And even here, like that, like it's like, you know, the very like I don't want to say they're provocative lines. I want to just say that like there are lines that are like, you know, very like, you know, sensual in a way. And I feel like that's intentionally so, because again, it's trying to get across the message once again, where it's like, the idea of womanhood and the idea of uplifting women, the idea of being like, again, it's like, you know, challenging those norms, where it's like, yes, I can clean if I need to. Yes, I can make, you know, I can cook food. I can do all this stuff, right? But that doesn't mean that's like what I'm here for. You know what I mean? I'm not always here for this. I can do anything that you think I can do, but that doesn't mean I'm yours. You know what I mean? I feel like that's an important thing too, because like obviously that means it's like not a disrespect of like women who like are like maybe like who like are, it's not trying to be like, you know, oh, F homemakers. It's not saying that whatsoever. It's not saying F wives. It's saying that like personally me, I don't have to be owned or controlled or married. And it's not even about owning and control. It's also like I don't have to be tied down to someone. I don't have to do that. All these things that I am, I know I'm beautiful. I know people look at me. I know that like I make you go crazy. I know that I can do all this stuff, but that doesn't mean I'm yours. Just because I make you feel this way doesn't mean that we're a thing. And I wonder if that's like, if that's a double thing of why like maybe this and maybe you can explain to me what's for damage, but I feel like a lot of times maybe like with different cultures, like I don't know if challenging gender norms like that is a very like because I know I always push the envelope, right? By the way, they do this. Like this is not like a lie or anything that they you know, they're not making me feel like lie. This is they push norms like it is still rare that like, you know, Woogie gets to go up on stage and say fucking tomboy. It is still a shocking thing because like they push those boundaries. You can say what you want about good thing, right? I know a lot of people didn't like it. I loved it. But a music video where all the idols are literally like hitting each other with bottles, you know, strangling each other, blowing themselves up and all this stuff. This is like still, they love pushing that. And I think one of the reasons they can do that so much is because the company that they work for like needs them so bad. Cube needs Idol so badly that Cube could come to them tomorrow and be like, hey, we want to, or like Idol can come to Cube tomorrow and be like, hey, we want to do a music video where I powerbomb Xuan off the roof, and then she gets back up and like picks up a car and bonks me on the head with it and crushes me. They'll be like, well, we don't think we can do that, and they just go, thanks, let's do it, you know, because they are like pretty much like partners in that company now at this stage. And I feel like, you know, they used, what's so great about Idol is that they know like the position that they're in, that they get to do a lot more than other idol groups would get to do, and instead of just like, you know, using it to like, you know, laud it over anyone, they use it to uplift people. You know what I mean? Like, I look back at the stuff with Allergy and Queen Card and all this stuff. The messaging behind that as well is like so important for young girls. Girlfriend is another example. Is just recently, like, that song is so beautiful to hear. If you're like, again, I think it's beautiful as a dude, but like if you're a young lady listening to that song, or even at any age, like, because it's about any age, like, it is just such like a beautiful concept of just like, you know, you don't have to like rely on a dude. And I think that's a lot of stuff they want to, you know, put into people, the idea of into the world, which is like, we don't rely on any dude to help us out here. We are like our own people and we are our own self. And this song kind of encapsulates that too, because again, they never hide away from like their sexuality or their beauty or their femininity or any like masculine aspects as well. They're not shying away from those things they shouldn't. They don't have to. They do whatever they want. They are embracing all that stuff, but letting people know that like, just because you have like a lot of feminine qualities, that doesn't mean anyone gets to feel like that you can be like this traditional person that they get to own, that they get to marry, that they get to like have a partnership with. I'm not just yours. I don't have to be a wife. I'm myself. And all 5 of these ladies are business ladies who are like mega popular now. Honestly, like, you know, yeah, I think it's a great message. I love Idol being like pushing the envelope, and they do that all the time. I think consistently they have a fire lit under them, which I think is a really good thing too. Because we've seen that with like all, like I think nearly everything we've seen from them. Even like when they were early on, they loved like writing songs about like how people have wronged them or people have made them feel less than. They just use their messaging for a very good thing. In terms of the song itself, like I think that it's like, as you said, it was very quick, but I think it's meant to just like be very quick and get that point across. Like even like you have to pause to follow some of the lyrics at some point as well. But I think that's intentional. It's just like literally just like going through this really fast and being like, let me get this message across as quick as possible and as succinctly as possible. There it is. But I loved like the Mion rap. I loved the choreo as well. The outfits were also very interesting as well. The vocals at points too were really good too, like the actual rap vocals. I think Minnie coming in at the start there as well, like with the kind of, she has that siren vocal, right? So beautiful as well. Shua like has such an impact in her voices too, and Shua's only gotten better. The people who say Shua hasn't gotten better are just silly. They're very silly. And like Woogie has such like that deep voice that when she came with the duh, it's like it hits so hard, and it's just really good. And of course Soyeon like starting it off with like the you know, being one of the best like rap vocalists in the entire like industry, really helps out a lot with that too. It's really good. Really good stuff. I really enjoy this, and I know I probably yapped a lot about like that idea of like gender norms and what they're trying to portray, but I think that's like such a good thing from Idol, that they go embrace who you are, basically. Don't forget who you are. You know what I mean? And also just understand that like that, you know, just because you're hot, just because you're pretty, just because you, and I feel like Nude is like a little bit about that too, where it's like that provocative thing where it's like, you don't know who I am, but also you get uncomfortable when I try to show who I am and stuff like that as well. It's a really interesting concept as well. I love Idol so much. I love them dearly. I really do. Thank you so much for sending this in, Watch Your Damage. This is really great. The next video is sent in by, let's check it here, Connor Johnseith. Hello, perfect timing as I just saw you have started Sonic Unleashed. Yes, and I shall be watching your vid right now. Thank you. But first, I gotta send the next part of the Sonic X DC comic tub. On the last part, we learned that Justice League was trapped in Sonic's world, and Team Sonic had to fill as replacements for the Justice League. Continuing the same video, start from 702 until the end. Enjoy. I have started Sonic Unleashed. Hope you guys enjoy it. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Let's check it out. It should be in the same spot, right? So what time did you say I should start from? Because it might have autoplayed a bit more as I was trying to pause it last time. It's 702. Perfect. Actually perfect. right? Actually, perfect. Let's go. Whoa. Whoa. Jesus. Joker.
The traffic this time of day is just murder.
Very good Joker, whoever's playing Joker right now. Very good stuff.
There he is.
Oh my god. Joker versus Shadow is insane.
The shadow of the bat. Bravo, Shortstock. I'm surprised you can reach the pedals.
Again, it's not like one-to-one Joker, but I'm really glad whoever's playing Joker is doing a fantastic job. Like, they really are doing a fantastic job. I think so anyway. Dude, this is Shadow. Do you think that's going to do Shadow in? Oh my god, look at the outfit. It's so funny. And when I say funny, but it's charming, right? It's super charming that they dressed him up like this. And Joker went flying. Unironically, I think Shadow would be like probably better for Gotham City sometimes because I think that he would just literally like kill people. He'd kill Joker. Maybe he won't, but like, I don't know. I get the vibe that he would just kill Joker. But possibly not. Oh, look at him.
Ah, Hyeju. You certainly have the mood down. You have the makings of a possible replacement. But there's a cadence to this sort of thing. The dreary little Gothamites expect a show. So next time...
Oh my, this is what I'm talking about. He wouldn't listen to the monologue. He'd just slap him. He'd just end him. This is Shadow. Oh, they have the Batman style music as well. They did that perfectly. That's what Shadow would do. Shadow would just slap the living crap out of them. You know what I mean? He wouldn't listen to a monologue. He doesn't care.
Belong to you. It means the world to me.
Oh my god.
If you hand it over, we'll let bygones be bygones.
You're in no position to make demands of me. No more than you have any right to wear that uniform.
Reverse Flash?
Pretty judgy from someone calling himself Reverse Flash.
Oh.
Do they not have the sources in the future you're from?
Is this Sonic then? Oh, it is, isn't it? And it's just so weird seeing him in red.
I saw to that myself.
Feels cursed.
Tempered through tragedy and loss. But you're a child-playing dresser. A smart mouth pretender who lacks the focus and conviction to fill Flash's boots. You're not good enough to be his replacement. You're not even good enough to be
Oh my god. I don't think you understand like how powerful Sonic is though. And these DC guys need to understand something. They really do. Like, as much as the DC superheroes are crazy powerful, right? They are. I need you to understand like these Sonic characters like go to space like on a casual day. You know what I mean? On a casual day they're fighting gigantic creatures in space.
Unchallenged. Now, you'll never retrieve your precious. Wait. When's it?
Oh, sorry. Did I move too fast for you to see? Let's try again. Don't blame.
So cool. They have the very charming aspects of Sonic downright, like the dorky charm, which is Sonic. He's a dork, but he's the coolest person ever, you know?
So fast. He tapped it. No. It wasn't the Speed Force. He was using that bevel to warp.
That's my secret,
Very cool.
champ. Now take a nap while I take care of business.
Love the artwork as usual, by the way.
Hey guys, you're not going to believe what I found in Central City.
They've been popping up all over the place. Tails has asked us to meet up to talk about
Amy
it.
as Wonder Woman is
Nobody
perfect,
could
by the
reach
way.
you, though.
She's more
Sorry,
Wonder Woman than
I
Wonder
didn't
Woman, I
think
feel
it
like,
was
in a lot of ways, you know?
So I'll race you there.
And yes, you can probably hear there's a bias towards the Sonic characters. I realize that. I'm very aware. I know. Maybe that's frustrating for DC fans, but like I need to understand how much like I absolutely adore Sonic now.
Hold up. Security check. Only one otter per planet.
Knock it off, Beast Boy.
Wait, this is Beast Boy?
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
Oh, that's such a
Knuckles
cute
isn't
Beast
a
Boy.
king,
Yeah.
and is sensitive about that kind
Knuckles
of
as
thing.
Cyborg is so funny too.
Can you look after things? We've got a big decision to make.
You can count on me.
Well, now we know you'd look awful in green.
Keep it up and I'll introduce you to the Phantom Zone projector.
Look at it all
The Teen
together.
Titans and I managed to wrestle this away from that fanatic brother blood. Between us all, we found 6 of the 7 emeralds. I'm certain the last one isn't on this earth. I've been working on a hypothesis, And now we can finally test it. Booyah! I knew it!
The other emeralds are detecting the last one in another dimension. Does that mean
our world survived?
But how? Mr. Terrific said it was wiped out.
He said he
That's good news, though. That's really good
detect
news.
it. My theory is Darkseid's dimensional engine malfunctioned during the fight, and it hit our world in a kind of pocket dimension.
But now we have the other emeralds.
Look at the artwork here. I need this on my wall of Sonic and Shadow here, you know?
And their power can resonate with each other, revealing the way home. We can finally open a way back.
The question now is if we should.
Why do you always have to be like that?
If our world survived, then Darkseid survived. Opening a way home leaves this planet vulnerable to invasion.
The Justice League were ready to give up their lives to save our world. They would take the chance if the situation were reversed. They would come to save us no matter the cost. It's not a question of if we're doing this. It's a question of how soon do we get started. All in favor?
Yeah!
Love it. Knuckles is obviously like that hero that's always about like go getting and stuff because as well. But I love that they have Shadow there to like sometimes question stuff. You know what I mean? That's a good thing to have as well if you're writing a story.
you're telling me you don't want another shot at Darkseid?
Amy and Shadow is a great combination, by the way.
I've set the dimensional coordinates you gave me, but the space-time variance is far beyond acceptable parameters.
It's okay. Once the Chaos Emeralds power the stabilizer, we should be safely pulled through to the other side.
Safe travels, everyone. And for what it's worth, you made a damn fine Justice.
Very fun. Oh, look at the image. It's covered up by obviously the next videos, but like I can see parts of it. That's unfortunate, but look, it's okay. It's the way YouTube is. That's YouTube, you know? So that's, oh my God, the rain is pouring outside. It's so beautiful. Guys, sorry, I love that. It's one of my favorite things when I'm recording and the rain is pouring down outside. It's like joyous. Like I feel so cozy. It's like a storm out there. Not a bad storm, by the way. I don't mean to make it sound like a storm because everyone who's like actually been in a storm knows it's not great. But if you're walking in that, sorry, I was just admiring it. Yeah, I love those those comic stuff as well. They're always like very, very fun to watch. I think that's like what's so great about them is not only just like that they have like this very like lovely sincerity to them. I think sincerity is so important when it comes to to the Sonic world. And I feel like if you're going to transfer over to like something in the DC world, which also I feel like it has like a very dark sincerity to it as well. You know what I mean? I feel like that's also like a very great thing that they were able to portray here. I think that's a really fantastic thing they were able to do as well. Because I feel like, you know, like you're crossing over two franchises that are, and when I say sincere, they're both sincere in different ways. I feel like one of the most beautiful things about Sonic is that it's very sincere and open with itself. It's very like beautiful in its own right of just like, you know, always being like having these characters that like aren't trying to like sugarcoat anything. Like they're not trying to be something they're not. They are themselves, and that's what makes them so beautiful. Where like the same thing I feel like with DC is sincere in a different way, where like they like go so deep into like how dark DC is, like that it's like, okay, whatever, like we don't care what we don't care if people think it's cheesy how dark it is. This is what DC is. And I think that sincerity works well with each other, so then you can actually have these crossovers that are actually fun and you don't have to think too hard about it or think too much about it. I actually really like that quite a bit. I'm a huge fan of Sonic now. I really am. I've only played 2 games, but I've read the comic books as well with you guys, thanks to Heck, and also now reading this stuff as well. I've seen some like fan animations and things like that too, some music videos. So like it's obviously like a very, very fun thing for me, right? It's a very fun thing for me. But I also like, I'm really like, how do I say it? Like I'm really, 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 really into the idea of like seeing crossovers and seeing the different outfits. Because again, it's a novelty to me at the same time while also being like a fun story. Like the novelty surrounding it is like, oh, get to see them in different costumes, but there's obviously like a serious tone to the story too of like what's happening to these characters, like what are they going to do, You know, like there's a very serious, horrible situation going on that, of course, like you're gonna have to like deal with. And I think that seeing how they're dealing with this, like I love like the different characterizations, like seeing like how each character is dealing with a villain in their own right. They're actually taking care of things while the Justice League are gone. They actually are like, you know, stepping up to the plate, so to speak. And even saw like how their characters work in this world. Like Shadow just knocking out the most villainous villain in all of Gotham is hilarious. Because we said that Shadow isn't going to play around. He's not going to sit there and be like, Joker, what are you doing? You know what I mean? He's not going to listen to the monologue. If he knows he has to stop Joker, he's not going to listen to Joker's monologue. He's going to go and slap the hell out of Joker. You know what I mean? Whereas Batman needs Joker in a way. That's a big part of their story, right? You know? Really, really, really cool stuff. Really, really enjoyable. I think I always find it like really, really cool to see like the like this stuff here. Because we have like we have like a group of characters that are so, as I said, so fun to be around, that they inject like a new life into this beautiful, already beautiful world of DC that I love from like, I'm not a big fan of DC, but I know I have been into DC from playing the Arkham games. And one thing about the DC universe is that it is very dark. And I think injecting Sonic into it has been a very beautiful thing as well. Thank you so much for sending us in. This was lovely to see as well. The next video is sent in by Tyree. This is the first time I'm spinning a boy group that's not Zerobaseone. It's their twins, Boy Next Door. As you know, they're good friends, especially Hanbin with Jaehun. The two leaders are MCs. I think actually today Jaehun like announced he was leaving, actually, I think. The first two words I can think of to describe the music is fun and funky, but more than music, I love these boys as people. They're so lovable and funny, but let's start with this song first. This is I Feel Good by Boy Next Door. I've heard of Boy Next Door. I've heard of them, but obviously haven't heard of much of their music, so it's going to be really interesting to see this as well. Let's check it out. Subtitles on? They are on. Okay. Am I wrong? Okay, sorry. I paused already because I got like serious, not even joking, like Sum 41 vibes. And that's not, I mean like kind of like in a pop punk kind of way. Like, that was a really fun start, right? Even though it's hip-hop, I know it's hip-hop, but, like, they would use, like, kind of, like, that type of, like, hip-hop, like, and it's kind of the vibe of being in the shop here, kind of, like, delinquency as well, you know? Right? I get that vibe, which is very fun. I have subtitles on, right? This might be a precursor to the song. They are very cute. Doing this to the cameras as well, the store as well, is such a good idea. Very late 90s, early 2000s to me. Golden shot here. Look at this. Feels like the heavens are radiating. Like, what the hell? Right? Love this guy with the blonde hair, by the way. Really pretty hair. Oh, it does have like a very funky bass line. Get the hell outside, bro. I love this dude's voice. Are you kidding me? Almost instantly. It's so unique. Get the hell outside, bro. Oh, I love it. This is shot. Look at the background as well. Oh, look at the. Oh, but this is such a good video. We're drunk at the vibe. The voices are great, by the way. Their voices are great. Just the way this is shot, by the way, it's so dynamic already. I'm having like such a good time watching this. It's so dynamic. Meaning theme, who needs stuff like that. I love it. It's just kind of like they're vibing. They're just like, hey, we don't need to like have like a reason behind this, you know? Whoa. What? Again, the video is fantastic, but like I got chills. I'm sorry I keep pausing. I'm so sorry. I'll try and play it like as I like, but it's just like it's stunning because I have heard of this group, but I haven't really heard much about them. I'm sorry for pausing. I am sorry. but I have too much to say already. I think the video is amazing. All the voices sound great. Incredible. This gave me chills. I love the choreo. Look at them. Kick down the doors, come on. It's not even the chorus. Oh my god, the choreo is so fun. Your gestures drive you crazy. I love these shots as well. This is really fun. The choreo is absolutely incredible, by the way. It's really incredible. I know I've said that a million times already, but... Oh my god, the transition into this? How is it almost... No. How is it almost over? What is happening today? What I can say about the song so far, by the way. First of all, my heart is beating. I really feel like this is a fun and dynamic song, but the pre-chorus part of the song, I thought that was the chorus for a second. It gave me chills because I love like kind of like a very soft, but like, you know, almost like you could say easy listening, but like it's so like caressing on the ears when you hear a pre-chorus like that. And I thought it was the chorus. Really just gorgeous to listen to, like honestly, like, and it seems like the song so far is literally just about like, you know, stepping out and having fun and getting on with the vibe, and having I guess a good time as well. Being chill, a chill drink. That's my skincare secret. It's like just being chill, but like having a good time. I feel good, you know, that's kind of what's getting across here. But the video is so well shot as well. The choreo is so fun and dynamic and like involved with each other. Like it really feels like if one thing is out of place, it doesn't work very well. But forgive me if I want to go back to like the pre-chorus again because it sounded so good. Like they all have great voices as well, by the way, they really do. Look at that, sounds amazing. This is what I mean, the choreo is so involved with each other. Make him proud. Look at this. So well shot. So many fun shots. The guy in the Fred Perry, by the way, like he gives like an interesting like serious vibe to some scenes, which like I think is a good contrast. Like, you know, I'm not saying that everyone has to be serious. I think it's good that he like has like sometimes a serious vibe while everyone else is dancing. And I think it like adds like a different element to it as well, you know? They're very cool. I eat melodies for breakfast is a great line. Look at this shoot. It's like I don't even need a beat. I'm gonna shake. Sounds so good. Just do your dance. Again, just embracing that thing. It's like just do the dance. They're great. They're really great. Oh, the freaking car as well. I love that motion when they're like moving your arms around each other because it's like a very classic dance, but like because they're doing like a very kind of like modern feel and very funky feel, it actually is like very cool and like genuine. It feels like, you know what I mean? It's like very like like I feel like if it's dorky. I hope that doesn't sound bad. It's dorky, but like in a very cute way that's endearing. It's like that movement where like moving their arms up as they're moving in between each other, because all the other stuff is like, you know, very, very fun and dynamic and energetic and stuff like this as well. That having that there, like honestly, like really adds like again another nice contrast to a lot of the choreo as well. It's really cool. Oh, what a transition. I'm in love with this. In a boxing ring as well is crazy. They just have great voices that are just so easy to listen to. Great group vocals. Oh, with the freaking strum at the base of the end, are you joking? You need a license to do that. Like, it's so freaking cool. Again, the choreo is so dynamic and so fun. It has a mixture of like cool and cute, right? It really does. I think it does. Like, I think it has a mixture of dorky and cool. This strum of the bass. Very cool. When I say that like the choreo has like a very dorky but cool feel, I feel like that's like what it's probably going for. It's like you know, releasing inhibitions and like not having to think about like what other people are thinking of you, which I think is always like, it's probably like a big part of the song. Like they were even saying like I move on just full vibes. I don't have to really worry about like not having any music or anything like that as well. I don't have to like, you know, adhere to like what people expect to me and stuff as well. I'm just literally stepping out to have fun. I'm just following the vibe with this as well. At least that's what I get from the idea of the song as well, is that like it's literally a song about like following, you know, just who you are and that beat as well, like that it, and not even like a beat, but like the beat of your own drum, I feel like as well at the same time too. Because it's obviously, I think it's like honestly like trying to express, you know, having fun without having to have a reason to have fun. It's like, hey, I don't have to like explain why I'm feeling so good right now. It's just that's like the state I'm in right now. You know, I don't have to listen to people's harsh words. I don't have to drink to feel good, even at the same time too. There's not even a meaning to this, right, as well. I think even at one point he says, like, you know, who needs stuff like that? Like the meaning and the theme of stuff as well, like, stuff like that as well. In fact, I think that's the exact line because I was so drawn by it at the time when I heard it there as well. It's a really cool line at the same time too. Yeah, and like in the chorus, like it's just like, it's like kind of like, it is kind of like intentionally kind of like simplistic the way it's like, you know, like I feel good. Oh, I feel good. I think it's supposed to be that way as well. At one point they said as well, like I eat melodies for breakfast as well, and like my skincare secret is like sipping a chill drink. Like those lines like that really make me that are very interesting to me. Like they're that way because they're trying to portray the idea of like I am this pretty, I am like this because like all I do is like I'm having fun. I'm just having a good time. I don't think about like, oh, like what should I do now? What should I do next? Oh, should I be doing this? And I think they got like that idea of the video pretty well. It's like not like them being like bad or anything like that. They have like it's almost like delinquency kind of like feel. That's why I was saying like Sum 41, this idea of like just like I'm not thinking about like what you think about me. I'm literally just becoming, I'm just doing what I want. I'm vibing with what I want as well. And I love that they also had like the very slick and cool stuff with the suits and the car, because it's also showing that again, I'm not just like, you know, I can do multiple different things all the time as well. I don't have to be that that one thing that you just expect me to be, which is also like very, very cool too. I think it's like a really cool concept for a song in general. Like I love it. I love the idea of it. And I think what makes it work, because again, like I think, you know, we hear sometimes like songs about like I'm having a good time and just vibing, I'm doing this as well. I think what works as well is that the guys in this music video did this unbelievably dynamic and involved choreo with each other that like made it so easy to watch. At times, like you, like if you blink, you miss something, but they're moving in and out of each other. As I said, like the choreo was like dorky but cool. And I think that's what they were going. That's what they're going for. It's like I don't care what people think, but I'm also cool at the same time. Like I and things like that as well. And when I say dorky, I mean that in a good way. I mean like the idea of like them playing each other on the guitar. Like that's like a really like funny and silly thing. And it's like, but it's meant to be that. It's meant to. It's very difficult to do, like all the choreo they're doing. But it's like mixed with cool and silly. And I think it's a really like good idea to have for that group as well. And it helps as well that they're just like really dynamically moving everywhere. The shots that they had in the video like helped out too. They're like, they would cut like random shots of them like in the reflection of like a security mirror. They would cut to random shots of them like at like a food stall, like dancing with each other, different like perspectives of who was in front, who was in the back, them dancing at a crosswalk as well with each other, in the middle of a bus, like in the middle of like a dance off, like in the middle of a shopping, a store as well, like in these public places, in the middle of a boxing ring at the same time too, like all these different like places, and how it was shot so well. I even like loved like how like they kind of had this like really like it was colorful, but at the same time had like a very like not dangerous. What I'm looking for, very like what's the word? It was very colorful and bright, but it also had like a very chaotic nature to it as well, which is really cool too. I think that they shot it so well, and it helps as well that these guys like understood the assignment. As I said, they understood the assignment, what facial expressions to have, what times to like look at the camera, the smiles that they had, even the outfits were so good in them as well. Like the guy in the Fred Perry shirt, like, you know, was pulling it off really well. They all looked really, really great as well, and that stuff too. The music itself, like I said, like you, as you were saying, there was like a lot of funk to it, and like the bass line is very funk. It was very like fun and bouncy, and it was kind of like really like for the verses at least. Then it gets to the pre-chorus, and I talked about this pre-chorus. The pre-chorus is so good, it gave me chills. And like for a pre-chorus to give you chills, like that's like a really like, because then that's one of those things where I can listen to that forever. And I feel like, you know, like The song, I don't often listen to songs that are always us just like, I feel good. I'm this stuff as well. Like I love like very emotional, impactful songs as well. But I feel like if you're gonna do a song like this, I also wanted to make it for it to sound good. And all these guys have like very dynamic and interesting voices. There was points there where I was like listening to some of the way they were like their cadences, like their accent, not their accents, but like the tone of their voice, the way they all sounded so different. I really like I don't know their names, but I'll have to point it out. Maybe I'll point out to Tyree later as well, like who it was. Maybe I'll put it up here as well, who it was in the edit. But like it's very fun seeing a new group because then you get to know their voices. You get to know what they sound like and what they're trying to portray with their voices, and how either beautiful it sounds, how soft it sounds, how caressing it sounds, how tough it sounds, how deep it sounds. And that's what's so exciting with new groups like this as well. And you got to hear that here with their hip-hop vocals, their singing vocals. That pre-chorus is so good. It's so good. The post-chorus then is very energetic and very upbeat. They played into the bass line a lot too. Like the bass line became part of the choreo, and their dancing, and even at the end there, became a big part of the choreo at the end too. They had all this stuff here that was really lined up perfectly. Whoever directed this music video, whoever wrote the song, did the choreo, it all worked so well all together. I think they did such a fantastic job with that, everything in one beat. You know what I mean? I think that's something that seems like it should be just a given, but I don't think every single artist in the world, especially now, really understands the idea of that, where it's when you have everything working at 100%, it all just makes everything fly by. And that music video flew by. I think to summarize my feelings on this song, it is fun and dynamic. The choreo is so involved with each other and so fun to watch. The video was shot so well. The pre-chorus is perfect. The chorus is so energetic and fun. The verse is so funky. I love the intro as well. Again, it felt like a very Sum 41 delinquency stuff. Was that is probably what I was going for. It's releasing your inhibitions, just being whatever and doing whatever. They have a very fun vibe to them. It's very, very cool to see them, all together. And they did it. I just think it was really, really fantastic. And it went by in a flash. It went by so quickly that I don't, that honestly, again, it's, as I said, blink if you miss it. I might I might have to again, go back and listen to this again and just pause on some stuff. And I usually post screenshots of the music videos in the Patreon K-pop chats. Which you get, by the way, this could be an advertisement. It might as well be at this stage. $1, you get to go into the Patreon K-pop chats and have some fun there as well. And we chat about K-pop constantly. It's glitched out right now, so sometimes you have to tap the community bar to get in. It's for some reason glitched. But yeah, it's very fun in there. But yeah, I'm gonna have to share some screenshots of some stuff I love from this music video, because this is one of those examples of music video that's an all-timer. Whoever shot this should be so proud. So fun. I can't get over that pre-chorus. It's so good. It gave me chills, and it's so easy to listen to. It wormed its way into my brain so quickly. Yeah, I love this video. I love it. Thank you so much, Tyree. I'll be here forever if I don't stop. Thank you so much, Tyree. That was awesome. The next video is sent in by Blop, and it is the Wolf Among Us opening credits piano cover. And Blop says, had to send this after I found out you played the game. Only read the bottom after the video. Let's go. Let's check it out then. Wolf Among Us opening credits piano cover. It's been a while since I played Wolf Among Us, by the way. Gorgeous stuff, by the way, already. The last time I played Wolf Among Us was probably 2014, maybe 2015. It's been a while. So much emotion in the piano, isn't it? So much emotion here. Ooh. When I say there's so much emotion in the piano, it really does emphasize every emotion. It makes you feel something. Even if you don't understand what the song is trying to portray, it definitely is feeling something as well here at the same time too. So emotionally impactful, right? It is so emotionally impactful. So D, I love when they go to the deeper parts as well. This is awesome, so quick, but so, they have a Walking Dead one as well. So great, so impactful, so quick, but so perfect at the same time too. It really was just a really fantastic performance there as well. And we'll read this before we talk about all the stuff here. But Blop said, For me, this game is just a fantastic vibe. Something about the opening credits song really scratches my brain and always immediately takes me back to the night I played it. The sound is so hypnotic, and it's perfectly sets the mood for a whole environment and story. I don't know how long ago your playthrough was, or whether you still remember the characters, but my favorite ones are probably TJ, the son of Mr. Toad, and the rest of the Little Mermaid, the redheaded girl working at the strip club. Though Bigby was also such a badass main character, at times, with some choice-based games, I find it hard to fully connect with the main character because the stories sometimes get prioritized over character interactions, and vice versa. But I think this game nailed to strike a good balance between the two for me. Lastly, I want to ask you if you had a favorite twist moment that stuck out to you, if you remember one. Personally, I absolutely love the opening ending twist that hinted at the Nerissa we've met through the game actually being Faith, a girl who was found dead in disguise the whole time. Overall, definitely a 10 out of 10 game for me. I didn't expect much when it started, but it really blew me away. I think it's like one of the craziest experiences. I'll say this right now. I don't remember a lot about it, and I know it's awful, but I do remember like little bits. I remember the color tone and some parts about the music. I remember how I felt as I was playing. I remember some stuff about it. I'm meeting some characters and talking to some characters. I know it's bad, but it was so long ago at the stage. But I remember like there was a twist, obviously with a headless woman that I found pretty. Like, I was, like, pretty shocked by it. Maybe that's the same one you're talking about, maybe. I don't know. But it was a pretty shocking moment, honestly. But to piggyback on what you said, Blop, it was a fantastic game. And I remember, like, it was one of those games, like, when we went in, like, I was talking to people afterwards, when I was talking to people, like, friends after we played it. Especially, like, one of my friends that we talked about it all the time. We talked about this game as if it was like the second coming of like Jesus, not because like we thought it was like the greatest game of all time, but because it was so interesting and so pretty and the art style was so gorgeous that it was like this is like, oh, this is gonna be a franchise, man. We talked about it back then. We were like, man, this is gonna be like so huge, and there was no reason for it not to be huge. It was so popular, but obviously development hell and all this stuff has led to the fact that like it's been so long since we even got like a sequel. It is a heartbreaking thing because it's the one game that did so well, was so popular, had so many people talking about it, had so many YouTubers playing it, but because of developmental hell, we might not ever get a sequel for this game. And that's horrific. That's horrific. You know, that's to think about, Blop. That's horrific. It's awful. And I hate it. I hate the fact that we're not getting a sequel for this probably ever. To talk about this actual video itself, though, like I think I don't remember this track directly, but I do think it's a beautiful track. And the piano is obviously already a very emotional instrument, and like it's perfect for like something like this as well. Which like for me, the energy of this song or this video, if I can say as well, or this game, is a game that is heartbreaking, that is gorgeous, that is mysterious. And that's the vibe I always remember from it, that like felt dangerous as well. There was like every corner that felt like you could have something happen to you. And I feel like it portrayed that kind of hopelessness and darkness and sadness within this song as well. And they did a fantastic job with the instrumentation here also. And I find it to be really fantastic, like what they're able to do here. And of course, like people who play the piano, as I said earlier, are like honestly amazing people. They're amazing musicians, and there's no doubt that this is no different. It's just a gorgeous, gorgeous piece of songwriting, and I find it to be like utterly fantastic. Yeah, but yeah, I hope that eventually it does get a sequel. I think at this stage though, like there's no way the same writers are around, right? At least they're probably around doing other stuff, but you have to get the same people that had passion for that first game to come back for the next part. You do. Thank you, Block, for sending us in. The next video is sent in by Malcolm Kunde, and they say, Exerbia is a content creator or / writer known for creating interesting science fiction and philosophical stories and videos that I enjoy watching. He's also very British. We love a good British voice. This here is a funny take at the hypothetical existence of mind uploading machine. Okay. I make jokes about British sometimes, but like really I'm just not a fan of the monarchy. I actually love British people quite a bit. So yeah, I want what's best for the British people all the time. All the time. So if you ever see me make a joke about British people, it's usually about monarchies, not about the people, because the people deserve everything in the world. Let's check it out.
This is Dr. Charles von Pigeonsbluff, and he has just invented a mind uploading machine.
Okay.
He invites his mate, Professor Jeffrey Spamhammer, over to test it out. The machine works like this. Professor Spamhammer is placed inside the machine. The machine then scans the position of every
Already wouldn't do it, just saying.
Synapse, neuron, or some other sciencey sounding shit, and builds up a model of the professor's brain. The model is then transferred to Dr. Pigeonsbluff's computer, and digital Professor Spamhammer then wakes up in a computer simulated environment. This is called mind uploading. Okay, but what happens next? Problem 1. Can we say that digital Professor Spamhammer is actually a person? Well, probably, yeah. If we can say he's conscious. We can't just murder biological Professor Spamhammer because he's self-aware. If digital Professor Spamhammer also appears to be self-aware, we should probably endow him with the same rights we endow every other human with.
I'm sorry. I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, thanks. I wasn't actually talking to you at all, but cheers anyway. Problem 2.
So the idea is that if this, obviously, like it's pretty self-explanatory, but like just like so I can summarize in my own thoughts, like I like to do it sometimes as well. If it is if something is self-aware, then like it's kind of like inhumane to like kill them.
Computers even run digital minds. Maybe there's something fundamental to meaty goo blobs and biology that makes us conscious but can't be replicated on a machine. For example, if it turns out that wibbly magic souls make us conscious, then maybe you can't model wibbly magic souls on computers for some reason. In which case, fine, but it's a bit hard to argue with that one. Or, if it turns out that something quantum mechanic-y makes us conscious, then maybe you can't model quantum mechanics on a computer, for some reason. The problem is that if you ask someone, what is consciousness, and they give you any answer that doesn't resemble, well, I don't fucking know, they are probably lying. We have no idea what consciousness is yet.
Right.
It might be a feedback loop, it might be a particular brain area doing fancy tricks, it might be tiny little consciousness kittens.
That's one of my favorite things about science, by the way. And I'm not like a big into science, but like I'm also like but like I love the idea that like science, like I think people think of science as like something that's definitive all the time, when there's still like so many things that like obviously people don't know, but that's what makes like this type of stuff kind of interesting. Because like it's obviously the pursuit of knowledge still, right?
Looking around in your hypothalamus. We have no idea.
Orange
Fuck off,
cap.
kittens. However, if Professor Spamhammer's brain could be scanned and recreated on a computer, it's very hard to see why digital Professor Spamhammer wouldn't be conscious too.
I'm sorry. I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, again, nothing.
The meta humor is
to
kind
do
of cool,
with you.
isn't it?
Yeah, so you're just interrupting. Cheers. Now, since Dr. Pigeon Spluff spent most of his money on variously coloured mankinis, he decides to earn some extra cash by building more mind uploading machines and selling them. Which leads us on to Problem 3. How much computing power does it take to run a digital mind? If it's lots, like a government project, maybe only around 3 or 4 digital minds will exist in the whole world at any one time. On a scale of 1 to fuck, this is probably an okay scenario, because much like nuclear weapons, most of the people who get hold of the technology won't use it for doing awful shit. Hopefully. But
hopefully. But I guess they're saying that like, it would be so expensive as
if
well.
for some reason it takes only modest computing power to run a digital
And
mind,
so it's
the
so much
world and
power,
their mum
yeah.
can do it, then things get a little fuck. Let's imagine 1,000 people have access to the technology.
Right.
Just normal folk, and 999 of them are ethical Emilys, and only run simulations of, say, dead relatives. Well, top respect to the 999 ethical Emilys, but what about that one mean Maxine? If me...
Well, see, like even that with the dead relative stuff, like that stuff freaks me out like crazy. It freaks me out so much. I couldn't handle that. I wouldn't have that.
Maxine is feeling nasty, she could, say, take a mind copy from an unwitting biological human, then go on to subject that digital human copy to experiences most unnice. Like, oh, you know, roast them perpetually above a searing inferno.
Man, can you imagine
or
this?
keep them constantly drowning in simulated water, or subject them to their worst fears constantly, whatever that might be. Or
It's also like that thing. It's like this as well, but also like someone like could take like someone, say they're obsessed with someone, like a dude is obsessed with a girl or something, and they clone them. I feel like that would be very invasive, wouldn't it? To like even have a clone of like someone you like that doesn't like you.
Or force them to travel on British trains while the companies insist on raising the ticket prices, slowly but steadily making it more and more prohibitively expensive, all the while insisting it's necessary somehow for some reason, knowing that you'll pay anyway.
And it's like
even if
government
it costs
owned. It's so
45
crazy.
quid to get to London. What?
So dumb. It's so freaking dumb. I hate it. It's government owned, but they're raising the prices. It's supposed to be like for everyone. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be for everybody.
One way, which is more than the cost of flight to fucking Spain and back, because we're the train company and you're a pleb and you'll shut up and like
So
it.
dumb.
Meanwhile,
He's
we're
right.
reclining in a bath of your money, smearing each other in caviar and Nutella that
So
we
dumb.
bought with your money, then sleeping off the
Well,
caviar.
maybe it's not government owned in England. Maybe it's not.
A Nutella orgy in a massive 4-poster bed, and the pillows have feathers in them. No, I'm just joking. They're full of your fucking money! Or just generally torturing digital minds in some horrific fashion without end. Fun side note, if running millions of simulations at a time really is possible at some point, then since there'll be a million simulated worlds to every real world, it's statistically far more likely we're living in a simulation now than not. So there's that. Anyway,
I mean, like if I am in a Truman Show right now, you know, it'd be very boring for everyone. So I'm not saying it's a Truman Show, but if I was in a Truman Show, I'd be very boring. But yeah, like it's I don't know. I think it's such like a very first of all, I love the rant about the ticket prices because it's so true. But also at the same time, like I think it's such like a very real worry to have is that a lot of people, if they had this technology, would use it for stuff that, while I think is kind of disgusting, right? I wouldn't do it myself personally. I'm not going to judge. Well, I'm judging in a way as it pertains to me of what my feelings are, right? I know, but I would never be like, you're a freaking freak, you know? That's not what I would do. But like, I think that like, what, as he was saying, but what I was saying too, like, what if someone was super creepy about that and you found out that someone had like a clone of you and they're doing weird stuff? Very invasive, very weird, very dark. That's why the future is dark, I think.
That leads us on to Problem 4. Should the digital copy of Professor Spamhammer be treated as Professor Spamhammer himself or a totally new entity? Well,
right.
That largely depends on what you think about teleporters. If you put Professor Spamhammer in a
because then would they be able to like access their bank account? You know what I mean?
Teleporter, break him down, molecule by molecule, then recreate him somewhere else. Did you just murder him and bring a duplicate to life, or is consistency preserved? Well, that largely depends on your theory of identity.
Okay.
Fancy schmancy big words ahead. Either you're a fan of spatial tracking identity or form tracking identity.
I always say form tracking is the way to... No, I don't know.
Spatial tracking identity means that you draw a line behind where the professor has been, and as long as the line isn't broken, we can say it's the same professor. When he gets into the teleporter, the line is broken, so we say he isn't the same Professor Spamhammer that steps out of the teleporter. He's a copy, and that's fine. But if instead you're a fan of form tracking identity, then you might say things can be considered the same if they retain the same structure. And since the teleporter makes a perfect replica, shut up Heisenberg, we might say that it is the same professor even though spatial tracking is broken.
Okay.
He'll behave the same way, remember all the same stuff. Fine. Yeah, great. And what happens if the teleporter goes Coco Loco and spits out another copy and another and one more for luck? They'll all be identical and they'll all claim to be the professor. How can they all be genuine? Which leads us onto Problem 5. Should we consider these digital minds as new variations of Homo sapiens and treat them accordingly? As before, that depends on if we think they're conscious. Exhibit A. 2 simulated professors.
It is a terrifying prospect, but I do think it's an interesting question, like, because I actually do love the idea of morality and ethics, right, and stuff like this, and having those types of discussions. And I think it's a very important discussion to have, especially as we're heading towards the future as well. This guy's great, by the way. Really, really easy to understand. Everything so far has been so easy to follow. And as someone like me, I know I'm not stupid. I know I'm not stupid, but I don't. I'm not into science or anything like this and stuff. I guess in that big way. I just think it's interesting, and it's one of those things where the way to describe it is when your friend tells you about cars, and I don't care about cars myself, but I still find it interesting. You know what I mean? Because it's someone who's telling me is very passionate about it,
One is conscious, the other is not. You don't know which is which. Both appear genuine, both get pissy if you torture them or force them to travel on British trains. Both respond in exactly the same way to your questions. So how are you going to decide which one is self-aware? Maybe you can't. You just have to assume they both are. And if human biological consciousness is just one form of self-awareness, then digital minds may be able to modify themselves in ways we can't possibly imagine. To these digital minds, standard baseline humanness might be the boring ground floor, with another 100,000 million other wonderful or horrific possible states they can experience. Just because
they have the identity, I guess, of the individual. Is that what they're saying? That it's but they have a big higher ceiling.
They're digital rather than biological doesn't mean we can treat these new creatures like second-class citizens. They're not just our creations, they're our brethren. And just as we afford other members of the human race...
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
The meta humor is fun. It is fun.
Yeah, how about now? Did you quite catch that, did you? Did you? Fucking hell.
I love how he goes from very fancy British when he's doing his video to go to what you expect from most British people, which is yay, yeah, what do you think about that, eh? It's very charming.
Yeah, so treat artificial intelligence with respect.
Okay. First of all, I want to say in terms of the quality of the creator themselves, I found it to be very easy to understand. Obviously, there's some stuff I'm not going to fully grasp, but I do think it's a very easy to understand creator. They are very clear. Their reasoning and their understanding is also very, very interesting. I think that they did a fantastic job of kind of putting all the ideas and the their arguments all in one row, so we can all understand it very, very well at the same time too. super how do I say it? Like I like I said, I'm not someone who's like crazy into like the exploration of like artificial intelligence. In fact, like I'm not really like a big fan of the idea of like AI. I think there is that argument that like AI could be used for like medicine and stuff, I guess, as well, right? Am I wrong in saying that? But I think so. But obviously, like in the artistry world, I feel differently about it personally. But obviously, like that's my view. It's really about a moral question though more than anything, and that's why I think this video is so impactful to me, is that while it is about science and artificial intelligence, it also brings up the morality of that too. And for me, like as like someone who like actually is into the idea of ethics and stuff like this as well, and like and even though like I think that ethics and especially the study of ethics has gone to the point where like a lot of it's like really dumb, because a lot of it's just like arguing like, how justify this evil thing? And it's like, that's not going to be applicable in real life because you just have to stop the evil thing. But in this sense, it actually is like a very applicable because it's like how do we treat these other artificial intelligence? Like, but not even that, but the perspective of like what is the problem that was surrounding them as well. Like, you know, do you treat them as a separate human? Is a clone like that person, or are they their own like machine? Can we treat them like second-class citizens? You know, will they have their own thoughts? The ceiling of their own thoughts and stuff like as well. What if it falls into the wrong hands? Like all these like moral questions. And I think that's like actually one of the most interesting things is the idea of like, I think it happens a lot with anything. Now, obviously not like with nuclear weapons and stuff like that as well, but when it comes to like stuff like this, like AI and stuff like this was a thing for years, but it only like, I feel like in the past, like, am I right in saying only the past 4 or 5 years, it really came into like, the public where like everyone has like this AI at their disposal to the point now, if you go on Google and you search something, Google AI is going to like, in a very wrong way, is going to tell you some stuff about like that's you know, because remember one time I searched up something, and I remember I searched something up on Google, and it came up this like this blurb, this AI answer, and I remember like being like, wait, no, that doesn't sound right, and I checked it, I was like, okay, this isn't right, and I think you just take it like they take sometimes even from Reddit and stuff like that, but yeah, like AI is like everywhere now, and it's kind of crazy that like the only place I kind of don't want it in is like I don't really like you know in video games and stuff like that as well, like, and I'm, you know, me and AI aren't like on good terms, I'll tell you that much right now. But like I do think it's interesting to have the moral questioning of like what would happen if this happened, and what if it gets into the wrong hands? Would you treat these people as humans? I think one of those things that would happen is that if there was an artificial intelligence, like an artificial human that was like a real person, or even just artificial intelligence in general, like I would feel bad if people were rude to it as well. Like, maybe I'm just weird like that. I don't know. Like whenever I see those fake videos of people like pushing over like AI robots, even though I know it's not real, like I still feel like leave them alone, you know, leave them alone, guys. But yeah, like I do love the moral questions that come around this as well. Even if like, as I said, like it's not, I don't think this video is about like, hey, what do you think about AI? It's what would you do if this was happening? What would you think about if this was happening? This is what would happen, that could happen if this happened. And I think that's a much more better way of looking at it as well. Because like for me, as I said personally, like I don't really use AI at all. Even in Google, I use the other aspects as well. But I think that what this is talking about is more like the idea of like actual artificial intelligence and the creation of like a separate human and entity. And in this sense, legitimately, it's like, you know, mind uploading, right? It's not just about like AI in terms of ChatGPT. It's about mind uploading, which is like the idea of like taking someone's consciousness and putting it somewhere else. And I love that this video is called The Problems of Mind Uploading, but what's so great about this video too is that it doesn't like say like definitively that these are like serious problems that will happen, but it's like just trying to give the question out there, and you can think about that yourself. And I think that was actually a very, very cool thing as well they did there too. Yeah, enjoy this video. I think it was very informative, had a really good messaging, really cool stuff. Genuinely. The next video is sent in by Victoria, and it is the Xuan trailer, Omniscia Spares None. Xuan is a really interesting character. Let's check this out.
Fallen petals.
Oh my god.
All is preordained.
She's such an ethereal and powerful character, right?
Through the Omniscia is destined to be real.
With by the way, an amazing personality. She's not just like this god tier character. She is someone who like has her own frustrations and angers, and that's what makes the character so interesting in Honkai. They're the most powerful people in the world, but they get angry, upset, jealous, like, you know, really like frustrated like anyone else, and that's what makes her so interesting too.
Now that all elements of the past have taken their places,
The music's gorgeous.
the future sits
within my reach. As clear as daylight.
So sick. So sick.
Woes of many morphed to one.
Very cool. Very cool.
Nova burst.
The music's so subtle but so beautiful, right? Like it's so subtle but has like a very big impact to it as well.
Shown by hearts.
Gorgeous.
The omniscia sees through you. The cycles of yin and yang never cease.
This music is so gorgeous. Oh. Oh my god. Xing He's about to walk into something, Kirishi. Oh, Xing right in the middle of the battle. She's like, okay, now we really got to deal with this.
Scrutinizing the universe's entirety.
This music is the best.
Though all things in the universe have their own inherent principles.
Look
The
at-
choice between weal and woe
She's a god. She is an Eon.
lies in our own
Look at that. It's over? No.
Be vigilant
Yeah.
of three things: fire, theft, and teammates. Although the general's comments are crude, they're
Yeah.
nonetheless logical. Jing Shui, your thoughts?
The bow with the curtsy at the end. I love that. And again, it feels like you know, Fu Xuan's character quite a bit, like as well, like, you know, like very like I love it. And by the way, it's also like Honkai's story as well between her and Xing Shui as well. It's so perfect too, where she's like calm, cool, collected. She's talking about all this stuff about like the future and ordained things, and like she's basically like, you know, giving her like I suppose her like experience as well, like as like what she does as well. You know, she's saying beautiful things about like, you know, fallen petals and like how everything is like, you know, predetermined, I guess, as well, you know, at the same time too. She's saying like, you know, about like, she's talking about how like the future is going to happen, like how like there's like, you know, a predetermined future, like how everything's falling into place and stuff like this as well. And then in one of the most amazing ways possible, when she's saying all this amazing stuff, and it's almost like true to her character, Xing Shui falls in front of her and she sees her employer fall and she's like, well, I got to deal with this quick now, you know? I think it was so perfect because like it breaks the tension, as they like to do in these Honkai trailers sometimes, where it's like a very cool aspect, but also like sometimes it's like a very like character driven aspect. And that's what I said about these characters. They're so powerful and all powerful, but they have such a beautiful personality. I adore it so much. I think it's amazing. They're so interesting, and Fu Xuan's no different, where like she has so much motivation. She has a motivation to be the general herself. She has such like a passion and a burden as well, but they also like is a very comedic aspect to like her relationship with Xing Shui. They showed this fully here as well, with Xing Shui, like adorable Xing Shui falling in the middle of the ground, and I feel like Fu Xuan saw her, was like, okay, I gotta do this now. And even then when she's trying to escape, she's like, what do you think about those words, huh? What do you think about this? I love that she even follows the general's words. But she's like, and that's a big part of her story, where it's like she trusts the general with her life and her mind and her soul and all this stuff. But still, like, you know, you'll hear her kind of be a bit short with the general, because even though like she wants to be the next general, she understands how much of a burden this job is. She really does. And I think it's a really fantastic thing that they have her like kind of being this way in a lot of ways too, because it's part of her character. She's a very serious character. She's a very serious job, but she's a person as well. And, you know, and Xing Shui is like a big part of her life as well. Like Xing Shui is the one who broke her free from like a parasite at one point too, if you remember, during the Foxy and Tail quest. Like it was Xing Shui who really, I feel like, helped out there mostly, in a very beautiful way. So while she has a bait of her existence sometimes, I think it's also very cute to showcase like Xing Shui there as well in this trailer. This is a great trailer. It was fantastic. I loved it a lot. I love the music. Love the visuals, just really fantastic stuff, and it really showcased her character very well. Oh my god, look at Yuna and Wadi here. Oh my god.
This week on Roma Reacts. They're not next door. They're right here in Roma Reacts with They're not next door right now.